Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Let's begin. The sea turtle's heart rate was dropping. Jonah Britton pressed 2 fingers against the leathery skin beneath the Kemp's Ridley's front flipper, counting the beats against the second hand of his dive watch. The one with the cartoon dolphin sticker on the back. The one Sol had given him for Father's Day, with a card that read, "To the best dolphin dad," in purple crayon. The turtle's pulse was thready, irregular. 42 beats per minute. Should have been closer to 25 for a resting juvenile, which meant the animal was stressed, fighting, its body burning through reserves it didn't have. "Come on, girl," he murmured. "Stay with me." The rehabilitation tank hummed with the low vibration of its filtration system. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting that flat, institutional glow across the concrete floor of the Galveston Marine Rehabilitation Center. The facility smelled the way it always smelled: brine, antiseptic, and the particular wet mineral scent of animals housed in recirculated seawater. Jonah had stopped noticing the smell years ago. It was the smell of work, of purpose, of the thing he was good at. The turtle, cataloged as KR 20270043, but Jonah had been calling her Penny because of the copper sheen to her shell, had been brought in 3 days ago by a recreational fisherman who'd found her tangled in monofilament line off the Bolivar jetties. The line had cut deep into her left rear flipper, nearly severing the limb. Infection had already set in by the time she arrived. Jonah had debrided the wound, administered antibiotics, and set up the isolation tank. Now it was a waiting game. He checked the water temperature, 78 degrees, right in the sweet spot, and noted it on the chart clipped to the tank's edge. His handwriting was precise, blocky, the penmanship of a man who documented everything. Because in this work, the details were the difference between an animal that lived and one that didn't. "Jonah," Hannah's voice from the hallway, muffled through the treatment room door. "Have you checked your phone?" "Busy." He adjusted the flow rate on the tank's intake valve. Penny needed gentle circulation to keep her oxygenated without agitating the wound site. "Jonah, check your phone." Something in her voice. Not panic. Hannah didn't panic, not visibly, but a tightness, a wire drawn too taut. He pulled his phone from the back pocket of his cargo shorts. 13 missed calls, 7 texts. The most recent, from Elena, 2 minutes ago. Something happening at UTMB. Parents coming to get kids. Sirens everywhere. "Call me." Before that, from Dale Koenig, the old shrimper who brought him bait fish for the tanks sometimes. "You hearing this? Coast Guard just went to full alert. Something real bad at the hospital." Before that, from a number he didn't recognize. Galveston Emergency Management. "Shelter in place immediately. Avoid UTMB campus and surrounding 8-block radius. This is not a drill." Jonah stared at his phone. The fluorescent lights buzzed. Penny's filtration system hummed. Somewhere outside, through the concrete walls of the facility, he heard the first siren, then a second, then a third, overlapping, building into a wail that didn't pulse the way ambulance sirens pulsed. This was sustained, continuous, the civil defense siren on the roof of City Hall that Jonah had never heard activated in his 7 years on the island. He called Elena. It rang again, picked up. "Jonah." Her voice was breathless, high, threaded with something he'd never heard from his wife before. Behind her, noise, shouting, children crying, a sound like glass breaking. "Jonah, something's happening at the school. People are... Elena, where's Sol?" "She's with me. She's right here. We're in the classroom. I locked the door, but oh God, there's screaming in the hallway. Jonah, people are screaming and I can hear..." "Elena, listen to me." He was already moving, pulling off his rubber gloves, grabbing his keys from the hook by the door. His voice was steady. He didn't feel steady. "Lock the door. Barricade it with the filing cabinet." Don't open it for anyone you don't recognize. I'm coming. We're running the school. The call dropped. 4 seconds of connection. The most important 4 seconds of his life, and all he'd gotten was fear, in his wife's voice and his daughter's name, unsaid between them. He hit redial. Nothing. The network was already overloaded. That fast, that completely, every cell tower on the island jammed with 100,000 people, all making the same desperate call at the same moment. Hannah was in the hallway, her wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, her dark curly hair escaping from its perpetual bun. She was holding her own phone, staring at the screen with the expression of a scientist encountering data that didn't fit any model. UTMB is reporting a mass casualty event, she said. But the descriptions don't, Jonah, the descriptions don't make sense. People attacking people. Patients attacking staff. There's video on Twitter, and it looks, I have to get to the school. He pushed past her, down the corridor, lined with photos of rehabilitated animals. A green sea turtle named Lazarus, who'd been their biggest success story. A bottlenose dolphin calf, a scarred loggerhead, toward the facility's front entrance. Jonah, wait. He didn't wait. He hit the front door and stepped into a May morning that had been, 90 seconds ago, ordinary. Galveston Island, 9:03 a.m., mid-May 2027. Clear sky, already 84 degrees, the Gulf breeze carrying the salt and oil smell of the ship channel. The rehab center sat on the east end of the island, tucked between the beach and the boulevard, a modest concrete building that most tourists drove past without noticing. He noticed the birds first, thousands of grackles, the black iridescent pest birds that were as much a part of Texas as the heat, were lifting off from every surface in a single, roiling cloud. They didn't scatter in random directions. They went south, toward the water, with the unified directional purpose of a flock that had detected something no human sense could register yet. The second thing he noticed was the traffic. Seawall Boulevard, which ran along the island's Gulf-facing shore, was already thickening with cars. Not moving toward somewhere traffic, but fleeing from something traffic. The particular chaotic pattern of vehicles that had turned around mid-route were jumping medians, were honking in sustained blasts that meant, get out of my way. Now, now, now. UTMB, the University of Texas Medical Branch, was a mile and a half west. Opp Elementary, where Elena taught, where Saul was right now, was roughly the same distance, just north of UTMB's campus. To reach the school, Jonah would have to drive toward whatever everyone else was driving away from. He got in his truck, a sun-faded blue 2019 Tacoma, with a turtle rescue bumper sticker and a child's car seat in the back, and pulled onto the boulevard heading west. Against traffic. Immediately, impossibly, the road was wrong. Cars in his lane, oncoming, swerving around him with horns blaring. He mounted the curb, drove on the sidewalk for a block, dropped back onto the road. Made it 6 blocks before the traffic became a solid wall of metal. He could see the UTMB campus towers from here. Smoke was rising from somewhere on the grounds, not the thick black smoke of a structural fire, but something grayer, more diffuse, like tear gas or the aftermath of an explosion. He could hear gunshots, not the distant might-be fireworks sounds that you convince yourself aren't gunshots. These were sharp, rapid, close enough that the sound had edges. A man ran past his truck, literally ran, full sprint, in the street between stopped cars, wearing a hospital gown that flapped open behind him, his bare feet slapping the asphalt. He was missing most of his left ear. Blood sheeted down the side of his neck. He didn't look at Jonah. He didn't look at anything. He ran with the blind, total commitment of an animal that had stopped thinking and started surviving. Behind the man, maybe 30 seconds behind, moving at a speed that shouldn't have been possible for something so wrong, came 2 more people, a woman in nurse's scrubs, her face a mask of blood, and a heavy-set man in a dress shirt and tie. They weren't running with the coordinated efficiency of humans in pursuit. They moved with a lurching, relentless gait, arms reaching, fingers hooked. The nurse's mouth was open in a way that wasn't a scream. It was wider than screaming, jaw distended, and from it came a sound that Jonah would hear in every nightmare for the rest of his life. a wet, rattling exhalation, part moan and part something worse. Hunger given voice. The man in the hospital gown stumbled, went down on the pavement between a Honda Civic and a pickup truck. The nurse reached him first. What she did to him, what Jonah saw through his windshield from 40 feet away, was not something one human being did to another. It was what a predator did to prey, tearing, teeth and flesh, the man screaming, bucking, his hospital gown soaking red. Jonah's hands were on the steering wheel. His foot was on the brake. He couldn't move. Every molecule of his body was screaming at him to drive, to go, to get to Seoul, but the signals weren't reaching his limbs. He was watching a woman eat a man alive in the middle of Seawall Boulevard, and his brain had encountered an error it couldn't process. A divide by zero moment where reality departed from every framework he had for understanding it. Then the heavyset man in the dress shirt looked up from where he'd crouched over the downed man, looked up and looked directly at Jonah through the windshield. And Jonah saw the eyes, not human, not anymore. The sclera flooded with hemorrhaged blood, deep and red and flat, like looking into two wet coins made of something living. No recognition, no thought, just a targeting mechanism that had found its next input. Jonah hit the gas. He went up on the sidewalk again, clipped a parking meter, scraped the Tacoma's flank against a concrete planter, and powered through the intersection of Seawall and 25th Street, with his horn blaring and his heart doing something in his chest that felt less like beating and more like trying to escape through his ribs. 4 more blocks. The traffic was worse. He was seeing more of them now. The wrong people, the broken people, the ones with the red eyes and the lurching gait. One stood in the middle of the road swaying, facing the sun, as if trying to remember what warmth meant. Another crouched in the doorway of a souvenir shop, hunched over something Jonah refused to look at. A woman ran across the boulevard carrying a toddler, and behind her, 3 of the red-eyed things followed with that horrible, patient, unstoppable momentum. He couldn't get through. 8 blocks from the school and the road was a parking lot of abandoned vehicles, some with doors still open, some with engines still running, some with blood on the windows. Jonah put the truck in park, grabbed the tire iron from behind his seat, the only weapon-like object in the vehicle, got out. The heat hit him like a wall. 90 degrees already, the asphalt soft under his boots, the air thick with humidity and smoke and a new smell. Copper and rot, sweet and terrible. A smell that he recognized from his work with injured animals, but amplified 1,000-fold. The smell of a body opened, of many bodies opened. He ran. Through the stopped cars, between the bumpers and the mirrors, his boots hitting the pavement in a rhythm that matched his pulse. He could hear more sirens now, layered and competing, and beneath them the sound of the island coming apart. Car alarms, breaking glass, screaming that peaked and stopped and peaked again. Gunshots closer now. A helicopter somewhere overhead, its rotors thudding. He made it 2 blocks on foot before the street ahead became impossible. They were everywhere. 12, 2 dozen, flooding out of the residential streets that ran perpendicular to the boulevard, pouring from houses and apartments like water from a broken pipe. Some were fresh, still moving fast, still wearing the faces they'd had an hour ago, recognizable as people even as they did things no person would do. Others were already changing, skin flushing red, eyes darkening, mouths hanging slack and wet. A man in a Galveston firefighter's t-shirt stumbled out of a side street and nearly collided with Jonah. His eyes were wild, human, terrified. "Don't go that way," he gasped. "The whole East Campus is gone. There." He looked over Jonah's shoulder, and his face did something that faces aren't designed to do. It emptied. Every feature went slack, with a terror so complete it looked like death. He turned and ran without finishing his sentence. Jonah looked. Behind him on the boulevard, a mass was forming. Not a crowd. A crowd has purpose, direction, individuals. This was a horde. 30, 40, more, moving together in a clotting wave, drawn by sound, by motion, by the hot scent of living blood in the Galveston air. They came around and over the stopped cars, like water flowing around stones. He couldn't reach the school. The realization hit him with a physical force, like a punch to the sternum. He was 2 blocks away and he could see the school from here. Could see the brick building of Opp Elementary with its chain-link fence and its playground and the overturned yellow school bus blocking the main entrance. He could see that the windows on the first floor were broken. He could see the blood on the concrete. He could see small shapes moving inside that moved wrong, that moved with the jerky, reaching gait of things that had been children and were not children anymore. Soul was in there. Elena was in there. And he could not get to them. He found a fire escape on the side of a bank building and climbed. From the roof, 3 stories up, he could see the school clearly, could see the full scope of what had happened. The parking lot was a slaughterhouse. Cars crashed into each other, into the fence, into the building. Bodies on the asphalt, some moving, some not. The school buses were overturned, windows smashed, and from inside one of them came the sound of small fists pounding on metal. Someone, some child, was trapped in there, alive, beating against the bus's floor, which was now its ceiling. He could see room 107, Elena's classroom. 2nd floor, east side. Identifiable by the paper dolphins Saul had helped hang from the ceiling. The window was intact. The door, he could see through the window into the hallway beyond, was closed. Was there a filing cabinet against it? He couldn't tell from here. He couldn't see anyone inside. His phone was dead in his pocket. No signal. The cell network hadn't just slowed. It had collapsed entirely, overloaded, and then physically damaged as the chaos expanded. He had no way to reach Elena. No way to tell her he was here, 2 blocks away, watching, useless. He stood on that roof for 47 minutes. He counted them on his dive watch, the cartoon dolphin sticker catching sunlight every time he checked the time. 47 minutes of watching the school while the island died around him. He watched the horde flow through the streets below. He watched helicopters crisscross the sky, some military, some news. One that suddenly tilted and fell trailing smoke, crashing somewhere in the direction of the port. He heard explosions, deep structural sounds that shook the building under his feet. He watched the plume of smoke from UTMB grow from gray to black. He watched 6 people try to reach the school. 3 from the north, 2 from the west, 1 from the east. None made it. The closest, a man in a construction vest who ran with the low, determined stride of someone who knew exactly where he was going, got within 50 feet of the fence before they pulled him down. On the 47th minute, he saw movement in room 107. A figure at the window, too tall to be Soul. Elena's height, Elena's build. But Jonah was 3 stories up and 2 blocks away, and the figure moved quickly, there and gone, and he couldn't be sure. Then, the figure appeared again, and this time it pressed something against the window. A piece of paper, large enough to read from a distance. If you knew the handwriting, if you'd read it every day on grocery lists and birthday cards and the honey-do notes she stuck on the fridge with the magnet, shaped like a crab. He couldn't read it. Too far. He needed binoculars, a scope, anything. He had nothing. The figure held the paper for 30 seconds, then pulled it away. He never knew what it said. He had to go back. The infected were thickening on every street between him and the school, and the horde that had been 40 was now 200, 300, drawn from the surrounding neighborhoods by the sounds of the morning's violence. The school was inside a perimeter of the dead. He couldn't breach it alone, on foot, with a tire iron. He would die 2 blocks from his daughter and accomplish nothing. He climbed down the fire escape. He walked east, back toward the rehab center, moving along the seawall where the open sight lines let him spot the infected before they spotted him. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He passed a woman sitting on the seawall steps, cradling a dog's body, rocking back and forth, making no sound. He passed a man in swim trunks, standing knee-deep in the surf, staring at the island as if he'd never seen it before. He passed 3 of the red-eyed things crouched over a shape on the sidewalk, and he gave them a wide berth, and they didn't look up, and the shape was wearing a yellow shirt, and he didn't look at it. He didn't look at it. He didn't. The rehab center was where he'd left it. Hannah was at the door, holding it open, her face white. "I couldn't get through," he said. She pulled him inside and locked the door. Night fell on Galveston Island, the way a lid closes on a coffin. Complete, airtight, suffocating. The power went out at 7:42 p.m., mid-sentence, mid-breath. The fluorescent lights cutting to black with a sound like a held note suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the dark. The hum of the filtration systems, the buzz of the overheads, the quiet mechanical breathing of a building doing its work. All of it, gone. Jonah sat in the dark of the treatment room, his back against Penny's tank, listening to Galveston die. The sounds came through the concrete walls with a clarity that the building's daytime noise had masked. Screaming, less of it now than in the morning, but what remained was worse for its isolation. Individual voices, each one a person, each one a specific terror and a specific end. Gunshots in clusters, the whump of something large catching fire, and beneath it all, constant, growing, the sound he would come to know better than his own heartbeat. The moan. Not one voice, but hundreds, thousands. A low, undulating chorus of need that rose and fell like the tide the infected didn't know was there. Hannah sat across from him in the dark. He could hear her breathing. He could hear her pen moving across paper, her field journal, the waterproof one she carried everywhere. Even now, even here, she was documenting. 27 minutes, she said quietly. What? From the first emergency alert to the collapse of cellular infrastructure. 27 minutes. That shouldn't be possible. The network is designed to handle surge capacity. Emergency prioritization should have kept at least some channels open. Hannah. Which means either the physical infrastructure was damaged or the volume of simultaneous calls exceeded every model ever built. Given that Galveston's population is under 50,000 and factoring in tourist season, Hannah, she stopped. In the dark, he heard her swallow. Elena and Sewell are in the school, he said. I saw someone in Elena's classroom. I think she's alive. I think she barricaded the door like I told her. I need to get to them. You can't. Her voice was flat, clinical. He recognized it. It was the voice she used when a rehabilitation animal was declining, and the data said what Hope wouldn't accept. The infection density between here and the school is... Jonah, I watched through the east windows. The streets aren't passable. Then I'll go by water, along the beach, then inland through what? Every block between the seawall and the school is residential. Ground floor apartments, yards, narrow streets, at night, with no light. You'd be navigating by sound, and they navigate by sound better than you do. He knew she was right. He knew it the way he'd known Penny's heart rate was wrong. The data was the data, and it didn't care about what he wanted. But knowing didn't change the pressure in his chest. The physical need to move, to go, to get to Seoul, that was so strong it felt like his skeleton was trying to leave his body. First light, he said. I'll go at first light. Hannah was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice had lost its clinical distance. I'll go with you. He started to argue. She cut him off. You're not going alone, and you're not going to talk me out of it, so save the energy. You'll need it. A pause. Besides, someone has to keep you from doing something stupid. He almost laughed. Almost. The sound caught in his throat and became something else. Something with more water in it. And he turned his face toward the tank, so Hannah wouldn't hear his breathing change. Inside the tank, Penny floated in the dark water, her injured flipper trailing, her ancient reptile brain unconcerned with the end of human civilization. Sea turtles had survived the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. They'd survive this, whatever this was. Jonah pressed his hand against the glass. It was cool, slightly wet with condensation. On the other side, Penny drifted. Soul's birthday is next month, he said. She wants a dolphin cake. Not a cake shaped like a dolphin, She was very specific about this. A cake for dolphins. She wants to bring it here and feed it to the dolphins in the display tank. I told her dolphins don't eat cake, and she said, "But have they tried it?" Hannah didn't respond. She didn't need to. I told Elena I'd leave early today. Pick Saul up from school. Take her for shave ice at that place on the Strand. She likes the blue one. I don't know what flavor blue is. I don't think it's a flavor, but she likes it. The moaning outside swelled, then subsided, like a wave that broke and pulled back. "I'm going to get her," Jonah said. Not to Hannah, not to anyone. To the dark, to the glass, to the turtle floating in the only water on the island that was still clean. "I'm going to get her." He didn't sleep. He tried, stretched out on the floor of the break room with a rolled lab coat under his head, staring at the ceiling he couldn't see. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the school, room 107. The paper dolphins turning in the breeze from the broken windows. The figure holding a sign he couldn't read. And below, on the playground, the small shapes that moved wrong. At 2 a.m., he heard glass break somewhere on the facility's west side. He was on his feet instantly, tire iron in hand, moving through the dark corridors with the cautious, heel-to-toe gait of a man who'd spent years working around easily startled animals. The sound didn't repeat. He checked every window, every door. Nothing breached. The glass had been outside, a car window maybe, or a storefront across the road. At 3 a.m., the gunfire that had been sporadic all night concentrated into a sustained barrage from the direction of the port. It lasted 12 minutes. Military weapons, the rhythmic chugging of mounted guns, calibers too large for civilian ownership. Then silence. Then, distantly, the sound of rotors. Then nothing. At 4 a.m., the sky to the west lit up orange. Not sunrise. Too early. Wrong direction. Fire. Something large, blocks wide, burning without sirens, without response. Because there was no one left to respond. The glow pulsed and strengthened, painting the rehab center's east-facing windows with a flickering amber light that made the hallways look like the inside of a lantern. Jonah stood at the window and watched the island burn. Beside him in the treatment room, Penny's tank reflected the firelight, orange ripples playing across the ceiling. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Dead screen. No signal. He'd been hitting redial every 15 minutes for 9 hours. He stopped. He pulled up the last photo on his camera roll instead. The battery had enough charge for this. The screen lit up with an image from 3 days ago, Soul on the beach, laughing, holding up a sand dollar she'd found. Her hair was wild in the wind. Her eyes were scrunched nearly shut with the force of her smile. Behind her, the gulf stretched flat and blue and infinite. He looked at the photo until the phone died. Dawn came gray and hazy, the smoke from the western fires filtering the sunrise into a muted, apocalyptic amber. The air tasted wrong, ash and something chemical, probably from the refineries across the bay in Texas City. Jonah could see the plumes from the treatment room's east window. 3, 4 separate columns of black smoke rising from the mainland, which meant this wasn't just Galveston. This was everywhere. Hannah had spent the night going back and forth between the windows and her journal, mapping the movement patterns of the infected she could see from the facility. She met Jonah in the corridor with the journal open, pages covered in small, precise notations. "They cluster," she said without greeting. "There's no apparent organization, but they're not evenly distributed. They congregate around sound sources and then disperse when the sound stops. The dispersal pattern is radial, like ripples." "Like ripples?" "Yes." She looked at him. "The school is 1.3 miles northwest. Based on what I've observed, the infected density is highest along the main roads. Seawall Boulevard, Broadway, Harborside Drive. The residential side streets are less populated but not empty. If we go by the beach and then cut north through the residential blocks east of the school, we might find a viable path." "Might?" "I'm a scientist, Jonah. I don't deal in certainties. ideal in probabilities, and the probability of reaching the school alive is significantly higher at dawn than it was at midnight. He grabbed the tire iron. She picked up a filleting knife from the facility's small kitchen. 12 inches of flexible steel, meant for cutting fish, not people, but in her hand it looked purposeful enough. They filled 2 water bottles. Jonah took the first aid kit from the wall. Hannah took her journal. The tanks, Jonah said, stopping at the treatment room door. Penny. The 3 other sea turtles in long-term rehabilitation. The 2 terrapins. Without power, the filtration systems were dead. The water was already beginning to lose oxygen. In 24 hours, the temperature would start to climb. In 48, the animals would start to die. He could do the math. And the math said he had to choose between the animals he'd spent years saving and the daughter he'd spent 6 years loving. He opened the valve on Penny's tank. Salt water flooded the floor of the treatment room, carrying Penny with it in a confused, flapping slide toward the exterior door that Jonah propped open. The other tanks, one by one, the same. Animals slithering and crawling and swimming in shallow salt water across the concrete floor and out the door and into the facility's yard, which sloped down toward the beach. The turtles would make it to the Gulf. The terrapins would find the marshy areas near the seawall. Maybe they'd survive, maybe they wouldn't. But they'd have a chance, which was more than they'd have in dead tanks in a dead building. Penny paused at the door, her ancient head turning toward Jonah with an expression that was probably nothing. Reptiles didn't emote, he knew this. He was a scientist, but looked in that moment like acknowledgement. "Go on, girl," he said. "Stay in the deep water." She went. He and Hannah stepped out into the morning. The beach was wrong. Galveston's beaches were never pristine. This was the Texas Gulf Coast, not the Caribbean. And the water ran brown and silty, and the sand was coarse with shell fragments. But there was a baseline normalcy that Jonah had internalized over 7 years. Sandpipers working the tide line, gulls circling, the distant hum of traffic on the boulevard. None of that. The beach was deserted in a way that felt geological, as if humans had never walked here. The tide had come in overnight and deposited a line of debris that included things the tide shouldn't carry. A shoe, a purse, a dark stain that could have been seaweed and wasn't. 300 yards down the beach, a body lay at the water's edge, face down, waves lapping at its legs. It wasn't moving. Jonah gave it a wide berth anyway. They walked west along the waterline. The Gulf on their left, flat, gray-green, indifferent. And the seawall on their right, its concrete face spray-painted with graffiti that hadn't been there yesterday. "Help us. God, why?" And in dripping red letters that might have been paint, "They're in the hospital." The air was heavy, saturated with moisture and smoke, and the sweet rot smell that had been background noise since yesterday and was now foreground, present, invasive. Jonah breathed through his mouth. Hannah had tied a strip of cloth torn from her lab coat across her nose and mouth. It wouldn't filter anything meaningful, but the psychological comfort of a barrier was its own kind of protection. They turned inland at 21st Street, leaving the beach and climbing the concrete ramp to the top of the seawall. From there, looking north, Jonah could see the city laid out in the morning haze. Residential blocks, shotgun houses, and bungalows with sagging porches, the dense, low architecture of old Galveston. And moving through it, among it, the infected. From this elevation, they looked almost normal. People walking on sidewalks and yards on the street. The wrongness was in the details. The gait that wasn't quite walking, the absence of purpose in their movement, the way they drifted toward each other and apart like particles in Brownian motion. Some stood motionless, heads tilted, as if listening for something beyond the range of human hearing. Others moved in slow, looping paths that traced and retraced the same ground. Muscle memory, Jonah thought. The postal worker walks his route. The mother stands in her child's room. Not memory. Echo. There, Hannah pointed. The block between 21st and 22nd, north of Church Street. See the gap? The density drops. There's an alley that runs behind the houses, and if we can get to it, it connects to Winnie Street, which runs north-south right past the school's east fence. Jonah saw it. The gap was real, a stretch of 2 blocks where the infected were sparse, maybe 5 or 6 visible, versus the 20 or 30 per block elsewhere. A corridor of relative safety, if safety was a word, that still had meaning. "Why is it clear?" he asked. "Fire." She pointed to the western end of the block, where a house had burned to its foundation overnight. The charred remains were still smoking. The infected had a residual fear of open flame. They wouldn't walk into a bonfire, Elena's research had. No, not Elena's research. He'd read it somewhere, an article. He couldn't think about Elena right now. He could think about Elena when he had Saul in his arms, and not before. The fire drove them away from this block, Hannah continued. It's temporary. As the heat dissipates, they'll drift back. We have maybe an hour. Then we go now. They descended the seawall's inland slope and crossed Seawall Boulevard. Empty now, the stopped cars from yesterday still there, some with doors open, some with windows shattered from the inside. A minivan had jumped the median and crashed into a palm tree. The airbags had deployed, and the driver was still in her seat, still held by her belt, her head lolling at an angle that said her neck was broken. She wasn't infected, she was just dead. Regular, ordinary, car crash, dead. It felt obscene that something so normal could still happen. They moved through the residential blocks in silence, communicating with hand signals, a system they'd developed unconsciously over years of working together around animals that spooked at sudden sound. Point, nod, wait, go. They stayed close to the houses using porches and fences and parked cars for cover. The filleting knife was in Hannah's right hand, the tire iron in Jonah's. Neither had ever used a weapon against a living or unliving thing. Jonah had euthanized animals before. That was a clinical process. Sedation, injection, monitoring the heart. This was not that. They saw their first infected up close on Winnie Street. A man, middle-aged, heavy-set, wearing khaki shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, the uniform of a Galveston tourist. He was standing in the middle of the sidewalk, swaying, his red-flooded eyes aimed at nothing. His mouth moved slowly, opening and closing, as if rehearsing speech that would never come. Blood crusted his chin, his chest, his hands. Not his own. There was a fanny pack clipped to his waist, a lanyard around his neck with a laminated badge. Moody Gardens, visitor. He was 10 feet away. Jonah froze. Hannah froze. The infected man swayed. His head turned toward them, not sharply, not with predatory focus, but with a slow, drifting movement, like a plant tracking the sun. His nostrils flared, smelling them. Jonah held his breath. Beside him, Hannah was a statue, the knife held close to her body, her eyes fixed on the thing in the Hawaiian shirt. The morning was quiet. No sound but the distant moan of the collective, and closer, the wet click of the infected man's jaw working on nothing. 5 seconds. 10. The man's head drifted past them, toward something behind them. A sound, a smell. Some stimulus that registered on the broken instrument of his nervous system as more interesting than 2 motionless humans. He turned his body to follow his head and shuffled away, his flip-flops scraping the pavement, moving toward whatever ghost had called him. Jonah released his breath. His shirt was soaked through with sweat that had nothing to do with the heat. Hannah's hand found his arm and squeezed, once, then released. They kept moving. 2 more blocks. They could see the school now. The brick building, the playground, the overturned bus. The chain-link fence that surrounded the school grounds was intact on the east side. From this angle, Jonah could see the parking lot on the north side, and his stomach clenched. The lot was covered in the infected, 30, 40 of them, milling between the cars, some sitting on the asphalt, some standing, all moving with that aimless, clustering drift. The school was a sound attractor. Whatever had happened yesterday, the screaming, the breaking glass, the shots fired by whoever had tried to defend the building, had drawn the infected to it like a magnet. They'd lingered. They'd stayed. The east fence was accessible through a narrow gap between 2 houses. Jonah moved to the fence, gripped the chain link and looked through. He could see the east side doors, locked, intact. He could see the windows on the second floor. Room 107. The paper dolphins were still hanging from the ceiling. The room was empty. No Elena, no soul, no bodies, no blood on the windows. The filing cabinet was pushed against the interior door. He could see its edge through the glass. Someone had barricaded the room, just as he'd told Elena. And then someone had left. They got out, Hannah whispered. They barricaded the room, and then they got out. How? Fire escape, east side. She pointed. A metal fire escape ladder descended from the second floor to the ground, ending 8 feet up, the kind you had to drop from or lower, with a manual release. The release was engaged. Someone had come down this ladder, recently enough that the morning dew on the metal was smeared with handprints. 2 sets of prints, 1 adult, 1 child. Jonah touched the smeared metal. It was cool under his fingers, still damp. His wife's hand had been here. His daughter's hand had been here, hours ago. They had climbed down this ladder and walked into a world that was trying to eat them. And they had gone somewhere and he didn't know where. And he couldn't track handprints on a fire escape across an island of the dead. But they were alive. They had gotten out of the school alive. Elena and Sol had survived the initial outbreak, had survived the night, had left the school under their own power. They were out there, moving, running, maybe hiding. The pressure in his chest changed. It was still there, the terror, the need. But beneath it now was something structural, a foundation. They were alive. He had evidence. He had handprints on a ladder and an empty room where there should have been bodies if the worst had happened. They were alive and he was going to find them. A sound from inside the school. Low, shuffling. Not footsteps, something being dragged. Coming from the first floor, from the cafeteria, which was directly below room 107. The sound grew, multiplied, became a chorus of small, dragging impacts, and Jonah realized what he was hearing. Dozens of infected packed inside the school building, moving in their aimless circuit. The school was full of them. Whatever had happened here yesterday had created a trap. The infected had followed victims inside, and then hadn't left. The building was a hive. Jonah, Hannah's hand on his arm again. We need to go. He nodded. He took one last look at room 107, at the paper dolphins, at the filing cabinet, at the empty space where his family had been, and let go of the fence. They ran. The return to the rehab center took 40 minutes, a different route to avoid a cluster of infected that had moved into their previous path. They saw more people, living people, during the return. A teenage boy on a bicycle, pedaling furiously down a side street, a backpack bouncing on his shoulders. An elderly couple on a second-floor balcony, watching the street below with the stillness of people who had decided to stay and let whatever happened happen. A woman in a bathrobe, standing in her driveway, holding a garden hose aimed at an infected man who stood 6 feet away, swaying, indifferent to the water hitting his chest. The woman's face was blank with the particular blankness of someone whose mind had temporarily stepped away from the situation and left her body running on autopilot. Jonah wanted to stop, wanted to tell the boy on the bicycle where the clear paths were, wanted to help the elderly couple, wanted to take the garden hose from the woman's hand, lead her inside, and lock her door. He didn't. He kept moving. Sol was alive, and he couldn't help anyone else until he helped her. The thought left a taste in his mouth like dirty metal. Back at the rehab center, Hannah locked the door and went to the windows to update her observations. Jonah went to the break room, sat on the floor, and tried to think. Elena and Sewell had left the school. They'd gone where? Elena would head for the rehab center. She knew where Jonah worked. She'd come to him. Unless she couldn't. Unless the route was blocked. Or she'd been forced in another direction by the infected. Or she'd found another shelter. Or she'd been hurt. Or... He couldn't think like that. He could only work with what he knew. They had left the school. They were mobile. Elena was smart, resourceful, bilingual, and possessed of a schoolteacher's iron competence in a crisis. She would have a plan. She would move toward safety, toward Jonah, toward the coast, toward any of the landmarks they'd discussed over the years, in the half-joking way couples discussed emergency plans. If there's ever a hurricane, we meet at. If something happens, go to. They'd never discussed zombies. Nobody had ever discussed zombies. Zombies were fiction, were entertainment, were the kind of thing you watched on Sunday nights with a bowl of popcorn and commented on the characters' poor decision-making. Zombies didn't happen. Except they had happened. They were happening. They were outside the concrete walls of this building right now. And the woman Jonah loved was out there with his daughter. And no one had a plan for this because no one had ever believed this was a thing that required a plan. A knock on the facility's front door. Sharp, rhythmic, human. Jonah was on his feet before the third knock, tire iron raised, moving to the entrance. Through the reinforced window in the door, he saw a face, sunburned, weathered, framed by a white mustache, yellowed with age. Dale Koenig, 61 years old, retired Coast Guard, shrimp boat captain, the man who'd texted him yesterday morning, a lifetime ago. Jonah opened the door. Dale stepped in, and behind Dale came three others. A young black man in a college hoodie with glasses that sat slightly crooked on his nose, a stocky woman with a buzz cut and an EMS tattoo on her neck, and a kid, a teenager with a skateboard under his arm and a dyed blonde streak in his dark hair. "Skipper," Dale said, his voice like gravel over rust, "we need to get off this island." They gathered in the facility's main office, the only interior room with no exterior windows, which felt safer, even if it wasn't. Jonah, Hannah, Dale, and the three newcomers. The office smelled of paper and coffee that would never be made again, and the faint, persistent brine that permeated everything in the building. Dale made introductions with the efficiency of a man used to crewing a vessel with strangers. The young man was Devante Washington, 19, visiting his grandmother from college when the world ended. He'd spent the night in a dumpster behind a Whataburger, which Jonah wouldn't have believed except that Devante smelled exactly the way a man who'd spent the night in a dumpster behind a Whataburger would smell. The woman was Teodora Aguilar. "Teddy, please. Only my mother calls me Teodora, and She stopped, recalibrated. "Teddy, I'm an EMT. Was an EMT. I have medical training and a bag full of supplies I grabbed from the ambulance bay at UTMB before..." Another stop. Before. The teenager was Tommy Fan, 17. He didn't offer a background or a profession. He held his skateboard across his lap like a shield and said, "I know how to get through them." The infected. "I've been moving through them since yesterday. They don't see you if you move right." "Move right how?" Jonah asked. Tommy shrugged with the elaborate casualness of a teenager pretending not to be terrified. "Slow, smooth, no sudden moves. They track on motion mostly. Sound too, but motion first. If you move like them, that slow drift thing they do, they look right through you." He paused. "It's like skating through a crowd. You read the gaps and thread them." Hannah was writing in her journal. Biomimicry. Adopting the movement patterns of the threat to avoid detection. That's consistent with what I've observed about their visual processing. They seem to key on anomalous movement rather than shape recognition. "I don't know what that means," Tommy said. "But yeah." Dale spread a nautical chart on the desk. Galveston Bay, the ship channel, the intracoastal waterway, the coastline from Bolivar to Freeport. His thick, calloused finger traced the island's outline. "Here's what I know. Both bridges to the mainland are gone. Causeway went last night. I heard the charges. That was military demolition, not accidental. The railroad bridge went before that. We're cut off." "Why would they blow the bridges?" Devante asked. His voice cracked on the word bridges, and he cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses. "That traps us here, with them." "That's the point," Dale said. "I've been listening on the Marine bands. Coast Guard channel, emergency frequencies, anything I can pick up. Most of it's dead, but I got a fragment from a Navy vessel offshore an hour ago. They're not trying to save Galveston. They're containing it. The island's been designated a quarantine zone. The firebombing to the west, that's them. They're burning the infection in place." The room was quiet. The moan of the infected outside was audible through the walls, that ceaseless, tidal exhalation. My grandmother's in a house on 33rd Street, Devante said. I can't. She's... He stopped, adjusted his glasses again. The gesture was mechanical, a tick, something his hands did when his mind couldn't. My wife and daughter got out of Op Elementary, Jonah said. They're somewhere on this island. I have to find them. Skipper, I hear you, Dale said. But if we don't get off this island, finding anyone is temporary. You find them, then what? We all sit here and wait for the military to firebomb us? We need a boat. I've got a boat. The Bayou Belle. Docked at the marina, Pier 7. She's fueled, she's provisioned for a 3-day haul, and she draws 4 feet, which means I can put her in water where those things can't follow. He tapped the chart. Across the bay to the mainland? Clear Lake, maybe. Johnson Space Center's over there, and the radio says there's a military staging area. Or south, down the coast, away from the population centers. I'm not leaving without Sol. Didn't say you were. I said we need a plan to get off, and we need it before whatever those Air Force boys are carrying in those bombers comes to our end of the island. Dale looked at each of them in turn, the gaze of a man who'd commanded Coast Guard rescue crews in 30-foot seas. Here's what I'm proposing. We get to the Bayou Belle. We take her to the school's nearest waterfront approach, the channel north of the seawall, Biofat's Bayou. We anchor offshore and scout the school from the water. If your family is there or near there, we extract them by boat. If they've moved, we follow whatever trail they left. But we do it from the water. The water's ours. Those things don't go in salt water. How do you know that? Hannah asked. Because I watched 40 of them pile up on the beach at Stewart Beach yesterday afternoon, chasing a group of tourists, and every single one stopped at the waterline. Tourists went in the surf. Infected stood on the sand and screamed. Not one of them put a toe in the Gulf. Hannah's pen was moving fast. Saltwater aversion. The virus, if it's a modified rabies family virus, as the early reports suggested, the virus might react adversely to high salinity. Rabies itself is fragile in saline environments. If the mutation preserved that vulnerability, I don't need the why, Dale said. I need to know that between here and the marina, we can move without getting eaten. Tommy, you said you can read them? Tommy nodded. His grip on the skateboard was white-knuckled. Then you're on point. Teddy, you carry the medical bag. Devante, you stay in the middle. Hannah, Jonah, you two cover the flanks. I'll bring up the rear. He rolled up the chart. We move in 10 minutes. Travel light. Anything that makes noise stays here. No one argued. There was a moment, brief, electric, when Jonah looked around the room and saw the group for what it was. 6 strangers who had nothing in common except geography and the desire to see tomorrow. A retired Coast Guard captain, a marine biologist, a college freshman, an EMT, a teenager with a skateboard, and Jonah, a veterinarian, a husband, a father, a man who was good at saving injured animals, and had no idea if that translated to saving anyone in a world where the injured didn't stay saved. They gathered what they could. Jonah took the tire iron, 2 bottles of water, the first aid kit, and a waterproof flashlight from the emergency supplies. Hannah took her journal, the filleting knife, and a Galveston Island road map from the front desk's tourist display. Teddy had her EMT bag, already packed with gauze, tape, shears, a stethoscope, and a bewildering array of medications she'd looted from the ambulance bay. Dale had a fishing knife on his belt and a marine flare gun with 4 rounds. Devante had a crowbar he'd pulled from the Whataburger dumpster. Tommy had his skateboard and a box cutter. They stood at the front door. Outside, the morning was bright, hot, and swarming. From here, the marina was 1.5 miles east along the seawall. One rule, Dale said, we stay together. No heroes, no going back for anything. We move as a unit or we don't move. Jonah nodded, but in his chest, behind his ribs, in the place where Sol's name lived like a second heartbeat, he made a different promise. One he didn't say out loud. One that contradicted everything Dale had just said. I will go back. I will always go back. For her, I will go back from anywhere. Dale opened the door. They stepped into the light. The route to the marina was a masterclass in the geography of terror. Tommy led, his skateboard under his arm, moving with a fluid, unhurried gait that Jonah realized was a conscious mimicry of the infected's drift. Not walking, floating. His sneakers barely whispered on the pavement. He didn't look directly at the infected they passed. Instead, he watched them in his peripheral vision, tracking their movements the way Jonah tracked currents in the rehabilitation tanks. Not fighting them, reading them. Finding the slack water between the forces. They moved east along the seawall, staying on the elevated sidewalk that ran along its top. The Gulf was on their right, flat and gray, morning light silvering its surface. On their left, the city. They could see for blocks from the seawall's height, and what they saw was the new world. Cars everywhere, stopped, crashed, abandoned. A Galveston city bus lay on its side in the middle of Broadway, its interior dark and moving with shapes Jonah didn't look at. A fire truck had driven into the front of a CVS pharmacy, its ladder extended at a crazy angle, its cab empty. The bodies, the truly dead, the ones that weren't getting up, lay where they'd fallen, on sidewalks and yards in the street, some alone, some in groups, some covered with makeshift shrouds, bedsheets, jackets, tablecloths, by people who'd had time in the first hours for that kind of decency. The infected were thickest on the main roads, as Hannah had predicted. They drifted in loose groups of 5 to 20, moving with that Brownian randomness, clustering, separating, clustering again. Jonah tried to count them and stopped at 200. That was just what he could see from the seawall within a few blocks range. The island had a pre-outbreak population of around 48,000. If even 20% had been infected, he stopped doing math. Math was not helpful right now. Tommy raised a fist, the stop signal. The group froze. Ahead on the seawall path, 3 infected stood between them and the next intersection. 2 men and a woman. The men were in their 30s, the woman older, and all 3 had the red flooded eyes and the slack, open mouths of stage 3. They stood in a loose triangle, swaying, their heads turning slowly like radar dishes. Gap on the left, Tommy whispered, barely audible. Seawall bench. Go around, keep the bench between you and them. Don't look at them. They went. Single file, slow, matching Tommy's ghost walk pace. Jonah passed within 8 feet of one of the infected men and felt the heat radiating off the body. The fever that burned in them, the virus's engine running hot. The man's head turned toward Jonah. His nostrils flared. His mouth worked. A bead of saliva stretched from his upper lip to his lower, broke, reformed. He was smelling Jonah, tasting the air that Jonah moved through. Jonah didn't breathe, didn't blink, kept moving. His hand on the tire iron was slick with sweat. The man's head tracked him for 3 seconds, 3 years, and then drifted past, toward the Gulf, toward whatever phantom stimulus pulled his ruined attention onward. They cleared the group. Tommy exhaled. Teddy, behind Jonah, let out a breath that shook. 2 more blocks, Dale murmured. The marina appeared around the next curve of the seawall, a forest of masts and rigging, sailboats and fishing vessels, rocking gently in the protected harbor. The parking lot was a disaster. More crashed cars, more bodies, but the docks themselves were relatively clear. Water access. The infected didn't wade. The Bayou Belle sat in her berth at Pier 7, exactly where Dale had left her, a 65-foot steel-hulled shrimp trawler, white paint going yellow with age. Her outriggers folded up like the arms of a praying mantis. She was ugly and functional and, to Jonah's eyes, the most beautiful thing on the island. Dale went aboard first, moving with the muscle memory of 40 years on boats. He checked the engine, the fuel, the bilge. Jonah heard the diesel turn over, a coughing, rattling sound that felt obscenely loud in the new silence of the world, and then settle into a steady throb that vibrated the dock planks under his feet. "She's good," Dale called from the wheelhouse. "Fuel for 400 miles if we don't push her. Fresh water in the tank. Get aboard." They boarded. One by one down the dock, across the gangplank, onto the deck that smelled of shrimp and diesel and salt, and the specific, honest smell of a working vessel. Jonah's boots hit the deck, and something in his chest shifted. Not relief, not yet. but the first loosening of a knot that had been tightening for 24 hours. They were on the water. The water was theirs. Dale backed the Bayou Belle out of her berth with the casual precision of a man parking a car. The trawler's bow swung east, then north, and they motored out of the marina into the open water of Galveston's harbor channel. The morning sun was climbing, burning through the smoke haze, and the water of the channel glittered with an indifference to catastrophe that Jonah found both comforting and obscene. From the water, Galveston looked almost normal. The skyline was intact. The seawall ran its familiar concrete line. The hotels and condos on the beachfront stood as they always had, glass and concrete and the promise of vacation. You had to look at the details to see it. The smoke, the broken windows, the dark shapes moving on the streets. From a distance, the island was still the island. Up close, it was a tomb. Dale steered north through the channel, past the port facilities, past the cruise terminal where a carnival ship sat at its berth, with no one to board it. They passed Pelican Island, where the Texas A&M Maritime Academy campus was dark and silent. They entered the wider waters of Galveston Bay, and the island fell away behind them, and Jonah stood at the stern rail and watched it go and felt the distance growing between himself and the school, between himself and the last place Sewell had been, and every nautical mile was a mile he'd have to cross again to get back to her. "We're going to the school approach," he said, not a question. Dale, at the wheel, nodded. "Off At's Bayou? I can put us within 300 yards. We'll anchor and you can glass the area. I'm going ashore." "Figured you would, Skipper. Let's see what we're dealing with first." The Bayou Belle rounded the eastern tip of Galveston Island and turned west, running parallel to the north shore. Here, the character of the coastline changed. Not the open Gulf beach, but the bayside, marshy and low, fringed with cordgrass and the dark water of the bayous that threaded through the island's interior. Dale navigated by memory and depth sounder, threading the trawler through channels that didn't appear on the tourist maps. Devante sat on the deck, his back against the wheelhouse wall, his knees drawn up. He was looking at his phone, which, like everyone else's, showed no signal. He wasn't trying to make a call. He was looking at a photo. An older black woman, silver-haired, laughing, wearing an apron that said, "Kiss the cook or don't, I'm making gumbo either way." "Your grandmother?" Jonah said, sitting beside him. Devante nodded, adjusted his glasses. "She lives on 33rd Street, second-floor apartment. I was visiting for the weekend. She was making me pancakes when the sirens started." He paused. "She told me to go. I said I wouldn't leave her. She said..." His voice caught. He cleared his throat. "She said, boy, God don't give you more than you can carry. But sometimes he wants to see you sweat." Then she pushed me out the door and locked it. That was yesterday morning. Jonah didn't say it would be okay. He didn't say they'd find her. He'd spent a career working with animals in distress. And the most important thing he'd learned was that empty reassurance was worse than silence. You couldn't lie to a frightened creature. They knew. People knew too. "What's her name?" he asked instead. Claudette Washington." Devante looked at the photo again. "She makes the best pancakes in Texas. Like, objectively. I've done research." Jonah almost smiled. "Almost. When we get back to the island, we'll check on her." Devante nodded, but his eyes said he'd already done the math too. Offutt's Bayou opened before them like a wound in the island's north shore, a wide, brackish waterway that cut deep into Galveston's interior, lined with houses and small docks, and the dense vegetation of the wetlands. The water was brown and still, reflecting the smoke-hazed sky. Dale cut the engine to idle and let the Bayou Belle drift. "School's about 300 yards south of here," he said, handing Jonah a pair of binoculars from the wheelhouse. Battered Fujinon marine glasses, military grade, the kind Coast Guard captains kept for spotting vessels in rough seas. Jonah raised them. The world jumped into sharp, heartless focus. The school. He could see the parking lot. Could count the infected. 43, he counted twice. 43. Stage 3 specimens milling in and around the vehicles. He could see the overturned bus. Could see the first floor windows, broken, dark shapes moving inside. Could see the second floor, room 107, paper dolphins, empty. He could see the fire escape ladder where Elena and Sewell had climbed down. And he could see, on the ground beneath the ladder, something he hadn't seen from the street. A backpack, small, pink, with a cartoon dolphin keychain clipped to the zipper pull. Sewell's backpack. She'd dropped it. Climbing down the ladder, in the dark, in the terror, she'd dropped her backpack, or Elena had set it down to carry Saul, and hadn't been able to pick it up again. It was lying on the grass beneath the fire escape, one strap torn, the dolphin keychain catching the morning sun. His daughter had been here, had climbed down this ladder, had dropped her backpack and kept going. Gone north, maybe. Away from the school, away from the clustering infected, north toward the neighborhoods, toward the causeway, toward the mainland that she didn't know was already lost. I can see her backpack, Jonah said. His voice was even. He was surprised by how even it was. Under the fire escape, it's Saul's. She has a dolphin keychain. Hannah was beside him. Can you see which direction they went? He scanned. The residential streets north of the school. Houses, fences, cars. Infected, but fewer than in the school grounds. Maybe a dozen per block. And there, none on the sidewalk, 100 yards north of the school's fence. A dark shape on the concrete. He adjusted the focus. A shoe. An adult woman's flat, navy blue. The kind Elena wore to work because she was on her feet all day. And heels were a fiction invented by people who'd never taught first graders. North, he said. They went north. That's toward the causeway, Dale said, which is destroyed. She wouldn't know that yet, not at night. She'd head for the only way off the island that she knew. Jonah lowered the binoculars. The island spread before him, low, flat, crawling with the dead. His wife and daughter were somewhere in it, moving north toward a bridge that didn't exist anymore. And he was on a shrimp boat in the bayou, looking through binoculars at a pink backpack with a dolphin keychain. I'm going ashore. Jonah, Hannah started. I'm going ashore, Hannah. Give me 4 hours. If I'm not back, take the boat and go. That's not... It's what I'm doing. He looked at Dale. Can you hold the boat here for 4 hours? Dale studied him. The old man's eyes were steady, blue-gray, like the Gulf in winter, set deep in a face that whined and salt, and decades had carved into something close to leather. I can hold her for 6, he said, but you're not going alone. Not because I care about your feelings, but because a solo man in infected territory is a dead man, and a dead man can't find his daughter. I'll go. Tommy from the bow. He was standing with his skateboard under his arm, his jaw set in a line that was trying very hard to be brave and succeeding in spite of the fear in his eyes. I can move through them. You saw. I can get him through. Tommy, you're 17, and I've been alive for every hour of the last 24 of them, which is more than most people on this island can say. His voice cracked on the word island. He ignored it. I know these streets. I grew up here. Midland Park's 10 blocks from the school. I know every alley, every shortcut, every fence you can cut through. Mr. Britton, I can get you there. Jonah looked at the teenager. The dyed blonde streak growing out, the glasses less squint, the skateboard clutched like a weapon. 17 years old, and offering to walk back into a city of the dead because a stranger needed to find his daughter. Why? Jonah asked. Tommy's jaw worked. He looked away toward the island, toward the neighborhoods he'd grown up in. Because my mom told me I wasn't her son, and then she turned, and I can't fix that, but I can do this. The boat rocked gently in the bayou. The water lapped against the hull. Somewhere on the island, a lone gunshot sounded, then nothing. Okay, Jonah said. You and me. 4 hours. Huh. Dale lowered the dinghy, a battered aluminum skiff with an outboard that had seen better decades. Jonah and Tommy climbed in, and Jonah pulled the starter cord, and the little motor coughed to life, and they motored toward the shore of Galveston Island, toward the infected, toward the place where Sewell's pink backpack lay on the grass like a message in a bottle meant for him. The shore was soft, marshy, knee-deep in cordgrass, that scratched at their legs as they pulled the dinghy up onto a strip of mud between two private docks. The smell was immense. The bayou's brackish stink overlaid with the new smell, the death smell, sweet and copper and rot. Jonah breathed through his mouth and tasted ash. Tommy moved first, quick and low, up the embankment to the street. He paused at the top, head swiveling, and waved Jonah up. They were on a residential street, small houses, chain-link fences, cars and driveways. Two infected, both stage 3, stood in a yard 50 feet away, facing each other, swaying, as if engaged in a conversation that required no words. "Left," Tommy whispered. "Stay behind the cars. Slow." They moved. Tommy's pace was maddening, each step deliberate, unhurried, a shuffle that mimicked the infected's drift. Jonah forced himself to match it. Every instinct screamed, "Run, run. Saul is out there, run." And he overrode it with the trained patience of a man who'd spent years approaching injured wild animals. You don't rush a frightened creature. You match its rhythm. You become part of its environment. Block by block, they moved south toward the school. The infected were there, on sidewalks and yards, standing in the middle of the street. But Tommy threaded them with an uncanny precision that made Jonah think of water finding the path of least resistance. Left here, right there. Pause. Wait for that one to drift. Now go. They reached the school's east fence. Jonah went straight to the fire escape. Sol's backpack was there, exactly where he'd seen it through the binoculars. He picked it up. It was light. A water bottle, a coloring book, a plastic bag of crayons, a stuffed dolphin the size of his fist that Sol called Professor Squeaks. He pressed the backpack to his face and inhaled and smelled Sol, the particular scent of his daughter, her shampoo, her skin, the crayon and peanut butter smell that was uniquely and specifically his child. His eyes burned. He blinked hard. Not now. Not here. "North," he said to Tommy. "They went north. I saw a shoe on the sidewalk." They followed the ghost trail. A shoe. A scrape on a fence where someone had climbed over in a hurry. A handprint. Small, child height. On the window of a parked car, where Sewell had pressed her hand while being carried or while resting. A blood smear on a street sign at the intersection of 53rd and Avenue P. Adult height. The wrong height. Too high to be Sewell. Elena's blood. Elena bleeding, moving north. Carrying her daughter, the trail led them 8 blocks north of the school before it went cold. No more markers, no more signs. The residential streets looked the same in every direction. Houses, fences, the dead drifting. Elena and Sewell had passed through here hours ago, and the world had closed behind them like water. Jonah stood at the intersection and looked in every direction and saw nothing that told him where his family had gone. North, toward the destroyed causeway. East, toward the port. West, toward the fires. South, back toward the school. Every direction was a guess. Every guess could be wrong. And every minute he stood here was a minute he was visible, audible, present in a city where being present meant being prey. "Mr. Britton," Tommy's voice was tight. "We've got company." Jonah turned. From the west, moving up Avenue P, a group of infected. Not a few, a mass, 30, 40, more behind them. A loose wave of bodies drawn by some stimulus Jonah couldn't identify. Maybe sound, a dog barking somewhere, a building collapsing. Any of the 1,000 small catastrophes still cascading across the island. They moved with that terrible, patient momentum, filling the street from curb to curb. "Roof," Tommy said. He was already moving, scrambling up a chain-link fence and onto the porch roof of a single-story house. Jonah followed, his boots scraping on the shingles, the tire iron banging against his hip. They lay flat on the roof, pressing themselves into the rough asphalt shingles as the horde passed below. It took 11 minutes. Jonah counted on his dive watch. 11 minutes of lying on a roof in 90-degree heat, listening to the shuffle and moan of things that had been people, feeling the vibration of their passage through the structure of the house beneath him. Some of them brushed against the porch posts. One climbed the porch steps and stood directly below Jonah, so close that he could smell it. The sour, chemical smell of the infection, like spoiled fruit and antiseptic and something electrical, like ozone. Tommy didn't breathe. Jonah didn't breathe. The infected thing on the porch swayed, turned, stepped back down, and rejoined the flow. When they were gone, Jonah sat up. His shirt was glued to his back with sweat. His hands were shaking with a fine, rapid tremor that he couldn't stop. "We need to go back," Tommy said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were wide behind an invisible film of barely held control. "The trail's gone, and we've been out for 2 hours. Another group like that, and we might not find a roof." Jonah looked north. Somewhere up there, beyond the flat rooftops and the palm trees and the drifting dead, Elena was carrying Soul through a world that was trying to eat them. Every step he took away from them was a betrayal. Every step he took toward them was a risk that could leave Soul fatherless. He made the decision that would define the rest of his life. He turned around. "Back to the boat," he said. They went. The Bayou Belle was where they'd left her, anchored in the bayou, Hannah at the rail with the binoculars, Teddy pacing the deck, Devante monitoring the marine radio with headphones on. Dale was in the wheelhouse, smoking an unlit cigarette, rolling it between his fingers, lifting it to his lips, miming the inhale. 5 years quit. The muscle memory of comfort. Jonah climbed aboard. His face told them everything. Hannah didn't ask. She took the pink backpack from his hands, opened it, saw the stuffed dolphin, and her eyes did something complicated that she turned away to hide. "They went north from the school," Jonah said. "Elena was bleeding. I don't know how badly. The trail went cold at 53rd and Avenue P." "North is toward the causeway," Dale said. "The causeway that doesn't exist anymore. She wouldn't know that. Not in the dark. Not running." Dale paused. "But she'd know by now. She'd have heard the explosions, seen the gap. If she made it to the causeway and saw it was gone, she'd have to decide. Go back, or go along the coast. Along the coast to where? Bolivar Ferry Landing, maybe. It's on the east end. The ferry dock's there. No ferry running, but the infrastructure's there. Docks, buildings, elevation. If I was on foot with a kid and the bridges were gone, I'd head for the ferry landing." Jonah looked at the chart. The ferry landing was on the far east end of the island, miles from where they were now, but reachable by boat. Everything was reachable by boat. "We go there," Jonah said. "We check the ferry landing. And if they're not there, then we check the next place, and the next, and the next, until I find them or until—" He didn't finish. Didn't need to. The sentence had only one ending, and everyone on the boat knew it. Dale nodded. He turned the key. The Bayou Belle's diesel rumbled to life. They were underway when Devante pulled off the headphones. "I'm getting something," he said. "Military frequency. It's broken up, but—" He adjusted the dial, leaned in. "They're talking about the bombing runs, the fire bombing." He listened for another 30 seconds, his face changing. "They're not just bombing the west side of the island. They're going to bomb the whole thing. It says Operation Clean Sweep. Full island sterilization. They're waiting for—" He listened. His face went gray. "They're waiting for darkness. They're going to firebomb Galveston Island tonight." The words hit the deck like a physical weight. Silence. The diesel engine throbbing, the water lapping. "How long?" Dale asked. "Sunset's at 8:14 p.m., Hannah said. She didn't need to check. She was a scientist. She knew when the sun rose, and set the way she knew the pH of seawater. Jonah looked at his dive watch. The cartoon dolphin sticker. Soul's gift. 11:47 a.m. They had 8.5 hours to find Elena and Saul and get off an island that their own government was going to burn to the ground. Dale pushed the throttle forward. The Bayou Belle surged east, cutting through the brown water of the bayou, headed for the ferry landing, headed for the slim, desperate, probably foolish hope that a woman and a child had run the only direction that still made sense. Behind them, Galveston Island lay flat and burning under a May sky that didn't care. The dead walked its streets, the living hid in its shadows, and somewhere between the two, a 6-year-old girl with a dolphin on her backpack was waiting for her father to keep a promise he'd made, the day she was born. The east end of Galveston Island was different from the developed western and central sections. Out here, past the tourist strip and the medical district and the residential neighborhoods, the island narrowed and flattened into a windswept stretch of sand, cordgrass, and tidal flats. The houses were sparse, beach cabins on stilts, fishing shacks, the occasional vacation rental. The ferry landing sat at the island's tip, a concrete dock jutting into boulevard roads, the deep water channel that connected Galveston Bay to the open Gulf. Dale brought the Bayou Bell around the eastern tip, fighting a cross-current where the bay met the channel, and they could see the ferry landing. The dock was intact. The terminal building, a low, metal-roofed structure, was dark but undamaged. 2 vehicles sat in the ferry loading lanes, abandoned, doors open. And on the dock, visible through the binoculars, before Jonah even raised them to his eyes, were people. Living people. 6, clustered at the dock's end. Some sitting, some standing, all looking out across the channel toward the Bolivar Peninsula, as if waiting for a ferry that would never come. "I see them," Jonah said. The binoculars shook in his hands. He scanned the group. A man in a business suit, jacket off, tie loosened. A woman in workout clothes, a towel around her neck. 2 teenagers, both boys, sitting on the concrete, legs dangling over the water. An older woman in a house dress, holding a cat. No Elena, no soul. He scanned again, widening the field. The terminal building, the parking lot, the road leading inland. Nothing. No one else. Just the 6 on the dock, and the empty island behind them, and the dead that were, even here, beginning to appear. He could see 3 infected on the road, a 1/4 mile inland, moving toward the coast with their terrible, aimless patience. "They're not here," he said. "Jonah." Hannah's voice quiet. She was looking through the facility's other pair of binoculars, the cheap ones, the tourist-grade ones. "Look at the woman in workout clothes." He shifted his focus. The woman in workout clothes was young, late 20s, maybe 30. She was standing at the dock's edge, staring across the water, and she was holding something against her chest, a piece of fabric, a shirt. He adjusted the focus. A child's shirt, blue with a screen-printed dolphin on the front. Jonah's lungs stopped working. He knew that shirt. Sewell had 3 favorites: the dolphin shirt, the purple one with stars, and the yellow one Elena had to pry off her for washing. The dolphin shirt, Sewell's dolphin shirt. The woman was holding it against her chest the way you hold something precious, something that anchors you, something that belongs to someone who isn't here anymore. Dale brought the Bayou Bell alongside the dock. The people on the dock turned toward them with expressions that cycled through fear, hope, and the particular wariness of people who had learned in the last 24 hours that approaching strangers were no longer automatically safe. Jonah was off the boat before Dale had finished tying up. He went straight to the woman in workout clothes. She flinched when he approached, stepping back, her arms tightening around the shirt. "That shirt," Jonah said. His voice was wrong, too high, too tight, not a voice he recognized. "Where did you get it?" The woman looked at the shirt, then at Jonah, then at the shirt again. "There was a woman, last night, with a little girl. They were on the road heading this way. The woman she was hurt, bleeding from her arm. The little girl was crying. The woman stopped when she saw us, and she asked if we'd seen a boat. Any boat. She was trying to get off the island. Where did she go? When she saw the ferry wasn't running, The woman's face contorted. She was getting worse. The bleeding, but also, she was sweating, shaking, and her eyes were, I've seen the news, before the internet went down. I know what the symptoms. Where is she now? She left the little girl with us. She said her name was Elena, and her husband would come. She said he works with animals. She said he'd come on a boat." The woman was crying now, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her face. She took the little girl's shirt. The girl didn't want to let go of it. She was screaming. But the woman said she needed something to remember her by. I didn't understand why at the time. And then the woman walked down the road, back toward the island. Toward them, and she didn't. Where's the girl? Jonah's hands were on the woman's shoulders. He didn't remember putting them there. Where is my daughter? The woman, Elena, she told the girl to stay with us, but we couldn't. The infected were getting closer, and we had to move, and the girl wouldn't stop crying, and a man came. A man in a car, a van. He said he was taking people to a church in Lamarck. He said there was a priest there, a safe place. The girl, he took her. He took her and the other children. Last night, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know where. Jonah released her shoulders. He stepped back. The dock was solid under his feet, but the world was tilting, spinning, the sky trading places with the water. Elena had been bitten. Elena was infected. Elena had driven north, not toward the causeway, but toward the ferry, and she'd found these people, and she'd left Sewell with them, and then she'd walked back toward the island to die alone, so her daughter wouldn't see her become something else. And Sewell had been taken by a stranger to a church in Lamarck. Lamarck, which was on the mainland, which meant somehow someone had gotten off the island, a van, a road, maybe a route Jonah didn't know about, a backway, a low-tide crossing. Lamarck, he said. Are you sure? Lamarck? That's what the man said. A church, a priest. I don't know which one. Jonah turned to Dale, who was standing on the dock, having heard everything, his unlit cigarette motionless between his fingers. Lamarck is on the mainland, Dale said, across the bay, 20 minutes by boat. Then we go. Jonah. Hannah was beside him. Her hand found his arm. Elena. She said Elena was, I heard. Silence. The word bitten hung in the air between them like smoke, like the ash that drifted down from the fires on the western end of the island, like the moan that carried across the water from the dead that were, even now, even here, drawing closer. We take these people with us, Jonah said, all of them, and we go to Lamarck. Now. The 6 survivors on the dock boarded the Bayou Belle without argument. The woman in workout clothes tried to give Jonah the dolphin shirt. He took it. He folded it carefully and put it in Sol's pink backpack, next to Professor Squeaks and the crayons, and he zipped the backpack shut and slung it over his shoulder, and it weighed nothing. It weighed nothing at all, and it was the heaviest thing he had ever carried. Dale backed the Bayou Belle away from the dock. The diesel roared. They turned north, into Galveston Bay, toward the mainland, toward Lamarck, toward a church and a priest and a 6-year-old girl who had been left by her dying mother with a stranger and a prayer. Behind them, the infected reached the dock. 3, then 7, then 12, drawn by the sound of the engine and the smell of the living. They stood at the dock's edge, swaying, reaching toward the departing boat with hands that grasped at empty air. Their red eyes tracked the Bayou Belle as she pulled away, and their mouths worked, and the sound they made, that moan, that tidal, collective exhalation of need, followed the boat across the water. One of the infected, a woman in scrubs, a nurse, still in her UTMB scrubs, stepped off the dock into the water. She went into her knees, to her thighs. Then she stopped, shuddering, and backed out and stood on the dock, dripping, watching the boat go. Salt water. Dale had been right. The water was theirs. The dead would not cross it. Jonah stood at the stern, watching Galveston shrink behind them. Somewhere on that island, Elena was walking her last walk, or had already walked it, or had already stopped walking and stopped being Elena and become something else. He couldn't help her. He'd never been able to help her. She'd known that. She'd driven north with their daughter and a bite on her arm, and she'd done the math. The same math Jonah did with injured animals, the math of decline, the trajectory of a body losing its fight, and she'd made the only decision that mattered. She'd gotten Saul out. He held the pink backpack against his chest. The dolphin keychain pressed into his collarbone. In the Gulf, somewhere far below the brown water, Penny the sea turtle was swimming with her injured flipper. And she didn't know the world had ended, and she was going to be fine because the world hadn't ended for sea turtles, only for people. The Bayou Belle crossed Galveston Bay at full throttle, throwing a wake that rocked the pleasure boats and fishing vessels floating aimlessly in the bay, some empty, some occupied by the living, some occupied by things that had stopped living and hadn't stopped moving. The mainland grew ahead of them, a low line of industry and suburb and smoke. Lamarck was there, somewhere in that haze, and so was Saul. They never reached Lamarck that day. The mainland shore of Galveston Bay was chaos. Texas City, the industrial town between the bay and Lamarck, was burning. Not the scattered fires of Galveston's slow collapse, but the massive structural infernos of a petrochemical disaster. The refineries along the ship channel had gone up, whether from the military's bombing, from accidents during the evacuation, or from the infected stumbling into the wrong facility at the wrong time. The result was the same. Columns of black, toxic smoke rose thousands of feet into the sky, and the air coming off the mainland smelled like burning tires and chemicals, and something Jonah's trained nose identified as hydrogen sulfide. The rotten egg smell of death and industrial catastrophe. Dale wouldn't bring the Bayou Belle into the Texas City Channel. "That smoke is petrochemical," he said, his face hard. "Benzene, toluene, God knows what else. We go in there, we're breathing poison. Even if the infected don't get us, the fumes will." "Go around," Jonah said, "south. Find another approach." "There isn't one. Not by water. Lamarck's inland, 3-4 miles from the nearest navigable water. We'd have to go ashore and walk through Texas City on foot, through a burning, chemical-soaked, zombie-infested industrial district, with 6 additional survivors who hadn't agreed to that, with the firebombing of Galveston set for tonight, which meant military aircraft overhead, which meant anyone on the ground could be a target. "Then we go ashore further south," Jonah said, "past Texas City, come up to Lamarck from the west. That's Hitchcock. That's 10 miles on foot through open country, with whoever we find along the way. Then that's what we do." Dale looked at him. The old man's eyes held something Jonah hadn't seen before. Not resistance, not disagreement, but a kind of assessment, weighing the man in front of him against the situation around him, and calculating the odds. "All right, Skipper," Dale said. "We'll anchor in Moses Lake. It's an inlet south of Texas City. Shallow water, protected. We'll go ashore at dawn and make for Lamarck on foot." Dawn. Another night, another 12 hours, that Saul was somewhere without him. Jonah nodded. He didn't trust his voice. The Bayou Belle motored south along the mainland coast, past the hellscape of Texas City's burning refineries, past the small towns of Lamarck and Hitchcock, visible only as clusters of buildings amid the flat coastal prairie. They found Moses Lake as the sun was going down, a marshy inlet surrounded by cordgrass and cattails, shallow enough that no vessel of significant size could follow them in. Dale anchored in 6 feet of water, and the trawler swung gently on her chain, and the sky turned orange with sunset and smoke. And somewhere to the north, the military began its work. They heard the bombers first, a deep, resonant throb that vibrated the water in the deck's scuppers. Then, the explosions, rolling across the bay like a drumline, one after another, after another. Jonah stood at the rail and watched Galveston die. The island lit up in sections, each explosion a flower of orange and white that bloomed and faded and was replaced by the next. The bombing was systematic, grid pattern, the kind of thoroughness that only military planning could achieve. They were burning it block by block. The people on the boat watched in silence. The 6 ferry dock survivors who'd spent the last day of their lives on that island. Hannah, whose facility was there, whose work was there. Tommy, whose mother had died there, whose parents' pharmacy was there. Devante, whose grandmother was there. "My grandma," Devante whispered. He was gripping the rail with both hands, his knuckles pale against his dark skin, his glasses reflecting the distant fire. "She's on 33rd Street, 2nd floor. She's—" Nobody finished his sentence for him. Nobody could. Teddy, who had been silent since boarding, who had moved through the day with the mechanical efficiency of a woman operating on training and nothing else, sat down on the deck with her back against the wheelhouse and put her face in her hands. Her shoulders shook. No sound came out. The EMS tattoo on her neck, the star of life, the symbol of emergency medicine, of helping, of showing up when people needed you, caught the firelight and glinted. Jonah sat down beside her. He didn't touch her. He didn't speak. He just sat, holding Sol's pink backpack, watching Galveston burn, and being present in the way that was the only thing he had to offer anyone right now. After a while, Teddy lifted her face. Her eyes were red but dry. She looked at Jonah. "I froze," she said, "at UTMB, when the ambulance got the call. My partner, Jake, he opened the door and went out, and I watched through the windshield while they..." She swallowed. "I drove away. I left him." Jonah looked at her. A woman in her late 20s, built like someone who carried people for a living, with a laugh that belonged in a comedy club, and hands that had probably saved more lives than Jonah could count. And right now, she was a person sitting on the deck of a shrimp boat, watching an island burn, carrying a guilt that would outlast the apocalypse. "I couldn't get to the school," Jonah said. "I was 2 blocks away. I could see it. I turned around." Teddy looked at him. "That's not the same." "No, but it's the same shape." She almost smiled. Almost. The shape of it passed across her face like the shadow of a cloud. "You're going to find your daughter," she said, not a question. "Yes. Then I'm going to help you." She said it with the same matter-of-fact tone she probably used when telling patients their blood pressure was too high. Statement of fact. Professional assessment. Here is what is going to happen. Because I have to help someone. I have to make up for Jake. I know that's not how it works. You can't balance a life against a life. But I need to try. And you need medical support. And your daughter's going to need someone who knows what they're doing when you find her. When? When? Not if. When? She stood up, brushed off her pants with the brisk efficiency of a woman returning to work. Now, has anyone in this group taken a drug called Renovex? The question landed on the deck like a grenade. Everyone looked at her. The 6 ferry dock survivors exchanged glances. Renovex, Teddy repeated. The Alzheimer's drug. Helios Pharmaceuticals. It's been on the market for 6 weeks. Anyone? Silence. Then the older woman in the house dress, the one with the cat, raised her hand. Tentatively, the way a child raises a hand in class when they're not sure of the answer. My doctor prescribed it, she said. Her voice was small. 2 weeks ago. For my memory. I've been forgetting things. Teddy looked at her. Looked at the cat, which was asleep in the woman's arms, oblivious. Looked back at the woman. How many doses have you taken? 3. 1 every other day, like the doctor said. Teddy nodded. Her face was professional, calm, the face of a medic doing intake. But her eyes, Jonah saw it, the flicker, the tightening. Her eyes were doing the same math that everyone else's were doing. Renovex patients could turn spontaneously. No bite required. No warning. 1 second human, the next second not. There was a woman on their boat who could become one of them at any moment. And she was holding a cat, and she was afraid, and she was someone's grandmother, and the world had decided that she was a bomb with no timer. What's your name? Teddy asked. Margaret. Margaret Olin. Margaret, I'm going to monitor you. Check your temperature, your pulse, your pupils, twice a day, morning and evening. If anything changes, we'll deal with it, okay? Am I going to turn into one of those things? Teddy didn't flinch. Not on my watch, baby. Not on my watch. She turned away, caught Jonah's eye. The look between them was brief and loaded with everything the words hadn't said. We have a Renovex patient on board. We have no way to predict or prevent spontaneous turning. We are on a 65-foot boat in a shallow inlet. And if she turns in the night, in the close quarters of the cabin, people will die before anyone can react. Jonah nodded. He understood. He and Teddy would take shifts watching Margaret Olin through the night. The bombing continued until midnight. Then it stopped, and the silence that followed was worse than the explosions, because at least the explosions meant there was still something to destroy. The silence meant it was done. Galveston Island, where Jonah had worked for 7 years, where he'd married Elena, where Sewell had been born at UTMB on a rainy November night, where he'd rehabilitated 100 sea turtles and fallen in love with the flat, ugly, beautiful Texas coast. Galveston Island was gone. Not gone. The land was still there. But everything that had made it a place, the people, the buildings, The messy, loud, living texture of a human community had been burned to nothing by the people whose job it was to protect it. Jonah sat on the deck with Saul's backpack and watched the glow on the northern horizon and thought about Elena walking into the dark, walking away from their daughter, walking toward the end of herself. She had done it so Sewell could live. She had done the math, the terrible, clear, unflinching math that parents do when the numbers are their children. And she had chosen the only answer that the math allowed. She had left. She had kept walking. She had not looked back. Jonah pressed his face into the backpack and breathed his daughter's scent and made his promise again. Silent, fierce. The kind of promise that isn't made with words, but with the marrow of your bones. I am coming. I am coming, Saul. Daddy is coming. The glow on the horizon faded. The night closed in. The water lapped against the hull. And somewhere on the Texas coast, in a church or a shelter or a stranger's arms, a 6-year-old girl was drawing dolphins in the dark, waiting for a promise she didn't know had been made, trusting it anyway, because that's what 6-year-olds do with their father's promises. They trust them, completely, without evidence, without reason. Just trust. The Bayou Bell rocked in the shallow water of Moses Lake, and the world was silent, and the world was burning, and the world was waiting to see what Jonah Britton would do next. Dawn over Moses Lake was a study in contradiction. The sky soft and pink, streaked with the kind of high cirrus clouds that promised another scorching day, while the northern horizon still glowed with the dying embers of Galveston. The air smelled of salt marsh and smoke, and beneath both, the faint chemical tang that drifted down from the Texas City refineries, some still burning, others reduced to twisted metal skeletons that Jonah could see through the binoculars as dark geometries against the brightening sky. He hadn't slept. He and Teddy had traded 2-hour watches through the night, monitoring Margaret Olin, who slept in the Bayou Bell's small cabin with the cat curled on her chest. Every 2 hours, Teddy checked her temperature. Hash on 98.4, 98.6, 98.9. That last reading made Teddy's jaw tighten. But by the next check, it was back to 98.5, and they both exhaled, without acknowledging they'd been holding their breath. Margaret's pupils were equal and reactive. Her pulse was steady. She was fine. She was a ticking bomb that showed no signs of ticking, which was, in some ways, worse than if she'd been symptomatic. At least symptoms gave you something to act on. Waiting gave you nothing but the space to imagine. Dale was up before full light, moving around the boat with the quiet efficiency of a man whose body had internalized the rhythms of pre-dawn work over 40 years of commercial fishing. He checked the engine, the fuel, the anchor chain. He studied the chart, making pencil marks. He heated water on the small propane stove in the galley. Not for coffee, there was no coffee, but plain hot water with a squeeze of lemon from a wizened fruit he'd found in the galley's cold box. He offered a cup to everyone. Most took it. Drinking hot water with lemon at dawn on a shrimp boat while the world burned was absurd. But absurdity was all they had. And Dale's quiet insistence on the ritual of a hot morning drink was, Jonah realized, an act of defiance. The world might end, but we will still start the day properly. Here's the plan, Dale said, spreading the chart on the deck. The group gathered, Jonah, Hannah, Teddy, Tommy, Devante, and the 6 ferry dock survivors. 12 people. The Bayou Bell could hold 20 comfortably, 30 in a pinch. They had room, they had fuel. What they didn't have was time. Lamarck is here, Dale's finger on the chart, a town 4 miles inland from the bay shore. We can't approach from the east. Texas City's between us and Lamarck, and those refinery fires are pumping out toxic fumes that'll put us down before any zombie does. So we go south. His finger traced a route. Moses Lake opens into Dickinson Bay through a narrow channel. We take the Bayou Bell through, anchor in Dickinson Bay, and go ashore on the west side. That puts us 2 miles from Lamarck, with open prairie between us and the town. Flat, exposed, but we can see what's coming. 2 miles on foot through open country, Jonah said. How many infected? Unknown. Lamarck's population is about 16,000. If the infection rate is anything like what we saw in Galveston, Dale didn't finish the math. He didn't need to. 16,000 people. Even a 20% infection rate meant over 3,000 infected in a town the size of a few square miles. We don't go through the town, Tommy said. He was studying the chart with the intensity of a teenager who discovered that maps were suddenly more relevant than any homework he'd ever ignored. We go to the church. The guy in the van said a church. How many churches can there be in Lamarck? This is Texas, Teddy said. There could be 40. Then we find the right one. How? We look for the one with a priest. The woman said a priest. Tommy looked at Jonah. You said Elena left Seoul with a priest, Father something. The woman on the dock didn't mention a priest, Jonah said. She said a man in a van took the children to a church. But Elena left Seoul at a church between Galveston and Houston. That could be Lamarck, it could be. He was holding the pink backpack again. He'd been holding it since dawn. His fingers had found the dolphin keychain and were turning it over and over, the plastic warm from his hand. Okay, Dale said. We go ashore. Small team, fast and quiet. Jonah, Tommy, Teddy, the rest stay with the boat. Devante, you're on the radio. Keep scanning frequencies, anything that gives us information. Hannah, you're in charge of the boat if we don't come back. When do we leave? Jonah asked. Now. The western shore of Dickinson Bay was mud and cordgrass, and the skeletal remains of a dock that had been old when Dale was young. They tied the dinghy to a piling that leaned at a 45-degree angle and climbed the embankment to flat, open prairie. Shin-high grass, wildflowers that shouldn't have been blooming this early, but were, and a dirt road that ran west toward the smudge of buildings that was Lamarck. The heat was already building. By 9 a.m., the temperature would be in the mid-90s, and the humidity was a physical thing, a wet weight that sat on Jonah's chest and made every breath feel like drinking warm water. Sweat ran down his temples before they'd walked 100 yards. Teddy had her EMT bag on her back. Tommy had his skateboard. Jonah had the tire iron and Saul's backpack. They walked. The prairie was eerily empty. No infected visible, no living people. Just the grass and the sky and the distant sound of something burning. Birds were sparse. The grackles and gulls that were normally omnipresent along the coast had fled or died or simply gone elsewhere, and their absence created a silence that felt like pressure against the eardrums. Stop, Tommy said. They stopped. Tommy was ahead by 10 yards, crouched, his head tilted. He raised a hand and pointed northwest. Jonah followed his finger. At first, he saw nothing. Just the flat expanse of prairie and the road, and, in the middle distance, a cluster of houses that marked the southern edge of Lamarck. Then, his eyes adjusted, and he saw them. Shapes in the grass, 20, 30, scattered across a field between the road and a drainage ditch. Some standing, some on their knees, some lying flat, all motionless, all facing the same direction, north, toward the town. They're just sitting there, Teddy said. Waiting. Jonah's voice was barely above a whisper. They've run out of stimulus. No sound, no movement, nothing to draw them, so they've gone dormant. Dormant? Tommy looked at him. Like they're sleeping? Not sleeping. More like standby. Minimal energy expenditure. They'll reactivate the moment they detect something. Jonah studied the field. His brain was doing the thing it did, the thing that had made him good at his job, the thing that let him predict where an injured dolphin would surface, or how a panicked sea turtle would react to a handler's approach. He was reading behavior, mapping patterns. These weren't mindless bodies scattered randomly. They were distributed in a pattern that corresponded to their last direction of travel. They'd been moving north, following a sound or a smell, and when the stimulus stopped, they'd stop too, maintaining their orientation like compass needles. We go around, Jonah said. East, through the drainage ditch, stay below the sightline. They did. The drainage ditch was 2 feet deep and running with a few inches of brown water, not enough to be a trawler risk, but enough to soak their boots and create a sucking sound with every step that made Jonah's pulse spike. They moved in a crouch, below the lip of the ditch, past the field of dormant infected. Jonah could see them from ground level now. Legs, feet, the dragging hems of clothes, a woman in a waitress uniform, her apron still tied, a man in coveralls, a teenager in a Metallica t-shirt, people who'd been doing people things, working, dressing, listening to music, when the virus had taken everything that made them people and left only the machine. They cleared the field. Tommy led them up out of the ditch and onto the road again, closer now to the southern edge of Lamarck. Houses, a gas station with its canopy collapsed, a Dollar General with its doors open and its contents strewn across the parking lot, looted already by the living before the dead had taken the town. Churches, Jonah said. We need to find the Catholic churches. Elena would have looked for a Catholic church. She was raised Catholic. My grandma used to say there's a church on every corner in Texas and a bar on every other one, Devante had told him. Devante wasn't here, but the observation was accurate. Lamarck was a small Texas town, which meant its churches outnumbered its restaurants. They could see 3 steeples from where they stood, 1 to the north, 2 to the west. The nearest one, Tommy said, pointing to a building 2 blocks north. Red brick, white steeple, a sign out front that Jonah couldn't read from this distance. They moved through the town's southern blocks using Tommy's technique, slow, fluid, threading the gaps between the infected who wandered the residential streets with their aimless, gravitational drift. Lamarck was worse than Galveston in some ways. The town was smaller, the streets narrower, the houses packed closer together. There were fewer infected in absolute numbers, but the density felt higher because the space was tighter. Jonah found himself within arm's reach of the dead multiple times, close enough to see the texture of their skin, the flushed, feverish look of fresh turns, the beginning of the darkening that marked stage 4. Close enough to smell them, the sour chemical smell that was becoming as familiar as the Gulf's salt air. Close enough to hear the small sounds they made, the wet click of jaws, the shuffle of feet, the low keening moan that rose and fell like breathing. The first church was Baptist, not Catholic. First Baptist Church of Lamarck, the sign read. Its doors were barricaded from the outside. Someone had chained them shut and hung a spray-painted sign, dead inside. Do not open. They moved on. The second steeple belonged to a Methodist church, also compromised. The building's roof had collapsed, whether from fire or explosion, and the interior was a charred ruin. The third church was further west, on the town's main commercial strip, and as they approached it, Jonah's heart began to do something new and terrible. It began to hope. L.A. Mark, First Baptist? No. He blinked, read the sign again. The letters were painted on a wooden board, hand-done, slightly crooked. But the church itself was different from the others. It was small, older, with a modest steeple and a parking lot that held 3 cars. Its windows were intact. Its doors were closed. And on the front steps, sitting in a plastic lawn chair with a shotgun across his knees, was a man in a clerical collar. Jonah stopped walking. Tommy and Teddy stopped behind him. The man on the steps looked up. He was Hispanic, mid-50s, with a weathered face and gray-streaked hair. His collar was stained and his shirt was wrinkled, and there was dried blood on his hands that he hadn't washed off. And his eyes had the hollow, 1,000-yard stare of a man who had seen the end of the world and was still, somehow, showing up for work. "Father," Jonah called. Not loud, just enough to carry across the parking lot. The man stood. The shotgun came up, not aimed at Jonah, but ready, held in the casual but prepared grip of someone who'd been holding a weapon for days and had merged it into his body language. "Are you bitten?" the man asked. "No." "Are you armed?" "Tire iron." The man studied them for a long moment. Then he lowered the shotgun. "Come in, quickly. They've been circling for hours." They crossed the parking lot at a jog. Jonah's boots crunched on broken glass. A car window shattered, the vehicle's interior smeared with something dark. The priest held the door. They entered the church, and the priest closed the door behind them and slid a deadbolt home. Inside, the church was dim, warm, and full of people. Not infected, living. 20, 25, clustered in the pews and along the walls. Families, children, elderly. A woman nursing an infant in the front pew. Two teenage boys playing cards on the altar steps. An old man sleeping with his mouth open, snoring softly. The air smelled of sweat, of fear, of the canned soup that someone was heating on a camping stove near the baptismal font. "I'm Father Dominic Reyes," the priest said. He looked at Jonah, then at the pink backpack. His expression changed. A slow, painful recognition, like watching a man remember something he'd been trying to forget. "You're the one with the animals." Jonah's chest constricted. "My daughter, Marisol, Saul. She's 6 years old. Her mother brought her here, Elena Britton, 2 nights ago." Father Reyes set the shotgun against the wall. He ran his hand over his face. A gesture of exhaustion so deep it had become reflexive. He looked at Jonah with eyes that held something Jonah couldn't name yet. Sadness wasn't the right word. Sadness was too simple. "She was here," Father Reyes said. "Your wife brought her, Elena. Where is Saul now?" Father Reyes looked at the floor, then at the crucifix above the altar, then at Jonah. "Sit down," he said. "Please, sit down. Tell me where she is." "She's alive. I need you to hear that first. She's alive." The world narrowed to a point. Everything, the church, the survivors, the heat, the smell, the distant moan of the dead outside, compressed into the space between Jonah and the priest, into the silence between the words, "She's alive," and whatever came next. "Tell me," Jonah said. Father Reyes told him. Elena had arrived at the church at 11 p.m. on the night of day 1. She'd driven a minivan, stolen from the school parking lot, the priest thought, based on the Op Elementary staff parking sticker on the bumper. She'd driven north from Galveston, across the Causeway Bridge. This had been before the military destroyed it in the first hours, when the bridge was still open, and the evacuation was still a panicked flood of cars going in both directions. She'd made it across. She'd driven through Texas City, which was already burning. She'd made it to Lamarck. She'd honked the horn in the church parking lot. Father Reyes had come out with the shotgun. Elena had rolled down the window and he'd seen the bite immediately. Her left forearm, a semicircle of tooth marks, deep enough to see muscle, wrapped in a strip of fabric torn from a child's jacket. Her arm was swollen, her skin was flushed. Her eyes were clear, still brown, still human, but her pupils were dilated unevenly, the left wider than the right. Early stage 1. The fever was beginning. She hadn't gotten out of the car. She'd said, "My name is Elena Britton. My daughter's name is Marisol. She is 6 years old. She is not bitten. My husband's name is Jonah. He works with animals. He will come for her. Please, please tell him I drove as far as I could." Father Reyes had seen bitten people before. 3 had come to the church in the first hours, seeking sanctuary. He knew what was coming. He could see it in Elena's face. She knew too. The steadiness of her voice, the precision of her words, the way she'd organized the essential information into a speech she'd clearly rehearsed on the drive. Name, daughter's age, daughter's status, husband's name, husband's identifier. A woman with a deadline, using every remaining second to build a bridge between her daughter and survival. She'd unbuckled Saul from the back seat. Saul was asleep. The deep, trusting sleep of a child who believed that her mother was in control, that the car was going somewhere safe, that the scary noises outside were just a storm. Elena had carried her to the church steps. She'd knelt down. She'd kissed Saul's forehead. She'd said, "Be brave, baby. Daddy's coming." Saul had woken up, groggy, confused. "Can I come?" "Not this time, baby." Elena had placed Saul's hand in Father Reyes' hand. She'd looked at the priest with eyes that were beginning to change, the left one showing the first bloom of red in the sclera, the virus working its way through the vascular system toward the brain. She'd said, "She likes dolphins. She draws them everywhere. If she gets scared, tell her to draw a dolphin and she'll feel better." Then she'd walked to the parking lot. She hadn't looked back. Father Reyes had stood on the steps, holding Saul's hand, watching Elena Britton sit down on the curb between 2 parked cars. She'd sat very straight, her hands in her lap, her face turned toward the south, toward Galveston, toward the island where her husband was, as if she could see him through the dark and the distance and the fire. She'd sat for 8 minutes. Father Reyes had timed it because he was praying, and he prayed in 3-minute cycles, a habit from seminary that had never left him. And he'd completed 2 full cycles and started a third before Elena's posture changed. A stiffening, a tremor that started in her hands and spread up her arms. Her head dropped forward, then snapped back. Her mouth opened, and the sound that came out was not human. Father Reyes had picked up Sol, who was crying now, confused and frightened, reaching for her mother. He'd carried Sol inside the church. He'd closed the door. He'd put Sol in the arms of a woman named Maria, who had 3 children of her own, and who held Sol and rocked her and sang to her, while Father Reyes went back outside with a tire iron. He didn't describe what happened in the parking lot. He didn't need to. The dried blood on his hands told the story. Jonah sat in the pew and listened and did not move and did not speak and did not breathe. The church was quiet around him. Teddy stood by the door, her hand over her mouth, tears running silently into her palm. Tommy was on the altar steps, his skateboard across his knees, looking at the floor with the fixed intensity of a teenager, trying very hard not to feel what he was feeling. Father Reyes sat in the pew across the aisle, his hands clasped between his knees. He waited. He'd delivered death notifications before. Car accidents, heart attacks, the normal cruelties of a world that had been cruel long before the dead started walking. He knew that what came next wasn't words. What came next was the body processing information that the mind refused to hold. Jonah's hands were on the pink backpack. He could feel the outline of Professor Squeaks through the fabric. The stuffed dolphin, the one Sol slept with every night, the one she insisted had a PhD in ocean stuff. He pressed his thumb against its shape and felt the give of stuffing and the harder contour of the plastic eyes that Sol liked to press against her cheek when she was falling asleep. Elena was dead. The woman he'd married in a courthouse in Beaumont because they couldn't afford a wedding and didn't care. The woman who'd taught him enough Spanish to embarrass himself at her family's Thanksgiving, and who laughed at his pronunciation of horchata every single time. The woman who'd fallen asleep on his chest 3 nights ago, 3 days, a lifetime, a geological age ago, and whose hair had smelled like the coconut shampoo she bought in bulk from Costco, and who'd murmured something in her sleep that he couldn't hear and would never hear and would spend the rest of his life wondering about. She'd driven as far as she could. She'd gotten Sol out. She'd organized the information. Name, daughter's name, husband's name. He works with animals. He will come for her. She'd done the math. She'd paid the bill. She'd walked into the parking lot and sat on the curb facing south, toward him, and waited for the thing that was going to happen. He should have been there. He should have gotten to the school. He should have run faster, fought harder, found a way through the streets that he hadn't found. He should have been in that car with them, driving north. And if Elena was bitten, then he should have been the one to carry Sol to the church steps. And he should have been the one to kneel down and say, "Daddy is coming." Because it should have been true. It should have been him. And instead, Elena had done it alone. Because he wasn't there. And she was. And she always was. She was always there. She was the one who showed up, who handled it, who made the hard call. And now, she was dead in a church parking lot in Lamarck, Texas. And he was sitting in a pew holding a stuffed dolphin, and he had not been there. "Where's Sol?" he asked. His voice was someone else's. Flat, mechanical, a recording playing from a speaker at the bottom of a well. Father Reyes's face changed again. The sadness deepened into something more complex, something with guilt in it. 2 men came, the priest said, the morning after Elena brought her. They had a van, a white panel van. They said they were from the government. They said there was a secure facility in San Antonio. They said they were evacuating children to safety. He paused. I should have questioned it more. But they had uniforms, military uniforms, and they had guns. And I had 23 children in this church whose parents were dead or missing, and these men were offering safety. They took her. They took all the children, 14 of them. They loaded them in the van and drove north. Father Reyes's hands tightened between his knees. 3 days later, a woman came through. A soldier, a deserter from the National Guard unit in San Antonio. She told me about a man named Drummond, a colonel. He set up she called it a compound, a military installation called Camp Bullies, north of San Antonio. He's taking children, all the children. She said he calls it a youth corps. She said, he stopped. What? She said the children are leverage. Drummond uses them to control the adults. Work for me, obey me, and your children are fed and sheltered. Resist, and Father Reyes crossed himself. A reflex, not a choice. She said Saul would be there. Camp Bullies. She said all the children from the coast were taken there. Jonah stood. The backpack was on his shoulder, the tire iron was in his hand. The church was warm and full of people and smelled like canned soup and sweat, and none of it was real. The only real thing was the name, Camp Bullies, San Antonio, 200 miles northwest. His daughter was there. How long ago, he asked. The van came 4 days ago. 4 days. Sol had been in a military compound for 4 days. She'd been taken from this church, from the priest her mother had entrusted her to, by men in uniforms who'd used the word safety as currency and spent it on a lie. For 4 days, she'd been a number in a system run by a man who saw children as leverage. For 4 days, she'd been without anyone who loved her, anyone who knew her name was Marisol, and that she liked to draw dolphins, and that she was scared of thunderstorms, but not of the dark, and that she needed her father. I'm sorry, Father Reyes said. I should have. You kept her alive, Jonah said. He didn't look at the priest. He couldn't. Not because he was angry, though the anger was there, banked like coals, ready to ignite, but because if he looked at the priest, he'd see the parking lot. He'd see Elena sitting on the curb facing south. He'd see Father Reyes walking toward her with a tire iron. And he would break, and he couldn't break, because Sol was alive, and 200 miles away, and breaking was a luxury reserved for people whose children were safe. San Antonio, he said to Teddy. 200 miles. How fast can we get there? Teddy looked at him with the eyes of a medic evaluating a patient who was about to make a very bad decision. On foot? In this heat? Through infected territory? 2 weeks if we don't die. Not on foot. Dale's got the boat. We take the intracoastal waterway south, then cut inland at he was looking at the chart in his mind, the one Dale had spread on the deck. The intracoastal waterway ran parallel to the coast, a sheltered channel connecting bays and estuaries. They could take it south, away from the Houston devastation, and find a point to go inland. But inland meant leaving the water, leaving the saltwater safety, going into the flat, open, infected crawling heart of Texas. We need more people, Tommy said. He'd been quiet since Father Reyes' account, processing, his teenage face cycling through emotions he didn't have the framework for. Now he spoke with a flatness that Jonah recognized, the sound of someone who'd decided to stop feeling and start planning. If we're going 200 miles through zombie territory to assault a military compound, we need more than 6 people and a shrimp boat. The boy's right, Teddy said. We need weapons, vehicles, people who know how to fight. Where do we find that? The radio, Teddy said. Devante's been scanning frequencies. If there are other survivor groups organizing, they'll be using ham radio, CB, something. We find them. We make contact. We build a group big enough to survive the journey. Jonah wanted to argue. Wanted to say, now, we go now. Every hour is an hour. Sewell is in that compound. But Teddy's logic was the logic of triage. You don't rush a critical patient to the operating room without prep, without blood, without a plan. You stabilize, you assess, you prepare, and then you move. One day, Jonah said, we take 1 day to prepare, then we move. Jonah, 1 day, Teddy. That's all I can give you. Sol's been there 4 days already. I will not make it 14. Teddy looked at him, nodded. 1 day, we work fast. Father Reyes stood. I have supplies, canned food, water, medical supplies from the pharmacy 2 blocks north. It was looted, but not thoroughly. And there are people here who want to leave. Not everyone, some are staying, this church is defensible. But some have family in Houston, San Antonio, elsewhere. They'll go with you if you can offer a boat. How many? 8, maybe 10, including myself. The priest picked up the shotgun. I gave your daughter to those men. I owe her a rescue. You don't owe. I owe her a rescue, Mr. Britton. I owe her mother a rescue. Don't take that from me. His voice was quiet, firm. The voice of a man accustomed to being heard in rooms where no one wanted to listen. Jonah looked at him. The clerical collar, the shotgun, the blood on his hands. A priest who'd killed a woman with a tire iron because she'd asked him, through the mechanics of her last human act, to protect her child. A man of God standing in God's house with a gun and a guilt that would outlast the apocalypse. Okay, Jonah said. Gather your people. We leave at dawn tomorrow. They spent the rest of the day moving between the church and the Bayou Belle, ferrying supplies and people in the aluminum dinghy. The work was dangerous. Every trip across the open ground between the church and the shore was a threading of the gap. Tommy on point, reading the infected, finding the safe corridors through a town that was slowly filling with the dead. Lamarck's population of 16,000 had produced, by Hannah's estimate, somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 infected. They moved through the town in loose, drifting patterns that Hannah documented in her journal, with the meticulous focus of a researcher who'd found a new field of study. They're not random, she told Jonah during one of the dinghy runs, shouting over the outboard motor's rattle. Their movement patterns follow the town's infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, paths. They're using the built environment because their muscle memory was formed in it. A zombie that was a commuter walks along the road it drove every day. A zombie that was a jogger follows its jogging route. They're not navigating, they're replaying. That means we can predict them, to a degree. If we map the town's common foot traffic patterns, we can anticipate where the infected will cluster and where they won't. This was useful. This was survival information. Jonah filed it in the part of his brain that was still functioning as a scientist, as an analyst, as the marine veterinarian who'd spent years studying animal movement patterns, and was beginning to understand that the infected were, in a terrible way, just another species to be observed and predicted and avoided. But the other part of his brain, the part that was Sewell's father, Elena's husband, the man who'd watched an island burn from the deck of a shrimp boat, that part was doing something else. It was screaming. Silently, continuously, a sustained internal howl that didn't stop and couldn't be heard, and was, Jonah suspected, going to be the background noise of the rest of his life. Elena was dead. She'd died alone. She'd died in a parking lot. She'd died facing south toward him, and he hadn't been there. He carried this. He carried it the way he carried Sewell's backpack, constantly with both hands pressed against his body. He carried it while loading canned food into the dinghy. He carried it while listening to Dale discuss navigation routes. He carried it while Teddy examined the new survivors from the church, checking for bites, for fever, for the telltale signs of Renovex use. 2 more Renovex patients. An elderly man named Hector, who'd taken the drug for 3 weeks, and a woman in her 50s named Diane, who'd taken 1 dose and stopped because it gave her headaches. Teddy monitored them with the same professional calm she'd shown with Margaret Olin, the same tight jaw, the same fear in her eyes that her face refused to broadcast. He carried it until evening, when he found himself alone on the Bayou Belle's stern deck, watching the sun go down over the Texas coastal prairie, and the carrying became too much, and he set the backpack down and pressed his hands flat against the rail and breathed and breathed and breathed and couldn't get enough air, and his vision narrowed to a tunnel and his legs didn't work, and he sat down hard on the deck and pressed his face into his hands and didn't cry. Couldn't cry. The tears were there, behind his eyes. A pressure like a dam about to burst. But the dam held. It held because somewhere in the architecture of grief, there was a load-bearing wall labeled, "Soul is alive." And as long as that wall stood, the rest could crack and groan and buckle, but the structure wouldn't collapse. Not yet. Not until she was in his arms. Then, maybe, he could fall apart. When it was safe to fall apart. when someone else was holding the weight. Hannah found him there. She sat down beside him without speaking. The Gulf breeze carried the smell of smoke and salt. The water was golden with the last light. I read her field notes, Hannah said after a while. Elena's, from the rehabilitation center. She used to come in on weekends sometimes when you were working late and sit in your office and grade papers. She'd leave notes in the margins of your patient charts. Little things. Feed this one extra with a heart drawn next to it. This turtle looks grumpy, needs more sun. I never told you because I thought you'd think it was unprofessional. Jonah's hands tightened on the rail. The metal was warm from the day's heat, rough with salt corrosion. He could feel every ridge, every pit. His body was hyper-present in a way that felt like punishment. Every sensation amplified, every nerve conducting, as if the world was insisting that he feel everything, all of it, without the insulation of numbness. She drew a dolphin on the inside cover of the KR 2027 chart, Hannah continued. The Kemp's Ridley you were treating when, on day 1. Penny. She drew a little dolphin and wrote, "Good luck, Penny," in purple pen. Purple was Saul's favorite color, Jonah heard himself say. I know. Hannah's voice was steady, but thin, like wire stretched to its limit. I know, Jonah. They sat together on the deck as the sun went down. They didn't touch. They didn't need to. Grief, Jonah was learning, was not an emotion you processed. It was a landscape you entered. And the only thing that helped was knowing someone else was standing in the same landscape, seeing the same barren, terrible vista, and not turning away. The stars came out. Without city lights, without the glow of civilization, the stars were furious. A spray of white across the black that looked like spilled salt, like the Milky Way had broken and poured itself across the sky. Dale had told him once that you could navigate by stars, that the whole ocean was a readable map if you knew where to look up. Jonah looked up. He found Polaris, the North Star, hanging steady and indifferent above the horizon. North. San Antonio was north. Seoul was north. I'm going to find her, he said. I know you are, Hannah said. Then quieter. So quiet he almost missed it. And I'm going to help you. Whatever it takes. Whatever it costs. He heard the extra weight in her voice. The layer beneath the words that carried something he wasn't ready to examine. Something she'd carried for 2 years and would carry for the rest of this story without resolution, without satisfaction, without the clean narrative arc that fiction promised and life denied. She loved him. He knew this the way you know the tide is coming in. Not because someone told you, but because the water is higher than it was, and it keeps rising, and there's nothing you can do about it but move to higher ground. He didn't address it. She didn't expect him to. Some things lived in the space between people like pilot lights. Small, constant, never quite igniting, never quite going out. Thank you, he said. It wasn't enough. It was all he had. The Bayou Belle departed Moses Lake at dawn on day 4, with 22 souls aboard. The original 6, Jonah, Hannah, Dale, Teddy, Tommy, and Devante, plus the 6 ferry dock survivors, Father Reyes, and 9 additional survivors from the Lamarck Church. Among the new additions were people who would not survive to see Saul rescued, and people who would not survive the week, and one person, a quiet, enormous man in a wooden cross necklace, who would become the moral center of the group before giving everything he had. Curtis Preacher Lott boarded the Bayou Belle with a fire axe in one hand and a Bible in the other. He was the biggest man Jonah had ever seen. 6'4", 280, with arms like dock pilings and a beard that was going silver at the edges. He wore a minister's collar under a flannel shirt, and his voice, when he spoke, was so deep it seemed to come from somewhere below the waterline. I was told there's a boat going north, he said to Dale, standing on the dock, backlit by the dawn. I'd like to come along. What's your story, preacher? Dale asked. I'm a Baptist minister from Hitchcock. My congregation was having Wednesday night prayer service when the infected came through the doors. I ran. Everyone else died. He said this with the flat, affectless tone of a news report. Facts, data. The emotion was somewhere else. Locked, sealed, sunk to a depth where it couldn't interfere with function. Now I'm looking for a reason not to put this axe through my own head. A mission would do. Dale looked at the axe, looked at the Bible, looked at the man. Welcome aboard, Skipper. The others came aboard in ones and twos. A married couple from Houston, Rick and Diane, who'd been visiting friends in Lamarck when the outbreak hit. A teenage girl named Ashley who didn't speak and didn't make eye contact, and who Teddy suspected was in shock. Two men in their 40s, brothers, both mechanics, both carrying toolboxes that clinked with wrenches and socket sets, and Margaret Olin, the Renovex patient, still holding her cat, still showing no symptoms, still a time bomb ticking in silence. The Bayou Belle was crowded now. Bodies on every surface, sitting on the deck, leaning against the wheelhouse, perched on the outrigger platforms. The air was thick with the smell of too many unwashed humans in too small a space. Dale navigated with grim efficiency, threading the trawler through the shallow channels of the coast, heading southwest along the intracoastal waterway. "Where are we going?" asked Rick, the husband from Houston. He was a thick-necked man with a red face and hands that looked like they'd done manual labor before discovering office work. His wife, Diane, sat beside him with the coiled stillness of someone waiting for bad news. "Southwest along the coast," Dale said. "We stay on the water as long as possible. The infected don't cross salt water. As long as we're on the bay or the Gulf, we're safe from them. And then we go inland. 200 miles to San Antonio." "San Antonio's a city of 1.5 million people," Rick said. "Was a city, if it's gone the way of Houston and Galveston." "It has," Devante said from the wheelhouse, where he was monitoring the radio. "I've been picking up fragments all morning. San Antonio's overrun. The downtown core is a dead zone. But there are pockets. Military installations, gated communities, anywhere with walls and guns. It's not all gone. And this Camp Bullies, where the children are." "Military installation," Father Reyes said. He was sitting on the bow, the shotgun across his knees, his collar bright white against his dark skin. 28,000 acres, fenced, guarded. If this Colonel Drummond has taken it, he has a defensible position with infrastructure, barracks, motor pool, training facilities. It would take an army to crack it. "We don't have an army," Tommy said. "No," Jonah said, "we don't. Not yet." The conversation died. The Bayou Belle motored on, the flat Texas coastline sliding past on their port side. Brown grass, oil rigs, the occasional small town that looked from the water almost normal. Almost. Until you raised the binoculars and saw the broken windows, the abandoned cars, the shapes moving on the streets with the wrong gait and the wrong eyes. Devante found a signal. He'd been working the radio all morning, a Marine VHF unit supplemented by a ham radio he'd jury-rigged from components scavenged in Lamarck. His fingers moved across the dials with the instinctive precision of someone who'd grown up taking things apart and putting them together better. He wore his glasses slightly tilted. One arm had been bent during the first night in the dumpster, and he hadn't found a way to fix it. And his face, when he was concentrating, went blank with the total absorption of a mind fully engaged. "Got something," he said. Frequency, civilian. Someone's broadcasting from Matagorda Bay. That's about 60 miles southwest of here." He turned up the volume. Static, hiss, and then a voice. Female, calm, repeating a loop. "This is the Matagorda Bay Survivor Coalition. We are a civilian group of approximately 100 souls, sheltering at the Matagorda Island Wildlife Refuge. We have freshwater, shelter, and defensive positions. If you are uninfected and seeking refuge, approach by water only. Repeat, water approach only. Land approaches are compromised. Broadcast on this frequency to announce your arrival. This is the Matagorda Bay Survivor Coalition." The loop repeated. Devante looked at Dale. "Matagorda Island," Dale said, his finger on the chart. "Barrier Island. Uninhabited except for the wildlife refuge. Good anchorage in the bay. And if they've got 100 people," He trailed off, the calculation visible in his eyes. 100 people is a resource. 100 people with boats and guns and organization is an asset. How far out of our way? Jonah asked. And it's not out of our way. Matagorda Bay opens to the Intracoastal Waterway, which connects to Lavaca Bay, which is the closest coastal access point to the inland route to San Antonio. Dale traced the route. We'd be passing through their territory regardless. Might as well stop and see what they have. And see if they'll help, Teddy added. 100 people. If even 20 of them are willing to join a mission to camp bullies. Why would they? Rick asked. Why would strangers risk their lives for one man's daughter? The question hung in the air. It was the right question, the rational question, the question that any thinking person would ask. Why should strangers die for Sewell? Because Drummond's not just holding my daughter, Jonah said. He's holding hundreds of children. And he's holding something else. Data. Research data from Helios Pharmaceuticals. The company that made Renovex, the company that started all this. He looked at Father Reyes, who'd shared what the National Guard deserter had told him. Drummond knows the truth about the outbreak. He has the research, and he's using it, the children, the data, all of it, to build a dictatorship. So there are Renovex patients in every survivor group in Texas, people who took a pill their doctor prescribed and are now walking time bombs, waiting to turn with no warning. If Drummond's data includes a way to predict or prevent spontaneous turning, he looked at Margaret Olin, who was listening from her seat on the deck, the cat in her arms, then that data isn't just leverage, it's survival. For everyone. Margaret looked at him. Her eyes were clear, brown, human. She stroked the cat. I took 3 doses, she said quietly. 3 little green pills. My doctor said they'd help me remember things. I've been forgetting. Names, dates, where I put my glasses. He said Renovex would fix it. She paused. Now every time I sneeze, I wonder if that's it. If that's the start. If I'm going to turn into one of those things and hurt someone. I'm 71 years old, and I'm afraid to fall asleep because I don't know if I'll wake up as myself. The deck was silent. The engine throbbed. The water hissed past the hull. That's why they'll help, Jonah said. Because everyone's afraid, and Drummond has the only thing that could make them less afraid. Dale adjusted the wheel. Matagorda Bay it is. Devante, broadcast our approach. Tell them we're 22 souls on a shrimp trawler, unarmed except for small weapons, and we'd like to have a conversation. Devante keyed the radio. His voice, when he transmitted, was steady and clear, the voice of a 19-year-old who'd discovered that the skills he'd been building in computer labs and electronics workshops were, in the new world, the difference between isolation and communication. Matagorda Bay Survivor Coalition. This is the vessel Bayou Belle, 22 souls, approaching from the northeast. We are uninfected, lightly armed, and seeking contact. We have information regarding military operations in the San Antonio area that may be of interest. Please respond on this frequency. Static. Hiss. Then, Bayou Belle. This is Matagorda Coalition. We copy. Approach the island from the South Channel. We'll have eyes on you. Any hostile action, and we will sink you. Is that clear? Clear, Devante said. We come in peace. A pause. Then, with a dry humor that felt almost pre-apocalyptic, that's what they all say. South Channel. 2 hours. Coalition out. The approach to Matagorda Island was tense. Dale navigated the Bayou Belle through the Barrier Island's South Channel, a shallow, winding waterway flanked by salt marsh and oyster reefs. The island itself was low and flat, barely rising above sea level, covered in coastal grasses and scrub brush. The wildlife refuge buildings were visible on the island's interior, a cluster of concrete and metal structures, surrounded by a fence that had been reinforced with additional barricades of vehicles, shipping containers, and what looked like the dismantled hull of a small boat. Armed people were visible on the fence line, rifles, binoculars. The organized posture of people who'd been keeping watch for days and had developed a system. Dale slowed the Bayou Belle to idle speed and raised both hands above his head, a universal gesture of non-threat that he performed with the weathered dignity of a man who'd done it before, in other contexts, other seas. A voice from the fence line, amplified by a bullhorn. Bayou Bell, cut your engine, drop anchor, send one representative by dinghy to the North Dock. Dale looked at Jonah. Your mission, skipper. You should be the one to talk. Jonah climbed into the dinghy alone. He rowed. The outboard would be too aggressive, too loud, too much like an approach that expected conflict. He rowed with slow, steady strokes, the oars dipping into the warm bay water, and as he pulled toward the dock, he could see the people on the fence line tracking him with rifle scopes. The North Dock was a concrete pier with a boat ramp. Two people stood at the end. A woman in her 40s, tall, lean, with short cropped graying hair and the bearing of someone who'd worn a uniform, and a man, younger, carrying an AR-15 with the comfort of long familiarity. The woman wore no uniform now. Cargo pants, a tank top, a holstered pistol, but the military in her posture was unmistakable. Jonah tied the dinghy and climbed onto the dock. He kept his hands visible. The tire iron was in the dinghy. He'd left Saul's backpack on the Bayou Bell. I'm Jonah Britton, he said, Marine veterinarian from Galveston. My daughter is being held at Camp Bullis by a man named Colonel Drummond. The woman's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind her eyes. A recognition, a sharpening. Captain Diana Voss, she said. Former Texas National Guard, 36th Infantry Division. I served under Drummond until 3 weeks ago, when I watched him execute a family of 4 for refusing to surrender their food stores. She paused. Welcome to the coalition, Mr. Britton. I think we have a lot to talk about. The Matagorda Bay Survivor Coalition was, Jonah quickly learned, less a coalition and more an organized refugee camp held together by Voss's military discipline and the geographic advantage of an island that the infected couldn't reach. 112 survivors, of whom about 30 were capable fighters. The rest were families, elderly, children, the inevitable human math of any disaster, where the people who most needed protection were always the majority, and the people capable of providing it were always the minority. Voss ran the coalition from the refugees' main building, a concrete block structure that had been designed to house wildlife researchers and now housed the command structure of what amounted to a small militia. Maps on the walls, radio equipment on a table, a whiteboard covered in handwritten schedules and inventory counts. The room smelled of coffee, real coffee, brewed from a stash someone had found in the refugees' supply closet, and the smell hit Jonah with a nostalgia so sharp it was almost physical pain. He hadn't had coffee since day one. He hadn't thought about coffee since day one. The return of that mundane craving in the middle of everything was disorienting. Voss poured him a cup without asking. It was black, bitter, terrible, and the best thing he'd tasted since the world ended. Drummond, she said, sitting across from him at a folding table. Her posture was straight, her hands flat on the table, her eyes direct. This was a woman who'd been trained to deliver briefings and had adapted that training to a context its designers never imagined. What do you know? Jonah told her everything. Elena, Sewell, Father Reyes, the van that took the children, Camp Bullies, the Renovex data. Voss listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time, her finger tracing a circle on the table's surface, a nervous habit that she probably wasn't aware of. You're telling me things I already know, she said, and some things I didn't. I knew about the children. Drummond's been collecting them since the first week. He calls it securing the future. What he means is securing loyalty. Every adult in his territory has a child in his compounds. You work, you obey, you hand over your resources, and your kid eats. You resist, and your kid gets reassigned to a work detail. He hasn't killed any children, to my knowledge. He doesn't need to. The threat is enough. How many children? Last count we had, and this is from 3 weeks ago, approximately 400, spread across 2 compounds. Camp Bullis is the main one. There's a secondary facility at Lackland Air Force Base. I need to get to Camp Bullis. I know. Voss leaned forward. What you don't know is that we've been planning a raid on bullies for 6 weeks. I have maps, guard rotations. They're probably outdated now, but the infrastructure doesn't change. Entry points, weak spots in the fence line, the layout of the children's compound. I have all of it. She paused. What I don't have is enough people. How many do you need? 30 combat-capable fighters, minimum. I have 14. Your group brings... How many can fight? Jonah thought. Himself, with no combat training. Tommy, fast, but 17. Dale, old, but tough. Teddy, strong but a medic. Preacher, a mountain with a fire axe. The 2 mechanic brothers. Father Reyes with his shotgun. 8, he said. Maybe 10 if we're generous. 24 total. Still short, but closer. Voss pulled a map from the pile on the table, a topographic of the San Antonio area, marked with handwritten annotations in red and blue ink. Camp Bullies is here. 28,000 acres. The main entrance is on the south side. Heavily fortified vehicle checkpoints, guard towers. That's the obvious approach, and it's death. Her finger moved to the north side of the map. The north perimeter is the longest and the least defended. It backs up to the hill country. Rough terrain, cedar breaks, limestone ridges. Drummond doesn't expect an attack from the north because nobody in their right mind would haul an assault force through 20 miles of hill country wilderness, which is exactly why that's our approach. When? Not today, not tomorrow. She held up a hand before Jonah could protest. Listen to me. I want Drummond dead as much as you want your daughter back. He executed people I served with. He's turned the Texas National Guard, my brothers and sisters in arms, into an oppressive militia. I want to tear Camp Bullies down brick by brick. But if we go in half-cocked, we die, and the children die with us. Drummond will not hesitate to use them as shields. Jonah's jaw tightened. The muscle in his temple flexed. He could feel the pressure building. The scream, the internal howl, the father's need to go, to run, to fight, to tear the world apart until his daughter was in his arms. How long? He managed. 2 weeks, maybe 3. We need to recruit more fighters. There are survivor groups between here and San Antonio. We've been in radio contact with some of them. We consolidate forces, we train, we plan, and then we hit Bullies with enough force to overwhelm the defenses and extract the children before Drummond can use them as leverage. 3 weeks. Sol's been in that compound for 4 days already. And she'll be there in 3 weeks too. Drummond feeds the children, houses them. He's not a madman, he's a strategist. The children are more valuable alive and healthy than dead. Your daughter is not in immediate danger. Jonah wanted to argue, wanted to slam his fist on the table and shout that his daughter was 6 years old, and she was alone, and she was scared, and she had stopped speaking. He could feel it somehow in the same place in his chest where he'd felt the handprints on the fire escape, a certainty that went beyond evidence. She had stopped speaking, and she was drawing dolphins on every surface she could find, and she was waiting for him. And every day he didn't come was a day her trust eroded, a day the promise he'd made crumbled a little more. But Teddy's voice was in his head. Triage, stabilize, assess, prepare, then move. And Voss's logic was sound. A premature assault on a military compound would get them all killed, Sol included. The hardest decision wasn't the dramatic one. The hardest decision was waiting. 2 weeks, he said. Not 3. 2. Voss studied him. Can your people be combat ready in 2 weeks? They'll have to be. Then 2 weeks. She extended her hand. Jonah shook it. Her grip was firm, dry, the grip of a woman who'd made a career of holding things together. There's something else, Voss said, releasing his hand. Something you should know. Drummond has a chief science officer, a woman named Dr. Vivian Cade. She's the former lead researcher at Helios Pharmaceuticals. She designed the Renovex viral delivery system. She started this, and Drummond has her. He's forcing her to continue research, not on a cure, but on weaponizing variants of the virus. Biological deterrence, he calls them. The ability to infect a target population on demand. Voss's voice was flat, factual. the voice of a military briefing, but her eyes were dark. If Drummond succeeds, he won't just control San Antonio. He'll control Texas. Eventually, he'll control whatever's left of the country. A man with a zombie army doesn't need democracy. Then we need to stop him. We need to stop him. And we need to get Kate out. Not because she deserves rescue. She helped create this nightmare. But because she's the only person alive who understands the virus well enough to develop a treatment for Renovex patients. She's the only chance people like your Margaret Olin have. Margaret. The 71-year-old woman with the cat and the 3 green pills and the terror of falling asleep. The woman who was a ticking bomb through no fault of her own, who'd trusted her doctor and taken a medication and now lived with the knowledge that she could become a monster at any moment. We get the children, Jonah said. We get the data. We get Cade. And we kill Drummond. In that order? In whatever order gets Saul out alive. Voss almost smiled. Almost. The shape of it was there, like a scar that had healed but never faded. You remind me of someone I served with, she said. A sergeant named Martinez. He had a daughter too. He used to say, the mission is always the mission, but the reason is always the family. She paused. Drummond had him shot for insubordination 3 weeks ago. Martinez's daughter is in the Camp Bullies compound. She let that sit. 2 weeks, she said. We start tomorrow. The Bayou Bells crew integrated into the coalition over the next 48 hours. Dale berthed the trawler at the refuge's small dock, and the 22 new arrivals were processed, medically screened by Teddy. No new Renovex patients, thank God. Assigned sleeping quarters in the refuge's overflow tents, and briefed on the coalition's rules. Simple rules. Everyone works, everyone shares resources, everyone takes a watch rotation. No one goes anywhere alone. The island was safe from infected, the saltwater barrier held, but the human element was, as always, the variable. Jonah found himself unable to sit still. The waiting was a physical agony, a restlessness that lived in his muscles and drove him to pace, to climb, to swim laps in the shallow bay water until his arms ached and his lungs burned. He ran the perimeter of the island every morning at dawn, 2.5 miles of sand and shell and salt grass, pushing himself until his vision grayed at the edges, and his body demanded that he stop, and his mind said, not yet, not fast enough. Soul is waiting. Teddy noticed. She cornered him on the 3rd morning, blocking his path with her stocky frame and her EMT's no-nonsense expression. You're going to blow your knees out, she said. Or your heart. You're running 7-minute miles in 90-degree heat on maybe 4 hours of sleep. And I know for a fact you're not eating enough because Lil's been complaining that you skip every other meal. Lil? Lillian Broussard. She arrived yesterday with a group from Port Arthur. Tiny woman, 73, meaner than a cottonmouth and twice as fast. She's taken over the coalition's kitchen and she is deeply offended that you're not eating her food. Jonah hadn't registered the arrival of new people. He'd been too deep inside his own head, inside the tunnel that led from here to Camp Bullis, from Camp Bullis to Seoul. The world outside that tunnel had become background noise. Eat, Teddy said. Sleep. I need you functional in 2 weeks, not collapsed from exhaustion. Your daughter needs a father who can stand up, Jonah, not a martyr. She was right. She was irritatingly, professionally, inescapably right. He let her lead him to the refuge's makeshift mess hall, a tarp-covered area between 2 buildings, where a small, silver-haired woman was stirring a pot that smelled, improbably, wonderfully, of something close to gumbo. Lillian Broussard, Lil. Everybody calls me Lil, and if you call me ma'am, I'll swat you with this ladle, was exactly as Teddy described. 5 feet tall in shoes, 73 years old, with the build of a sparrow and the attitude of a bird of prey. She wore a housecoat and tennis shoes and carried a snub-nosed .38 revolver in the pocket of her apron, which had a Cajun recipe printed on it that she'd annotated in pen with corrections. Sit, she commanded, pointing at a folding chair with the ladle. You look like death standing. When's the last time you ate? Yesterday, I think. You think, Lord. She ladled something into a bowl. It was gumbo, or the apocalypse's best approximation of it. Made from canned okra, dried shrimp, rice, and spices that Lil had brought with her from Port Arthur in a Tupperware container. She guarded more carefully than the revolver. Eat. All of it. Then eat more. He ate. The food hit his stomach like a revelation. Warm, rich, heavily seasoned in a way that woke up taste buds he'd forgotten he had. He tasted cayenne, thyme, garlic, and something smoky that he couldn't identify. It was the first real meal he'd had since day one, and the act of eating it, of sitting in a chair in the shade and putting food in his body, while someone stood over him and insisted he take another bite, cracked something in his chest that the running and the pacing and the sleepless nights had been holding shut. "Where are you from?" he asked Lil, because if he didn't talk he was going to cry, and he'd decided, somewhere in the tunnel between here and Seoul, that crying was something he'd do later, after. Port Arthur, born and raised. Before that, Lafayette, Louisiana. My people are Cajun all the way back to the Grand Derangement. She said this with the flat, unapologetic pride of someone stating a geological fact. I've survived Audrey, Carla, Hilda, Beulah, Carmen, Alicia, Rita, Ike, Harvey, and now the dead rising. You want to know my secret? She leaned close. Her eyes were bright, dark, old, and absolutely fiercely alive. I'm too mean to die. The good Lord's scared of me, and the devil knows better. Jonah almost laughed. The sound surprised him. A rusty, unused sound, like a hinge that hadn't been opened in years. Lil heard it and pointed the ladle at him. There, that. You need more of that. Eat your gumbo. He ate his gumbo. And for the first time in 4 days, the scream in his chest quieted. Not stopped, never stopped, but dropped from a howl to a hum, a frequency he could carry without it vibrating his bones apart. The days folded into each other with the compressed urgency of a world that no longer operated on calendars. Training began on day 6. Voss ran it with the precision of the military officer she was. Morning PT, weapons training, tactical movement, urban combat basics. The fighters, 26 now, with the additions from Port Arthur and a group of fishermen who'd come in from Palacios, drilled on the island's flat terrain, under a sun that tried to kill them before the zombies could. Jonah was not a natural fighter. He'd never held a gun before the apocalypse, and the AR-15 that Voss put in his hands felt wrong. Too heavy, too loud, too mechanical. His hands, which were steady enough to perform surgery on a 200-pound sea turtle, shook when he tried to sight down the barrel at a target made from a wooden pallet. Breathe, Voss said, standing behind him on the firing range. Slow exhale, squeeze, don't pull. He squeezed. The rifle kicked against his shoulder. The bullet hit the dirt, 6 feet to the left of the target. Again. He fired 100 rounds over 2 days. By the end, he could hit the pallet at 50 yards. Not consistently, not accurately, but he could hit it. Voss looked at his grouping and said, with the diplomatic understatement of a woman who'd trained raw recruits before, "You'll do. Stay behind the people who know what they're doing and don't shoot unless you're sure of your target." Tommy, by contrast, was terrifyingly good. Not with a gun, he hadn't fired one either, but with movement. Voss ran urban infiltration drills, sending teams through a mock-up of buildings and alleys she'd constructed from shipping containers, and Tommy flowed through them like water. He could spot an enemy, a coalition member playing the role, before anyone else could find cover that no one else saw, could close distance across open ground with a speed and fluidity that made the military veterans in the group shake their heads in something between admiration and disbelief. "The kid's a natural," said one of the Palacios fishermen, a former Marine named Santos. "Where'd he learn to move like that?" "Skateboard," Tommy said without looking up from the box cutter he was sharpening. He'd graduated from the box cutter to a proper knife, a kabar that Santos had given him, but he still carried the box cutter in his pocket, a talisman from the first day. Preacher trained with the fire axe. He didn't shoot. "I'll use what the Lord put on me," he said, which meant his size, his strength, and an axe that he swung with the terrible, hymn-humming efficiency of a man who had found in violence a penance for the violence he'd fled. He was the most imposing presence on the training ground, and also the quietest. He spoke to no one beyond what was necessary. He ate alone. He prayed at morning and evening on his knees facing east. But when Jonah walked past him once during evening prayers, the words were mouthing without sound, lips forming syllables that carried no air, no voice. A man speaking to a God he no longer believed was listening, because the habit of speaking was all he had left of the faith he'd lost. One evening, Jonah found Preacher sitting on the seawall at the island's southern tip, watching the sun go down over the gulf. The big man's hands were folded in his lap, his fire axe leaning against the concrete beside him. He was humming, a low, resonant sound that Jonah recognized as Amazing Grace, the melody slow and mournful, the voice of a man who knew every word and believed none of them. "Mind if I sit?" Jonah asked. Preacher shrugged, which Jonah took as permission. He sat. The seawall was warm under him. The gulf was turning gold and rose, the colors of a world that was still, despite everything, capable of beauty. "My daughter's in that compound," Jonah said, because he'd learned that the best way to talk to someone who didn't talk was to go first. "Soul, she's 6. Preacher nodded. He didn't speak. "I used to be a veterinarian. Marine animals, turtles, dolphins, things that live in the water. I was good at it. I understood how they thought, how they moved. I could predict what a panicked animal would do because I'd studied enough of them to recognize the patterns." He paused. "I'm starting to see patterns in the infected, too." Preacher looked at him, not turned his head, turned his whole body, the deliberate, full-focus attention of a man whose life's work had been listening. "Not just the movement patterns Hannah's been documenting," Jonah continued. "Something else. Since the first day, since I was on Galveston, surrounded by them, I've felt a pressure in my head. Like tinnitus, but directional. When there's a large group of infected nearby, I can feel which direction they are. It gets stronger when there are more of them." He hadn't told anyone this. Not Hannah, not Teddy, not Dale. The fear of what it meant, the possibility that the virus had left something in him, a residue, a connection, had kept it locked in the same vault where he kept Elena's death, and the sound of Sewell's backpack hitting the ground. Preacher studied him for a long time. Then he spoke. The first words Jonah had heard him speak that weren't logistical or perfunctory. "When I was in seminary," Preacher said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to come from inside the earth, "they taught us about the early church fathers, the desert fathers, they called them. Men who went into the wilderness alone and fasted and prayed until they heard God's voice. Some of them heard it. Some of them heard something else. Something that sounded like God but wasn't." He paused. "The test," they said, "wasn't whether you heard a voice. It was whether you could tell the difference between God and the thing that pretended to be God. I don't think this is God. Neither do I." Preacher looked at the gulf. The gold was fading, the rose deepening toward red. "I think you're tuned to a frequency that most people aren't. Whether it's the virus or something else, your brain, your training, the way you read animals, I don't know. But I've watched you in the drills. You know where the enemies are before you see them. You flinch before the sound comes. You're reading something the rest of us can't. Does it scare you that I might be connected to them?" Preacher looked at him with eyes that had watched an entire congregation die and still got up in the morning. "Mr. Britton, I'm a minister who doesn't believe in God anymore, sitting on a seawall at the end of the world, holding a fire axe. Nothing scares me, not the way you mean." He paused. "But I'd keep it to myself. People are afraid of anything that reminds them of the infected, and fear makes people do ugly things." Jonah nodded. "Thank you. Don't thank me. Just find your little girl." Preacher went back to humming. The melody drifted over the water, sweet and sad and searching. On day 10, the Tide Kings found them. The attack came at dawn. 3 boats, armed, fast, cutting through the morning mist on Matagorda Bay like knives. The lead boat was a repurposed shrimp trawler, smaller than the Bayou Belle, but mounted with a 50 caliber machine gun on the bow that was unmistakably military hardware. The other two were sport fishing boats, sleek and fast, carrying 8 men each, all armed, all flying a flag Jonah hadn't seen before, a black banner with a white trident, the symbol of the Tide Kings. The lookout, a coalition volunteer on the island's north point, radioed the alarm at 5:47 a.m. By 5:52, Voss had the island's defense positions manned. By 5:55, the lead boat had opened fire. The 50 cal rounds hit the refuge buildings with the sound of the world breaking. Concrete splintered, metal screamed. A section of the perimeter fence disintegrated in a spray of chain link and dust. Jonah, who'd been sleeping in one of the overflow tents, came awake to the sound of the gun and was on his feet and running before his mind had fully transitioned from dream to reality. "Seawall positions!" Voss was shouting, her voice carrying the command frequency, the pitch and projection that cut through noise and fear and reached the lizard brain that responded to authority. "Riflemen to the waterline. Everyone else, interior shelter. Move!" Jonah ran to the seawall. He had the AR-15, loaded, safety off, the way Voss had drilled him. His hands were shaking. He crouched behind the concrete barrier and looked out at the bay and saw the boats and the gun and the men, and his stomach dropped and his mouth went dry, and the taste of metal flooded his tongue. Beside him, Dale was calm. The old man had the marine flare gun in one hand and a scoped rifle, borrowed from the Coalition's armory, in the other. He sighted through the scope with the steadiness of a man who'd spent 40 years gauging distances across water. "Tide Kings," Dale said. "Bo Gentry's boys. They've been expanding their territory south. Guess they found us. What do they want? What every pirate wants. Our stuff. Our people. Our submission." Dale's finger settled on the trigger. Not today. The fight lasted 20 minutes. The Coalition's defense was organized. Voss had planned for this, had positioned fighters in overlapping fields of fire, had fortified the waterline positions with sandbags and vehicle hulls. The Tide Kings had the 50 cal and the speed advantage, but they were attacking a defended position across open water, and Voss's people knew how to shoot. The lead boat took fire from 6 positions simultaneously. Its windshield shattered. The 50 cal gunner slumped. A Coalition marksman, the former Marine Santos, had put a round through his shoulder. The boat veered, its engine screaming, and one of the sport fishing boats moved in to cover it. Jonah fired. He didn't know if he hit anything. The rifle kicked and the sound was enormous, and his ears rang, and he saw the tracers, his and others, arcing over the water toward the boats. He fired again. Again. The mechanical repetition of it, aim, breathe, squeeze, was oddly steadying. His mind emptied of everything except the rifle and the target and the simple, physical act of defense. Preacher was on the seawall 20 yards to Jonah's left. He didn't have a rifle. He had the fire axe. He stood behind the concrete barrier, watching the boats, waiting, humming. When one of the sport fishing boats powered toward the shore, attempting a beach landing, 4 men on the bow with weapons raised, Preacher stepped over the barrier and walked toward the waterline with the axe over his shoulder and amazing grace on his lips. The first man off the boat was a heavy-set bearded man carrying a shotgun. He saw Preacher, 6'4", 280, advancing with a fire axe and a hymn, and hesitated. That hesitation was the last decision he made freely. Preacher covered the distance in 3 strides and brought the axe down in an arc that ended the engagement for the bearded man and convinced the 3 men behind him that a beach landing was a very bad idea. They scrambled back onto the boat, which reversed with frantic engine revving, its wake washing over the bearded man's body. The 50 cal boat was retreating now, trailing smoke from a hit to its engine compartment. The second sport fishing boat had taken damage too. Its outboard was laboring, and 2 of its crew were down. The attack was failing. Gentry's Tide Kings had expected a soft target, a refugee camp, unarmed, desperate, and had found instead a fortified position with military leadership and fighters who'd been training for exactly this scenario. The boats withdrew. They pulled back across the bay, the 50 cal boat listing slightly, the others flanking it like escorts. Within 10 minutes, They disappeared into the morning mist. Voss called ceasefire. The silence that followed the gunfire was dense, ringing, the kind of silence that your ears had to relearn how to hear after they'd been filled with violence. Casualties. 3 coalition members wounded, none killed. The Tide Kings had left 1 dead on the beach, and at least 4 wounded on the boats. A victory, by the brutal arithmetic of combat. But Jonah's hands were shaking so badly, he couldn't open them from the rifle's grip. His fingers had locked, a muscular spasm driven by adrenaline and terror, and Teddy had to pry them loose one by one, murmuring the soothing monologue she used on all her patients. "Okay, easy, let go, just relax the fingers, there you go. You're fine, baby." "I don't know if I hit anything," Jonah said. "Doesn't matter," Teddy said. "You showed up, you held the line, that's all that matters. Is everyone from our group is fine. Tommy's being Tommy. He's already on the North Point doing recon. Hannah's documenting the attack for her journal. Dale's checking the Bayou Bell for damage. Preacher is..." She paused, looked toward the waterline. "Preacher is praying over the man he killed." Jonah looked. Preacher was kneeling in the sand beside the body, his hands clasped, his head bowed. The fire axe lay on the sand beside him, its blade dark. His lips were moving, and this time Jonah could hear the words. Not clearly, but enough. A prayer. A real one, spoken aloud, with a voice that had once filled a church with faith. He was praying for the soul of the man he'd killed, and the words were broken and raw and real in a way that his silent prayers had not been. Jonah turned away. There was a limit to what you could witness in a day, and he was approaching it. Voss called a council that evening. All the fighters, plus key personnel, Teddy, medical, Devante, communications, Dale, navigation, Hannah, intelligence, and Jonah, gathered in the refuge's main building. The coffee was gone. They drank warm water. The room smelled of gun oil and sweat and the antiseptic that Teddy had used on the wounded. "The Tide Kings will be back," Voss said. "Gentry doesn't take a loss. He regroups, reinforces, and comes back harder. We have days, not weeks," she paused, "which means our timeline just accelerated. We can't wait 2 weeks for the Camp Bullies mission. If Gentry comes back with his full fleet, and I'm told he has 12 armed vessels, we can't hold this island." "How long do we have?" Dale asked. "Best case, 5 days. Worst case, 2. "Then we move now," Jonah said. The words came out steady, certain, and he was surprised to find that the feeling behind them was not panic but clarity. The waiting was over. The tunnel had shortened. Saul was at the end of it. "We move now," Voss confirmed, "but not to Camp Bullies. Not yet. We're still short on fighters, and we don't have enough vehicles for the inland leg. What we do have is a route." She unfolded a map. "The intracoastal waterway takes us southwest to Lavaca Bay. From there we go inland to the I-10 corridor, which runs east-west across southern Texas. We follow the corridor to San Antonio. Along the way we recruit. There are survivor groups at Columbus, Hallettsville, Gonzales, Seguin. We've been in radio contact with some of them. We offer them what we offered you: a mission, a purpose, and a target. Drummond is a threat to every survivor in Texas. Some of them will join us." "How long to San Antonio?" "Depends on what we encounter. Overland travel through infected territory is unpredictable. A week, maybe 10 days. She looked at Jonah. "I know that's not what you want to hear." "It's faster than 2 weeks." "It is." She looked at the group. "We depart at dawn. 3 boats, the Bayou Bell, and 2 coalition vessels. We leave a skeleton crew here for the non-fighters. Everyone who can fight goes. The Tide Kings won't bother a deserted island, and we'll send boats back for the rest once we've established a base inland." She paused. "Questions?" Dale raised a hand. "Route through Lavaca Bay takes us past the Lavaca Causeway. If that's been compromised, destroyed like the Galveston bridges, or jammed with infected, we'll need an alternative. We'll assess on approach. If the causeway is impassable, we go around the head of the bay. Adds a day. And if Gentry's patrols are in the waterway, then we fight through. We can't let the Tide Kings dictate our movement. They control the bay, not the entire coast. She looked at Dale. You know these waters, Captain Koenig. Can you navigate the intracoastal at night? Dale's mustache twitched. Skipper, I've been navigating these waters since before you were born. I can take the Bayou Belle through the intracoastal blindfolded, drunk, and during a hurricane. Preferably not all three at once. Something that might have been a smile crossed Voss's face. Dawn. Be ready. The council dispersed. People moved to pack, to prepare, to do the 100 small tasks that preceded departure into danger. Jonah went to the dock, where the Bayou Belle sat in her berth, her hull reflecting the last light of the day. He stood at the rail and looked north. The stars were emerging, Polaris, steady, indifferent, pointing the way he needed to go. North, San Antonio, Camp Bullis, Saul. He reached into the pink backpack and pulled out Professor Squeaks. The stuffed dolphin was soft, worn, smelling faintly of Saul's shampoo and the crayon wax that got on everything she touched. He held it in both hands, the way you hold something fragile, something irreplaceable. I'm coming, baby, he said. Daddy's coming. The stars said nothing. They never did. But Polaris held its position, and the North Star was the only compass he needed. And the morning would come, and with it, the road to his daughter. They departed Matagorda Island at 4:30 a.m. on day 12. 3 boats in a loose formation cutting through the pre-dawn dark of the intracoastal waterway. The Bayou Belle led, her diesel engine a low, steady pulse. Behind her, 2 coalition vessels, a 40-foot sport fisher named Lucky Strike and a converted shrimp boat called Hope's Anchor, carried the rest of the assault force. 53 fighters in total, not enough, but it was what they had. The intracoastal waterway was a different world at night. The channel was narrow, 100 feet wide in places, flanked by salt marsh and the dark bulk of the mainland on the port side, and barrier islands on the starboard. The water was flat, black, reflecting the stars in a way that made it impossible to tell where the sky ended and the sea began. Dale navigated by instruments and memory, his hands on the wheel, his eyes moving between the depth sounder and the darkness ahead. Jonah stood on the bow, the pressure in his skull doing its thing. The tinnitus, the directional pull that told him where concentrations of infected were, was stronger tonight than it had been since Galveston. It came from the mainland, from the west, a constant, low-frequency hum that he could feel in his teeth and behind his eyes. The coast was crawling with them. Every small town, every fishing village, every cluster of houses along the waterway was a note of infection that pulsed in his awareness like a migraine's aura. He hadn't told anyone except Preacher, but Hannah was watching him. She'd noticed the way he turned toward threat sources before they were visible, the way he flinched before a howler screamed, the way he navigated the training ground as if he could feel the enemies through walls. She hadn't said anything yet. She was a scientist. She collected data before forming hypotheses. The dawn came slowly, a gradient from black to gray to the pale, smoke-filtered gold that had become the new normal. The smoke was always there now, not from Galveston, which was behind them, but from the mainland's ongoing disintegration. Cities burned, refineries burned. The infrastructure of civilization, unattended, unmaintained, consumed itself. They passed the remnants of small towns on the mainland shore. Port Lavaca, a fishing community of 12,000, was visible through the binoculars as a grid of streets populated by the aimless drift of the infected. Jonah watched a horde move through the town's main street, 200, maybe 300, flowing around stopped cars and over-fallen power lines, with the collective, mindless persistence of a river finding its course. Among them, he spotted something that made him lower the binoculars and stare, a figure on the roof of a 2-story building, not infected, standing still, upright, with the deliberate posture of observation. Not a survivor. Survivors hid, crouched, made themselves small. This figure stood as if it wanted to be seen. It was too far away for details. Just a shape, gray-dark, wearing something that might have been a coat. But the way it stood, the stillness, the way it seemed to be watching, Not the horde below it, but the boats on the water. Jonah raised the binoculars again. The figure was gone. "Dale," he said. "Did you see someone on the roof in Port Lavaca?" Dale glanced. Lots of someones. Infected on every block. Not infected. Someone standing. Watching. On a roof. Could be a survivor. Could be a stage 2. They still have enough cognition to climb. Dale shrugged. Or could be your eyes playing tricks. You've been up since 4. Jonah nodded, but the unease stayed with him. A splinter in his awareness. A shape on a roof that didn't match the patterns he was learning to read. They anchored in Lavaca Bay at midday. The bay was wide, shallow, and surrounded by flat coastal prairie that stretched to the horizon in every direction. The town of Port Lavaca sat on the northern shore, and from the water, it looked manageable. Small, contained, less catastrophic than Houston or Texas City. Dale and Voss consulted the charts and determined that the optimal point to leave the water and begin the overland journey was a boat ramp on the western shore, near the town of Point Comfort. The name felt cruel. Devante had been working the radio continuously since departure, scanning frequencies, broadcasting the coalition's call to arms on a rotating schedule. He'd made contact with 3 groups: a fortified ranch outside Gonzales, 40 people, 12 fighters; a church community in Hallettsville, 60 people, mixed combat capability; and a ham radio operator in Seguin who claimed to be in contact with a resistance group calling themselves the Free Texans. The same group Voss had heard of, operating out of the natural bridge caverns north of San Antonio. "The Free Texans are the ones we need," Voss said, studying the map. "They're the closest to Camp Bullies. They have intelligence on Drummond's operations, and their leader, someone calling themselves Coyote, has been running a guerrilla campaign against NRT patrols for weeks." "Can we trust them?" Jonah asked. "Can we trust anyone?" Voss looked at him. "We can trust that they want Drummond gone. Everything else we verify on the ground." They went ashore at Point Comfort in the late afternoon. The boat ramp was clear. The tiny town had been too small to generate a significant infected population, and the ones that were present had drifted inland, away from the water. The group formed up in the parking lot of an abandoned bait shop. 53 people with backpacks and weapons and the wild, determined eyes of people who'd chosen to walk toward the fire instead of away from it. Lil had packed food, MREs supplemented with her own additions, which made even military-grade ration packs edible. "You eat," she told everyone she passed, pressing foil-wrapped bundles into their hands. "You eat, and you keep walking, and if your feet hurt, you tell them to shut up." Tommy scouted ahead on his skateboard. The roads were cracked and sunbaked, perfect for skating, and he covered ground at 3 times walking speed, reporting back by radio. Another of Devante's jury-rigged creations, a pair of handheld units cobbled from marine radios and walkie-talkie components. "Road's clear for 2 miles, Tommy's voice crackled. Couple of infected, maybe 5 or 6, all stage 3. They're off the road in a field, not moving." "Wait," a pause. "Yeah, they're dormant, like the ones in Lamarck, just standing in the field, facing north." "Facing north," Hannah said, her pen moving in her journal. "That's consistent. They orient toward their last stimulus direction when they go dormant. But why would all of them be facing north?" "Something north of here drew them," Jonah said. "A sound, a disturbance. Then it stopped, and they stopped." "Or something north of here is still drawing them," Hannah said quietly. "Something they can sense that we can't." The splinter in Jonah's awareness twisted. The pressure in his skull pulsed, faintly from the north, a hum that he'd been attributing to the general infection density of the mainland. But that was, now that he focused on it, more specific than that. Not the diffuse background noise of scattered infected. Something concentrated, something large, something that the dormant zombies in the field were oriented toward, the way iron filings orient toward a magnet. He didn't say anything. He adjusted his pack and kept walking. They made camp that night in an abandoned farmstead, a ranch house, a barn, and a cluster of outbuildings surrounded by a barbed wire fence that Voss's people reinforced with vehicles pushed into the gaps. The house was ransacked but intact. The barn was empty except for the smell of animals that had been released or had died. The well still worked. Teddy set up a medical station in the kitchen. Lil commandeered the stove, propane still connected, and began performing the closest thing to a miracle that the apocalypse had seen. Hot food for 53 people. Jonah couldn't eat, not because of the food, and Lil's cooking was, if anything, better with a real stove, but because the pressure in his skull had intensified as the sun went down. It pulsed with a slow, regular rhythm, like a heartbeat heard through water, and it was coming from the north, from the direction they were heading, from somewhere between here and San Antonio. He went outside. The night was warm, the stars obscured by a bank of clouds rolling in from the Gulf. The first signs of the hurricane season. That was, Jonah realized with a cold start, well underway. It was late May. Hurricane season ran from June through November. They were in the window. Any system that formed in the Gulf would head for the Texas coast with the implacable mathematics of warm water and rotation. Hannah found him in the yard. She had her journal as always. She also had a flashlight and the expression she wore when she'd finished collecting data and was ready to talk about what it meant. "Your head," she said. No preamble. Hannah didn't do preamble. "You've been touching your temples all day. You flinch before threats are visible. You turn toward the field of dormant infected before Tommy reported them." She opened the journal. "I've been documenting it. 11 instances in the last 7 days where you reacted to infected presence before any visual or auditory confirmation. The correlation is statistically significant. Hannah, you were exposed to the virus on day 1. At the school or in the streets. Aerosol transmission. The freshly turned infected exhale viral particulate for 72 hours. You were in close proximity to multiple fresh-turned specimens." She paused. "The same aerosol event that exposed the children at Opp Elementary. You think I'm infected? I think you were exposed. I think your immune system fought off the infection. You're not turning, clearly. But I think the virus left a residue, trace amounts of viral material in the brain stem, the part of the brain that the virus targets. Not enough to trigger the transformation cascade, but enough to create a resonance. A resonance. The infected communicate. Not verbally. Their language centers are destroyed. But they cluster, they orient, they respond to stimuli collectively. There's a signal, some kind of chemical or electromagnetic communication, and I think you can detect it." She looked at him. The flashlight was off, and in the starless dark, he couldn't see her expression, only the outline of her against the sky. "You're partially tuned to their frequency, Jonah. Like a radio picking up a station it shouldn't be able to reach." The silence between them was thick. An insect sang in the grass. Somewhere in the house behind them, Lil was telling a story and someone was laughing. A real laugh. The kind that came from the belly. The kind that said, "We are still human. We are still here. We can still do this." "Does it scare you?" Jonah asked. The same question he'd asked Preacher. Hannah's answer was different. "It fascinates me. And yes, it scares me. Not because of what it means for you. You're stable, you're not turning. But because of what it means for the virus. It means the infection isn't binary, turned or not turned. There's a spectrum, a gray area. And if you're in that gray area, others could be too. Others could be too. Renovex patients who took low doses, people who were exposed but didn't turn. There could be thousands of people walking around with trace infections, feeling pressure in their skulls, sensing things they can't explain." She paused. "And there could be someone on the other end of that spectrum. Someone with a stronger connection. Someone who can do more than just sense the infected." The splinter twisted again. The figure on the roof in Port Lavaca. Standing still, watching. "Hannah," Jonah said, "in Port Lavaca, I saw something. On a roof. A figure. Watching the boats. Survivor? I don't think so. It was too still. Too deliberate. It wasn't hiding. It was observing. And the infected below it weren't reacting to it. They were flowing around it like it wasn't there. Or like it was one of them." Hannah was quiet for a long time. The journal was closed in her hands. When she spoke, her voice had the careful, measured tone of a scientist approaching a hypothesis that frightened her. An infected specimen with preserved higher cognition, one that can observe, assess, direct. A mutation or an unusual interaction between the virus and a specific host's neurology. She paused. Jonah, if such a specimen exists, if there's an infected individual with the intelligence to observe survivors and coordinate horde movement, then everything we know about zombie behavior is wrong. They're not a mindless threat. They're a directed one. The pressure in his skull pulsed. From the north, steady, patient. We should tell Voss, Jonah said on. We should. But not the part about you, not the resonance. Not yet. Hannah's hand found his arm in the dark. People are afraid, Jonah. They're afraid of the infected, and they're afraid of anything that blurs the line between us and them. If they know you have a partial connection to the virus, they'll treat me like a threat or a weapon. Neither is good. She squeezed his arm. For now, it's between us. And Preacher, if you've told him. I told him. Good. Preacher's the only person in this group who won't judge you for carrying something dark inside you. He carries his own. She released his arm. Get some sleep, Jonah. Tomorrow we reach Hallettsville. And if Father Reyes is right, that's where we'll learn more about where Elena's trail leads. Elena's trail. Even dead. She was leaving markers for him to follow. A school, a priest, a church, a name. Breadcrumbs through the dark. The last gift of a woman who'd run as far as she could and then sat on a curb facing south and waited. Jonah went inside. He lay down on the ranch house floor, Soul's backpack under his head, Professor Squeaks in his hand. The pressure in his skull hummed. He closed his eyes. He dreamed of dolphins. Saul's dolphins, the cartoon ones she drew, with big smiles and tiny fins. They swam in circles around his head, and when he tried to catch them, they dissolved into water, and the water tasted like salt, and the salt was tears, and the tears were his. He woke at 3 a.m. with the pressure screaming. Something was close, something large, something organized, something that pressed against his awareness like a hand pressing against a window pane. He sat up in the dark, his heart hammering, and felt the direction, north, still north, but closer than before. Much closer, as if whatever was generating the signal had moved toward them during the night. He went to the window. The clouds had cleared and the stars were back, and in their light he could see the fields surrounding the farmstead. Empty, flat, no movement. The barbed wire fence, the pushed vehicles, the dark shapes of the outbuildings. Then, at the edge of visibility, maybe a quarter-mile north, something that might have been a shadow and might have been a figure, standing still, facing the farmstead, not moving. Jonah watched for 10 minutes. The shape didn't move. It might have been a fence post, a dead tree, a trick of starlight, or it might have been something else, something that had followed them from Port Lavaca, something that stood on rooftops and watched, something that the dormant infected in the fields oriented toward, the way everything with the virus in it oriented toward the strongest signal. The shape was gone when the dawn came, if it had ever been there at all. Hallettsville was a small town, 2,000 people before the outbreak, a German Czech community in the rolling prairie between the coast and San Antonio. They reached it on foot in the late afternoon of day 13, approaching from the south on a farm-to-market road flanked by cattle fences and pecan trees. The church community Devante had contacted was sheltering in Sacred Heart Catholic Church, a white-painted wooden structure on the town's main street. Father Reyes approached first, collar visible, shotgun lowered, and the doors opened. Inside 60 people, families mostly. An older German Texan population supplemented by Hispanic farm workers, and a handful of travelers who'd been passing through when the world stopped. They were led by a deacon named Gruber, a burly man with a handlebar mustache who shook Father Reyes' hand and said, "We've been praying for reinforcements. God sent a priest." Father Reyes' expression was complicated. God had nothing to do with it, he said, then crossed himself. A reflex he couldn't stop, and a statement he couldn't unsay. Voss organized the integration quickly. The Hallettsville group had supplies, shelter, and local knowledge. And in exchange, Voss's force offered military expertise and a plan. 15 of Hallettsville's survivors volunteered to join the Camp Bullies mission. The rest would stay and defend the church. It was in Hallettsville that the group encountered the congregation of the Last Flesh for the first time. Not directly, not yet. But the signs were there. Tommy, scouting the town's perimeter, found the first sign. A spray-painted symbol on the side of a grain elevator. A circle with a hand reaching upward, fingers splayed. Below it, in neat black letters, "The flesh is holy. The flesh is God. Receive the sacrament." "What the hell is that?" Tommy radioed. Hannah, who'd been documenting graffiti and markings since Houston, recognized it from previous sightings. "I've seen this symbol before, on buildings in northern Houston. Whoever they are, they're organized. They have a message, and they're spreading it." The second sign was worse. On the road north of Hallettsville, they found a barricade, cars pushed across the road, a classic survivor checkpoint. But the barricade had been breached. The cars were pushed aside, and the ground behind them was dark with old blood. And beyond the barricade, staked into the earth like fence posts, were 7 wooden crosses. Not crosses bearing the dead, crosses bearing the living. 7 people, tied to crosses with electrical wire. Their bodies gnawed to bone in places, left alive long enough for the infected to find them. Offerings, sacrifices, staked out like lambs for the slaughter, and left for the dead to consume. The bodies were weeks old. Whoever had done this was gone. But the method, the symbolism, this was not random violence. This was worship. Someone was feeding people to the infected as an act of faith. "The congregation of the Last Flesh," Voss said, staring at the crosses. Her face was stone. "We've heard of them. A cult operating north of Houston, led by a televangelist named Thorne. They believe the infected are divine, angels of judgment, carriers of God's final sacrament. They feed people to zombies," Tommy said. His voice was flat, emptied of the usual teenage bravado. He was looking at the crosses, and his face was the face of a boy who'd just learned something about humanity that couldn't be unlearned. "They feed people to zombies," Voss confirmed, "as offerings, as conversion. They call it delivering the faithful." She paused. "Drummond has been trying to eliminate them for months. Even he considers them a threat. But they're not a military force. They're a subversive one. They infiltrate survivor groups posing as refugees. They earn trust, and then, when the time is right, they open the doors." "How do we know they haven't infiltrated us?" Jonah asked. Voss looked at him. "We don't." The thought settled over the group like cold water. 53 people. Not all of them known. Not all of them vetted. Any one of them could be... "Stop," Preacher said. His voice, rare as it was, carried the weight of a man who'd spent his life managing congregations, managing the fear and suspicion and tribalism that lurked beneath every community. "If we start looking at each other as potential traitors, we're finished before we start. Fear of the enemy within is how dictators consolidate power. Drummond uses it. This Thorne uses it differently, but uses it the same. We don't become them by becoming afraid of each other." He looked at Voss, then at Jonah, then at the crosses. His jaw worked, and Jonah could see the war behind his eyes. The minister who didn't believe fighting the man who still, despite everything, recognized evil when he saw it. "We bury these people," Preacher said. "We give them names if we can find them and prayers if we can't. And then we keep moving. Because the longer we stand here being afraid, the longer those children sit in Drummond's compound." They buried them. 7 graves, dug with borrowed shovels in the hard Texas clay, marked with the crosses that had been instruments of torture, and were now, in the way of all crosses, instruments of memory. Preacher spoke over each one, not a sermon, not a prayer, but a simple declaration. You were here. You mattered. Someone remembers. Jonah stood at the graves and thought of Elena, of soul, of the distance still to travel and the things that waited in it. The congregation with its crosses and its mad theology, Drummond with his compound and his children, the thing in the dark that watched from rooftops and stood at the edge of fields, and sent pressure through his skull like a migraine that spoke. He shouldered the pink backpack and walked north. The group followed. The road stretched ahead of them, flat and straight and shimmering with heat. And at the end of it, at the end of everything, Sewell was drawing dolphins on a wall, and she was waiting, and he was coming. The pressure in his skull pulsed. North, always north. And something in the pulse had changed. It wasn't just the diffuse background noise of the infected anymore. It was specific, directional, focused. Something was following them, and it was getting closer. They made contact with the Free Texans 4 days later, in a moment so absurd that Jonah would later wonder if the apocalypse had developed a sense of humor. The group had stopped for the night at an abandoned gas station on Highway 90, between Gonzales and Seguin. The station had been looted, shelves bare, coolers dark and stinking, the register ripped from its mount. But the building was structurally sound, the roof held, and the small office in the back provided a defensible sleeping space for those who couldn't stay awake for watch duty. Voss's people took the perimeter. The rest crowded inside. Jonah was on watch, the 2 a.m. shift, which he'd volunteered for because he couldn't sleep anyway, because the pressure in his skull was a constant companion now, a low-grade hum that rose and fell with the tidal movements of infected populations he couldn't see but could feel. He sat on the gas station's roof, legs dangling over the edge, the AR-15 across his lap, watching the highway and the dark fields beyond it. The highway was empty. The fields were empty. The stars were out, Polaris steady. The Milky Way a river of light overhead. The silence was the silence of a world that had stopped making the small, constant noises of civilization. No hum of distant highways, no aircraft, no industrial drone. Just insects, wind, and the occasional distant moan that might have been the dead or might have been the wind through a broken window. Then, headlights. 2 sets, approaching from the west, moving fast. Too fast for caution. Whoever was driving was either desperate or stupid or both. Jonah keyed his radio. Voss, 2 vehicles westbound on 90, approaching fast. Voss was up in seconds. The perimeter fighters went to positions. Rifles aimed at the approaching vehicles, which resolved in the headlight glare into a pickup truck and a Humvee. Military, desert tan, mounted with a spotlight that swept the road ahead. The vehicles stopped 100 yards from the gas station. The spotlight found the building, paused, then went dark. A voice amplified by a megaphone. "If you're alive and you're not NRT, flash a light twice." Voss looked at Jonah. Jonah shrugged. Voss flashed her flashlight twice. A pause, then, "Well, that's either survivors or the smartest zombies we've ever seen. Either way, we're coming in. Don't shoot." The pickup and the Humvee rolled forward. The doors opened. 4 people got out. 3 men and a woman, all armed, all wearing mismatched civilian clothes, with military-grade body armor. The woman was short, compact, with a buzz cut and night vision goggles, pushed up on her forehead. She walked toward the gas station with the easy, hip-rolling stride of someone who'd been in firefights and had made peace with the possibility of more. "I'm Coyote," she said. "Free Texans. We've been looking for you." "You've been looking for us," Voss said. It wasn't a question. Your radio broadcasts aren't exactly subtle. Coalition force moving toward San Antonio, seeking allies for an assault on NRT positions. Drummond's people heard it too. They've got patrols out looking for you. She looked at the group. 53 people gathered in and around a gas station in the middle of the Texas night. "You're brave or you're crazy. Probably both." "We're parents," Jonah said. "Some of us." Coyote looked at him. Her eyes were sharp, evaluating, the eyes of a person who'd learned to read strangers fast, because reading them slow could get you killed. "You're the one with the daughter. Camp bullies. How did you—" "We monitor NRT communications. Drummond knows about you. He intercepted your radio traffic weeks ago. He knows you're coming." She paused, letting this settle. He's moved additional forces to Camp Bullies, doubled the guard on the children's compound. He's prepared. The group was silent. The weight of the information pressed down, like the heat that was already building even at 2 a.m. A physical force, a compression, the feeling of walls closing in. Then we need a new plan, Voss said. No, Coyote said. You need a better plan, and that's what I'm here to give you. She pulled a rolled map from her belt and spread it on the Humvee's hood. Natural Bridge Caverns, 15 miles north of San Antonio. We've got 150 fighters down there, maps of every NRT installation in the area, and a woman named Vivian Cade, who's been feeding us information from inside Drummond's lab. Cade is working with you? Cade is working for survival. Drummond forced her to continue the Renovex research. She's been sabotaging it from the inside, giving him false data, slowing the weaponization program, buying time, but she can't hold out forever. She needs extraction, and we need her data. Coyote looked at Jonah. Your daughter, Mr. Britton. The research data. Cade herself. They're all in the same compound. One mission. One mission, Jonah repeated. One shot. We do it right or we don't do it at all. Coyote folded the map. So, are you coming with me to the caverns? Or are you going to stand around this gas station until Drummond's patrols find you? They went. The convoy, augmented by the Free Texan vehicles, rolled northwest through the pre-dawn, headlights off, navigating by moonlight, and Coyote's intimate knowledge of the back roads that threaded through the hill country, like capillaries. The terrain changed as they moved inland, the flat coastal prairie giving way to rolling hills, cedar breaks, limestone outcrops. The road climbed, wound, dipped through creek beds that were dry in the Texas summer. The air changed too, drier, hotter, carrying the dusty herbal scent of juniper and live oak instead of the salt and marsh smell of the coast. Jonah sat in the Bayou Belle's cab. They'd left the boats at Lavaca Bay with a skeleton crew, transitioning to vehicles for the inland leg, and watched the hill country roll past. The pressure in his skull was fading. Not gone, never gone, but diminished, as if whatever had been following them hadn't followed them into the hills, or as if the higher, drier terrain disrupted the signal, or as if it was waiting. He held Sol's backpack on his lap and counted the miles. Natural Bridge Caverns was a cathedral of stone. The entrance, a wide, natural opening in a limestone hillside, led down into a world of stalactites and stalagmites, and the constant, mineral-heavy drip of water that had been carving these caves for millions of years. The temperature dropped as they descended, from the 100-degree surface to a steady 70 degrees that felt after weeks of Texas heat like a benediction. The air was cool and damp and smelled of stone and earth and the particular clean scent of underground water. The Free Texans had transformed the caverns into a functioning base. The main chamber, a football field-sized space with a 60-foot ceiling, served as the common area, lit by strings of LED lights, powered by solar panels on the surface. Smaller chambers branched off for sleeping quarters, storage, a medical station, a communications center. A freshwater aquifer provided drinking water. Ventilation shafts, both natural and augmented, kept the air breathable. 150 people lived down here. Fighters, families, refugees. The atmosphere was tense but organized. Coyote ran a tight operation, and the cavern's natural defensibility, one entrance, underground, invisible from the surface, provided a security that no above-ground position could match. Jonah stood in the main chamber and felt the weight of the earth above him and thought, Sol is 20 miles from here, 20 miles north, in a compound with fences and guards, and a man who sees her as a number. She's 20 miles away, and I am standing in a cave, and I have never been so close and so far at the same time. Coyote briefed them that night. Maps of Camp Bullies, detailed, annotated, clearly the product of months of intelligence gathering and Cade's inside information. Guard rotations, weak points. The layout of the children's compound, a cluster of converted barracks in the installation's interior. surrounded by its own fence line, guarded by NRT soldiers, who were, according to Cade, a mix of true believers and reluctant conscripts. The children's compound is here. Coyote pointed to a section of the map. 400 children, ages 4 to 16. They're organized into squads of 20. Each squad has a barracks, a squad leader, an older child usually, and 2 adult supervisors. The supervisors are NRT, but not all of them are loyal. Cade has identified 6 who would cooperate with an extraction if given the opportunity. How do we get in? Voss asked. From the north, through the hill country. 20 miles of rough terrain, cedar breaks, limestone ridges, creek beds. Drummond doesn't patrol it because he doesn't believe anyone would approach from that direction. His patrols are focused south and west, toward San Antonio and the main highways. He knows we're coming, Jonah said. He knows someone is coming. He doesn't know from where, and he doesn't know we have Cade on the inside. Coyote paused. The plan is multi-pronged. At H hour, we launch a diversionary attack on the main gate. Loud, visible, enough to draw Drummond's reaction force south. Simultaneously, an infiltration team enters through the north fence line. It's the longest perimeter, and the section nearest the children's compound is covered by a single watchtower with a 2-man crew. Who's on the infiltration team? Coyote looked at Jonah. You, because you won't have it any other way. Tommy, because he's the best infiltrator I've seen in a civilian. Teddy, because we'll need a medic inside, and 4 of my fighters for security. 7 people to extract 400 children. 7 people to get inside and open the gates. Once the gates are open, we flood in with the main force. She looked around the room. The diversionary attack has to be convincing. Drummond has to believe it's the main assault. That means committing fighters to the south gate, knowing they'll take casualties. This is not a clean operation. People will die. What about the children? What if Drummond uses them as shields? That's why Cade is inside. At H hour minus 30, she'll trigger an emergency in the lab complex, a controlled chemical release that will force Drummond to focus on the lab, not the children's compound. It's a distraction within a distraction. And if it doesn't work? Coyote was quiet for a beat. Then we're in a firefight inside a compound full of children, and everything I just said about this not being a clean operation becomes a lot worse. The briefing continued for 2 hours. Logistics, communications, contingencies. Jonah absorbed it with the desperate focus of a man cramming for the most important exam of his life. He memorized the map, the fence lines, the watchtower positions, the route from the north perimeter to the children's compound. 400 yards of open ground between the fence and the first barracks. After the briefing, he found a quiet alcove in the caverns and sat with the map and Soul's backpack and Professor Squeaks. And he studied every line, every notation, every possible path between the fence and his daughter. He traced the route with his finger again and again until he could see it with his eyes closed. North fence, watchtower, 400 yards. First barracks, turn left. Second barracks, turn right. Children's compound gate. Saul was in one of those barracks. He didn't know which one. He would find her. He would find her because the alternative was unthinkable. And because he'd promised, and because Elena had driven as far as she could and sat on a curb facing south, and now it was his turn to drive, to walk, to crawl if he had to. The last 400 yards. He pressed Professor Squeaks against his face and breathed the fading scent of his daughter and made the promise one more time. The last time before it stopped being a promise and started being a fact. Tomorrow, I'm coming tomorrow. The cave dripped. The LED lights hummed. Above them, the Texas night spread across the hill country, and somewhere in it, the shepherd stood on a ridge and watched the cavern entrance with red, patient eyes, and the horde behind it settled into the cedar breaks, like wolves settling around a campfire, waiting for the signal that would tell them it was time to move. The assault on Camp Bullis began in the dark. Chower was 3:17 a.m., a time Coyote had chosen with the precision of someone who understood the mathematics of human alertness. Not midnight, when guards were still sharp from the shift change, Not 4 a.m., when the pre-dawn routine started and people began to stir. 3:17, the dead center of the circadian trough, when the body's cortisol was at its lowest, when the eyes that watched the monitors and swept the perimeters were heaviest, when the gap between seeing something and processing it was widest. Jonah lay in the cedar scrub 70 yards from Camp Bullis's north fence line and counted his heartbeats. They were too fast. He could feel them in his throat, in his wrists, in the space behind his eyes where the pressure lived. The pressure was screaming tonight, not the distant hum he'd carried for days, but a sustained, piercing tone that filled his skull like a fire alarm. There were infected everywhere. Not here, not in the immediate perimeter. Coyote's scouts had cleared the approach corridor, but out there, in the hill country darkness, distributed in numbers that his new sense registered as overwhelming. Thousands, tens of thousands. The San Antonio metropolitan area had held nearly 2 million people before the outbreak, and a significant fraction of those millions were now wandering the terrain between the city and the hills, and every one of them was a note in the chord that was splitting Jonah's head apart. He pressed his palms against his temples, breathed, focused. Beside him, Tommy was flat on his stomach, his K-bar knife in one hand, his eyes fixed on the fence. The teenager had gone quiet in the last hour, not his usual smart-mouthed quiet, but a deeper stillness, the kind that came from having processed all the fear and emerged on the other side into something like calm or numbness. At 17, the difference was academic. Teddy was on Jonah's other side, her EMT bag on her back, a pistol in her hand that she held with the careful, deliberate grip of someone who'd learned to shoot 2 weeks ago and was still having a conversation with the weapon about who was in charge. Behind them, 4 free Texan fighters: Santos, the former Marine from Palacios, a woman named Chen, who didn't talk about her past, and 2 brothers from Seguin named Watts, who'd lost their children to Drummond's roundups 3 months ago and had been waiting for this night ever since. 7 people. 400 yards of open ground. 400 children. Saul. The radio in Jonah's ear crackled. Voss's voice, compressed by encryption into a flat robotic whisper. Diversionary team in position. South Gate, standing by. Coyote's voice. Infiltration team, status. Jonah keyed his mic. North fence, ready. Lab team? A pause, then a voice Jonah hadn't heard before. Female, clipped, with an accent he couldn't place. Lab complex. Packages prepared. Standing by for H-30. Vivian Cade, the woman who designed the virus that had ended the world, speaking from inside the compound where she was both prisoner and saboteur. Her voice was steady. Whatever she felt about what she'd created, whatever guilt or terror or resignation lived in her, she'd packed it into a box and put the box on a shelf and left it there for after. Jonah understood that. He'd done the same thing with Elena. All teams, stand by, Coyote said. H-30 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. In the compound's interior, something happened. Jonah couldn't see it from the north fence. The lab complex was on the south side, half a mile away. But he heard it. An alarm shrill and sustained, cutting through the 3 a.m. silence. Then shouting, distant but sharp, the organized urgency of a military response to an emergency. Lights came on. Floodlights on the south side of the compound, blazing white, turning that sector into noon. Cade's diversion. A chemical release in the lab, controlled, non-lethal, but triggering every hazmat protocol that Drummond's people had. Soldiers would be running to the lab now. Containment teams, security details. Drummond himself, if Cade had timed it right. The south side of the compound was about to become very busy and very bright, which meant the north side was about to become very dark and very empty. -25, Coyote said. Infiltration team, begin approach. Jonah moved. The cedar scrub ended 10 yards from the fence, a chain-link barrier topped with concertina wire, 8 feet tall, anchored to steel posts. Beyond it, a gravel access road. Beyond the road, open ground, mown grass, no cover, stretching to the first row of buildings. The watchtower was 200 yards to the east, a wooden platform on steel legs, manned by 2 sentries, whose attention was currently fixed on the alarm and the lights on the south side. Santos was at the fence first. He had wire cutters, heavy gauge, military issue, and he cut through the chain link with quick, precise snips that sounded in the silent night like bones breaking. The hole opened. Santos peeled back the flap. Tommy went through first, then Teddy, then Jonah. The gravel crunched under his boots, too loud. Every step was a declaration, an announcement, a neon sign that said, "Intruders here." He forced himself to slow down, to place his feet carefully, to find the quiet spots between the stones. Teddy was breathing hard behind him, not from exertion but from fear, the ragged breathing of a body flooding itself with adrenaline and not knowing what to do with the excess. They crossed the access road. The open ground stretched before them, 400 yards of mown grass, lit only by the ambient glow from the south side's floodlights. The buildings ahead were dark. Barracks, administration buildings, motor pool structures. The bones of a military installation repurposed for authoritarianism. Somewhere in there, in one of those dark buildings, Sewell was sleeping, or not sleeping. Lying in a bunk, staring at the ceiling, drawing dolphins on the underside of the mattress above her with a stub of pencil she'd hidden from the supervisors. Tommy took point. He moved across the open ground with that fluid skating gait. Low, fast, silent. He reached the first building, pressed his back to the wall, and scanned. Clear. He waved the team forward. They leapfrogged from building to building. Santos and Chen covered the rear. The Watts brothers flanked. Jonah and Teddy stayed in the middle, civilian hearts pounding in a military operation, carried by the competence of people who knew what they were doing. The children's compound was a distinct enclosure within the larger installation, a cluster of 8 barracks buildings surrounded by a secondary fence, lower than the perimeter fence but topped with the same concertina wire. A single gate, locked, guarded by, Jonah counted, 2 sentries, both young. Both standing with the slumped posture of men who'd been on duty for hours and had been told that the real action was on the south side. Gate guards, Tommy whispered. 2, both looking south. "I'll handle it," Santos said. He moved with the economy of a man who'd done this before, not in the apocalypse, but in another life, in another kind of war. He circled wide, approached the gate from the east, and was behind the first guard before the guard knew he wasn't alone. The strike was precise, silent, a chokehold, applied and held until the guard went limp. The second guard turned at the soft scuffle and found Chen's pistol against his temple. "Don't," Chen said. One word. The guard didn't. They zip-tied the guards. Santos carried them the way other people carried spare magazines, a preparedness that spoke to his history. And Santos picked the gate lock with a tool from a leather roll he kept in his vest. The gate swung open on oiled hinges. Someone on the inside had maintained those hinges. Cade, maybe. Or one of the sympathetic supervisors she'd identified. Inside the children's compound, the barracks were dark and quiet. 8 buildings, each housing 50 children in bunk beds. The buildings were labeled with stenciled numbers, YC1 through YC8. Youth Corps. Drummond's euphemism for the largest hostage operation in Texas. Which building was Saul in? Jonah didn't know. None of the intelligence had been specific enough to identify individual children by barracks assignment. He'd have to search. 8 buildings, 400 children, and an assault clock that was ticking toward the moment when Drummond's people realized the lab emergency was a feint and started looking for the real threat. "Split," Jonah said. "Santos and the Watts brothers. Take buildings 1 through 4. Tommy and Chen, 5 and 6. Teddy and I, 7 and 8. We're looking for a 6-year-old girl named Marisol. Black hair, brown eyes. She might not be talking. She draws dolphins. And if we find other children who need extraction," one of the Watts brothers asked, "we're extracting all of them, every child. That was always the plan. That's 400 children, Jonah. We have 7 people. We get the gates open and the main force floods in. But first, we find Soul." He heard himself say it. The prioritization, the hierarchy, his daughter first, everyone else second. And something in his chest tightened. He was doing the thing he'd sworn he wouldn't do. He was choosing soul over the anonymous mass, choosing his blood over everyone else's. Elena would have done the same thing. Elena had done the same thing. She'd driven past other schools, other children, other families fleeing, and she'd kept driving because soul was in the back seat and soul was hers, and the math of motherhood didn't include variables for other people's children. Go, Jonah said. Radio when you find her. They split. Jonah and Teddy moved to Barracks YC7, the second to last building in the row. The door was unlocked. The children were locked in by the compound fence, not by their individual buildings. Jonah opened it. The smell hit him first. Not rot, not death. The smell of children. 50 children in close quarters, unwashed, underfed, sleeping in bunks in a room with inadequate ventilation in the Texas summer heat. The smell was sweat and dirty hair, and the particular milky scent of young bodies, and beneath it the sharp note of urine from a child who'd wet the bed, and beneath that the ghost of soap and shampoo and laundry detergent from a world where those things existed. The smell was heartbreaking in its ordinariness. These were children's smells, playground smells, sleepover smells. The normal smells of childhood, concentrated and darkened by the circumstances that had brought them here. He clicked on a flashlight, red-filtered as Coyote had insisted, to preserve night vision and minimize the chance of being spotted from outside. The red glow fell across rows of bunk beds, each one occupied by a small sleeping form. Blankets kicked off in the heat. Arms flung wide, faces in the strange, open vulnerability of children's sleep, mouths slack, eyelids fluttering, the complete surrender to unconsciousness that only children and the truly exhausted achieve. Jonah moved down the aisle between the bunks. He looked at each face. Not soul, not soul, not soul. A boy of about 8, curled around a stuffed animal that had lost most of its fur. A girl of 10, sleeping on her stomach, her hair in braids that someone had done with care, despite the circumstances. A teenager, nearly adult-sized, who opened his eyes as Jonah passed and looked at him with an expression that was not fear, but a blank, accepting alertness. The look of a child who'd stopped being surprised by adults entering rooms at night. "We're getting you out," Jonah whispered to the teenager. "All of you. Stay quiet. Stay in your bunks until we come back." The teenager nodded. No questions, no excitement. Just the nod of someone who'd learned that promises from adults were a currency with unreliable value. Jonah finished YC7. 50 children, none of them soul. He moved to YC8, last building. Teddy followed, her EMT bag clinking softly with each step. The door opened. More bunks, more children. More of the smell and the red-filtered light and the desperate, time-pressed scanning of small, sleeping faces. Jonah was halfway down the aisle when his flashlight found a lower bunk, third row from the back, and on the mattress, a piece of cardboard, and on the cardboard, a drawing, and the drawing was a dolphin. His hand shook. The red light trembled across the bunk. The child in it was small, very small, curled on her side, knees drawn up, hands tucked under her chin. Black hair, tangled, longer than it should be because no one had cut it in weeks. A face that Jonah knew better than his own. The nose, the mouth, the curve of the cheek that was Elena's but also his, the genetic compromise that had produced a child who looked like both of them and like no one but herself. Saul, Marisol Britton, 6 years old, alive, sleeping. Her breath rising and falling in the slow rhythm of a child who was dreaming. And on the cardboard beside her pillow, a dolphin drawn in pencil stubs smiling, swimming in invisible water. Jonah's knees gave. He sank to the floor beside the bunk, the flashlight falling from his hand, and the red light rolled across the concrete and painted the wall, and he couldn't see because his vision had dissolved and the dam behind his eyes, the one with the load-bearing wall labeled "Soul is Alive," finally broke. He cried, silently, totally, with his forehead pressed against the edge of the bunk, and his daughter's breath warming his hair and his body shaking with sobs that had no sound, because sound would wake her and endanger her. And the most important thing in the world right now was to not make a sound, was to be quiet, was to let this moment exist without the violence that surrounded it. Teddy's hand on his shoulder, firm, warm, the hand of a woman who understood that this moment was sacred and was also happening in the middle of a military operation with a closing window. "Jonah," she whispered, "we need to move." He wiped his face. He breathed. He reached into the bunk and touched Saul's shoulder, gently, the way he'd touch a frightened animal, the way he'd touched 1,000 injured creatures in his career, with the specific pressure that said, "You are safe, I am here, nothing will hurt you while I'm touching you." Saul's eyes opened. They were brown, clear, human. They looked at him in the red-filtered darkness with the confusion of a child woken from sleep, the slow processing of a small brain transitioning from dream to reality. She blinked again. Her eyes moved across his face. The features she knew, the lines that were new, the gray at his temples that had spread in the weeks since she'd seen him. Her mouth opened. He expected words. Expected "Daddy?" or "Where were you?" or any of the things a child says when a parent appears in the dark. She didn't speak. Her mouth opened and closed, and no sound came out. And her eyes, her clear, brown, heartbreakingly human eyes, filled with tears that ran down her temples into her tangled hair, and she reached for him. He picked her up. She was lighter than he remembered, thinner, the bones more prominent under her t-shirt, the body of a child who'd been fed but not enough, maintained but not loved. She wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, and her face buried in the curve between his shoulder and his jaw, and she held on with a grip that was not the grip of a 6-year-old, but the grip of every person who had ever been lost and found again. She was shaking. He was shaking. They held each other in the red light, in the barracks, in the compound of a man who'd stolen her and 100 others, and the world outside was dark and violent and ending, and in this moment, in this bunk, in this building, Jonah had everything. "I got you," he whispered into her hair. "I got you, baby. Daddy's here. I got you." She didn't speak. She held on. The dolphin drawing lay on the cardboard beside her empty pillow, smiling at nothing, swimming in a sea that didn't exist yet. The extraction went wrong at 3:41 a.m. Santos radioed, "YC2, I've got a problem. Supervisor in the building. He's awake, he's armed, and he's between us and the door." Jonah was carrying Saul, and she wouldn't let go, and he wouldn't have put her down if she would, moving through the compound toward the north gate with Teddy at his side. The other teams were doing the same, waking children quietly, organizing them into groups, shepherding them toward the exits. 400 children, ranging from toddlers to teenagers, being moved through a military compound in the middle of the night. It was like herding cats through a minefield. "Talk to him," Jonah radioed. Kate identified friendlies among the supervisors. "Try, he's not a friendly. He's calling for backup." Gunfire. 2 shots, the sharp crack of a handgun, echoing off the barracks walls. Then Santos's voice strained. "Supervisors down, but those shots are going to bring..." The compound's PA system came alive. A siren, different from the lab alarm, harsher, the urgent two-tone of a security breach. Floodlights snapped on across the children's compound, turning the night into harsh, white, shadowless day. In the sudden light, Jonah saw children everywhere, pouring out of barracks doors, some led by his team, some panicking on their own, small figures in institutional clothing, blinking in the glare and crying and running in the direction of the loudest adult voice. "Main force, move now!" Coyote's voice on the radio, the calm stripped away, replaced by the raw urgency of a plan coming apart. "Southgate diversionary team, escalate. Full assault. We need attention on the south." The Southgate exploded into sound. Automatic weapons, the heavy thud of mounted guns, the crack and boom of a firefight that was no longer a diversion, but the real thing. Drummond's response forces, already mobilized by the lab alarm, redirected to the south gate. The compound shook with the concussions. Jonah ran. Sol's face was pressed against his neck, her hands knotted in his shirt, her body rigid with a terror that had no sound. He ran toward the north gate, toward the hole in the fence, toward the cedar scrub and the hills and the dark that meant safety. Teddy ran beside him, her pistol drawn, her EMT bag bouncing on her back. Behind them, children followed, a stream of small bodies moving toward the exit, guided by the Watts brothers and Chen, who shouted directions with the volume and clarity of people who understood that in chaos, the loudest clear voice becomes the compass. The north gate was still open. Santos's zip-tied guards were where they'd left them, wide-eyed, struggling against the ties. Jonah went through the gate, the gravel road, the open ground, the fence, the hole in the chain link, the cedar scrub. He was 50 yards from the fence when the watchtower spotlight found them. The beam hit like a physical blow, white, blinding, turning the world into a flat, overexposed photograph. Jonah froze. Soul screamed. The first sound she'd made, not a word, but a raw, primal shriek of terror that cut through the gunfire and the sirens and the shouting and hit Jonah in the center of his chest like a bullet. The watchtower guard opened fire. The rounds hit the ground around them, dirt and gravel kicking up in puffs, the sound of impacts mixed with the flat crack of the rifle. Jonah dove, covering Sewell with his body, pressing her into the mown grass. Teddy hit the ground beside him. The bullets stitched a line across the open ground, seeking them, walking closer. Santos's rifle spoke from the fence line. A single precise shot. The spotlight shattered. Darkness returned, sudden and absolute. And Jonah scrambled to his feet with Sewell, clutched to his chest and ran, through the fence, through the cedar scrub, into the dark of the hill country, where the air smelled of juniper and limestone dust, and the night was alive with the sound of the battle behind them. He ran until the compound was aglow on the southern horizon, and the gunfire was a distant hammering, and his legs burned and his lungs burned, and Sewell's weight was the only thing that kept him running, because if he stopped running, he would collapse, and if he collapsed, she would be on the ground, and she could never be on the ground again. Never! He would carry her until his body failed, and then he would carry her with whatever was left. He stopped at a creek bed, dry, sandy, flanked by live oaks that provided cover. He sat down hard on the sand, Sewell in his lap, his back against a limestone boulder. Teddy arrived 30 seconds later, gasping, her face shining with sweat in the starlight. Others? Jonah managed. Teddy shook her head. Coming. Santos was covering the exit. The children, dozens of them got through the fence. The main force should be hitting the south gate now. Voss planned for this. She has rally points. Sewell was still holding him. Her face was still in his neck. She was still silent, the scream having exhausted whatever brief connection to vocalization the terror had opened. Her breathing was fast and shallow, the panting of a small animal in distress. And Jonah held her tighter and rocked her gently, the way he'd rocked her as an infant, the motion that lived in his muscles the way the postal worker's route lived in the zombie's legs. Hey, he said softly. Hey, baby, you're safe. Daddy's got you. Nothing's gonna hurt you. I'm here. She didn't respond. But her breathing slowed, incrementally, and her grip loosened, slightly, and she turned her head so that one eye was visible, looking at him from the shelter of his neck. One brown eye, wet, enormous, studying him as if verifying that he was real, that he was here, that this was not another dream of rescue that she would wake from to find herself in the bunk with the dolphin drawing. He reached into the pink backpack, still on his shoulder, through everything, through the assault and the gunfire and the running, and pulled out Professor Squeaks. Sewell's eye widened. Her hand came out of the knot it had made in his shirt and reached for the dolphin. She took it, pressed it against her face, against her nose and mouth, breathing the familiar smell of her own bed, her own room, her own life from before. She closed her eye. She held the dolphin and held her father, and the creek bed was dry and the stars were out, and the battle raged 2 miles south, and none of it mattered, because the world had contracted to 3 heartbeats, his, hers, and the stuffed dolphin's imaginary one. And for the first time in weeks, the scream in Jonah's chest went silent. The rally point was a ranch 3 miles northwest of Camp Bullis, pre-designated by Coyote's operational planning. Jonah carried Soul there through the dark, following the path that Teddy navigated by the GPS unit that Devante had rigged from scavenged parts. They arrived at 5:30 a.m. as the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. The ranch was already filling with survivors of the assault. Free Texan fighters, coalition members, and the sight that broke something in Jonah that he'd thought was already broken, children. Dozens of them, emerging from the dark in groups of 5 and 10 and 15, led by fighters or by the older children who'd taken charge in the chaos, walking with the stunned, wide-eyed silence of people who'd been pulled from one reality and dropped into another. Preacher was there. He'd been on the diversionary team at the South Gate. His flannel shirt was torn, his face was cut, and his fire axe was dark with something that wasn't rust. But he was standing, and when he saw Jonah with Soul, his massive frame seemed to sag with relief, and he sat down on the ranch's porch steps and put his head in his hands, and his shoulders shook. Hannah was there. She'd been at the rally point coordinating communications. She saw Soul, and her mouth opened and closed, and she pressed her hand over her eyes and turned away, and turned back and said, "She looks like Elena." "I know," Jonah said. Tommy was there. He came in from the dark at a run, breathing hard, his Ka-bar knife bloody, his face smeared with dirt and sweat. He'd been leading a group of children, 15 of them, ages ranging from 5 to 12, through the fence and into the hills. He'd gotten them all out. 15 children brought through the dark by a 17-year-old with a skateboard and a box cutter, and the reflexes of someone who'd been threading gaps since this started. He saw Soul. He looked at Jonah, and the face that had been hard and flat and functioning crumbled for just a moment, a flicker, a crack, before he put it back together and said, "How many total? How many kids did we get?" The count took hours. As dawn broke and the last stragglers arrived, the numbers assembled themselves with the slow, painful precision of a casualty report, read backward. 231 children extracted from Camp Bullies, out of 400. More than half, but not all. 169 children were still inside the compound. The assault had partially succeeded. The diversionary attack had drawn Drummond's forces south. The infiltration had breached the children's compound. The gates had been opened. But Drummond's response had been faster than expected. He'd redirected forces to the children's compound within 12 minutes of the first shots, sealing sections of the compound and cutting off the escape route before all the children could be evacuated. The Free Texans had lost 14 fighters. The coalition had lost 6. Drummond's forces had suffered heavier casualties, 30 or more by Coyote's estimate. But he had thousands of soldiers, and the losses were sustainable. For the assault force, 20 dead was devastating. Among the dead was Angela Whitfield. She'd been with Voss's command element, not in combat, but in the role she'd carved for herself. Negotiator, strategist, the person who talked when talking could prevent shooting. When a group of NRT soldiers at a secondary gate had shown signs of wavering, unsure whether to fight or surrender, Angela had stepped forward. She'd walked toward them in the half-light, unarmed, her blazer brushed, her hair pulled back, her composure intact, despite the gunfire and the sirens and the screaming. "Gentlemen," she'd said, Voss heard her, reported it later, "I'm going to make this very simple. You are soldiers serving under an illegitimate authority who has violated every principle of constitutional—" The bullet caught her in the throat, mid-sentence. The patrol leader hadn't waited for the argument. He'd seen an unarmed civilian approaching his position during a firefight, and he'd fired. Angela went down on the gravel road between the parked Humvees with her hands still at her sides and her closing argument still on her tongue. She died in under a minute. Teddy tried, got to her, knelt beside her, pressed gauze against the wound. But the bullet had severed the carotid artery in the trachea, and there was nothing in the dark, in the dirt, with the tools in an EMT bag that could fix what had been broken. Angela Whitfield, 45, corporate attorney from Houston, who had never cursed and had found her position untenable and her methodology repugnant, who had kept her blazer clean through the apocalypse, who had navigated the Houston tunnel system with the strategic acuity of a woman who'd spent 20 years navigating corporate litigation, who had walked toward armed men because she believed still, after everything, that the right words in the right order could change an outcome. Silenced. The grief was complicated. Not just for Angela, for the 20 total, for the 169 children still inside, for the mission that had succeeded and failed in the same breath. The ranch was full of people processing different losses in different ways, the emotional equivalent of a trauma ward, where every patient has a different wound. Jonah held Sewell and didn't let go, literally. Didn't put her down, didn't set her on a chair or a bed, didn't transfer her to another set of arms. She was on his hip, on his lap, in his arms. And if he had to stand or walk or eat, he did it with one hand because the other was holding his daughter. She still wasn't speaking. She clung to Professor Squeaks, and she clung to him, and her eyes tracked the room with the hyper-vigilant scanning of a child who'd learned that safety could be revoked at any moment by people in uniforms. Teddy examined her, gently, carefully, with the constant stream of soothing chatter that was her trademark. "Okay, sweet girl, I'm just gonna look at you, make sure everything's working right. Can you open your mouth for me? Like a little shark? There you go. Perfect. You're so brave, you know that? Bravest girl I've ever seen." Sewell submitted to the examination with the passive compliance of a child accustomed to being handled by strangers. She didn't resist. She didn't cooperate. She was simply present, physically available, while whatever remained of her inner life, her thoughts, her words, herself, stayed hidden behind those brown eyes. "She's physically okay," Teddy told Jonah afterward. They were in the ranch's kitchen, Saul asleep in Jonah's arms, the first real sleep she'd had in his presence. Underweight, dehydrated, some skin irritation from poor hygiene conditions, mild anemia from malnutrition. Nothing life-threatening. Nothing that food and water and time won't fix. And the silence? Teddy's face did something complex. The EMT's professional mask slipped, revealing the woman underneath. A woman who'd frozen in an ambulance on day one, who carried the weight of a partner she'd abandoned, who had been trying to make amends ever since. Selective mutism, she said. Trauma response. It's not uncommon in children who've experienced what she's experienced. Loss of her mother, separation from her father, being taken by strangers to an institutional setting. Her brain has decided that speaking is not safe, so it's stopped allowing it. Will she? She will. When she's ready. When her brain decides that the person she's with is safe enough to talk to. Teddy looked at Sewell's sleeping face. She screamed when the spotlight hit you. That wasn't just fear. That was her trying to protect you. She broke through the silence to scream because she thought you were going to get hurt. Jonah looked at his daughter. Her face was smooth in sleep, the worry lines that had no business being on a 6-year-old's face temporarily erased. Her hand was wrapped around Professor Squeaks. Her breathing was even. She looked, in this moment, like the child she'd been before, the one who drew dolphins and sang nonsense songs and asked if dolphins had tried cake. She'd screamed for him. She'd been silent for weeks, silent through the taking, silent through the compound, silent through whatever daily horrors had constituted life in Drummond's youth corps. And she'd broken that silence because she'd thought he was going to be hurt. The first sound she'd made in weeks had been for him. "Thank you," he said to Teddy. "For what?" "For coming. For being here. For doing this." Teddy looked at him. "I told you on the boat. I have to make up for Jake. This is how I do it." She paused. "But also, that kid. Your kid. She's the best reason I've found to keep going. I want to see her talk again. I want to hear what she has to say." Margot Sinclair sketched the scene. She'd been at the rally point all night, doing what she did, watching, recording, turning what she saw into images that would outlast the people in them. Her field sketch of the ranch at dawn. Fighters sitting on the porch, children scattered across the yard, Sewell asleep in Jonah's arms. would become in the days that followed the image that defined the Camp Bullis extraction. Not the battle, not the dead. A father holding his daughter in the morning light, his face a landscape of exhaustion and gratitude, and the beginning of something that wasn't quite hope, but was in the same neighborhood. Margot drew it in charcoal on the back of a feed store receipt. She drew Jonah's hands, large, calloused, wrapped around Soul's small frame with a tenderness that looked like strength. She drew Soul's face, the closed eyes, the slightly open mouth, the stuffed dolphin pressed against her cheek. She drew the background, the ranch, the fighters, the children, with the kind of selective focus that a photographer would call depth of field, keeping the central figures sharp and letting the world around them blur. When she finished, she tore the receipt from the pad and held it at arm's length, studying it with the critical eye that had once evaluated art worth millions. "Not my best," she said to no one. "The proportion on his left hand is wrong, but the emotion's there." She set it aside to dry, adding it to the growing portfolio of sketches that constituted the group's visual history. Faces of the living, faces of the dead, landscapes of the lost world. Jonah didn't see the sketch until later. When he did, he stared at it for a long time without speaking. Margot had caught something he couldn't have articulated. The specific quality of relief that comes with the end of a search. Not happiness. Relief is not happiness. Relief is the absence of the worst possibility. The removal of the most terrible outcome from the list of things that might happen. It leaves you not joyful, but emptied, hollowed out, a container that has been holding terror for so long that when the terror leaves, the container doesn't know what shape it is anymore. "Can I keep this?" he asked. Margot looked surprised. People didn't usually ask to keep her sketches. They were documentation, not gifts. "It's yours," she said, "and fair warning, the proportions are off." "It's perfect." "It's not." The left hand... Margot, "It's perfect." She looked at him, then at the sketch, then at him again. And something in her expression shifted. The wry, detached observer stepping aside for a moment to reveal the woman who'd overstayed her visa and found a home in a country that might not want her, and then watched that country end. "Thank you," she said softly. Then, with the familiar arch, "I'll do a better version later, with proper materials if we ever find any." She never did a better version. The receipt sketch was the only one, and it outlived her. The day after the assault, Coyote convened a war council at the ranch. The surviving leadership, Voss, Coyote, Jonah, Dale, and the senior Free Texan officers, gathered in the ranch's dining room around a table spread with maps. "The good news," Coyote said, "is that we extracted 231 children. We dealt Drummond a significant blow, and Cade managed to transmit a data burst during the chaos. A compressed package of the Renovex research data that Devante captured on our communication equipment. We have the data." "And the bad news," Voss said. "The bad news is that Drummond is alive. He's furious, and he's coming for us. NRT patrols have been spotted within 10 miles of this position. He's deploying drones, military surveillance UAVs that he seized from Randolph Air Force Base. We have maybe 48 hours before he locates us and sends a strike force." "We can't stay here," Dale said. "No, and we can't go back to the caverns. Drummond will have scouts watching the known approaches. We need to move. Fast. And we need a destination that Drummond can't easily assault." "The coast," Dale said. His finger was on the map, tracing the route they'd come. "We go back to the water. Lavaca Bay. The boats are there. We load everyone, fighters, children, everyone. And we go south, down the coast, past Drummond's Reach. That's 120 miles overland with 231 children and Drummond's pursuit forces behind us," Voss said. "Some of those children are 4 years old. They can't march that distance. We don't march. We drive. We scavenge every vehicle between here and the coast. Buses, trucks, vans. We make a convoy. A convoy that moves at the speed of its slowest vehicle through infected territory, on roads that may be blocked, destroyed, or ambushed. You have a better idea?" Voss didn't. Nobody did. The map stared up at them with the impassive geometry of a world that didn't care about their problems. 120 miles, 231 children. An angry dictator, with drones and soldiers, infected everywhere. And somewhere in the back of Jonah's skull, the pressure that had been quiet since the assault was building again. Coming from the south this time. No. From the southeast. Moving. Getting closer. There's another problem, Jonah said. The room looked at him. The infected are concentrating. Since we left the coast, I've been tracking movement patterns, through Hana's observations and my own. He didn't mention the pressure. There's a mass migration happening. Infected from the San Antonio metro area are moving southeast toward the coast. Thousands of them. Maybe tens of thousands. Why? Coyote asked. I don't know. Seasonal behavior, maybe? Temperature-driven, the heat pushes them toward water. Or sound-driven. Our assault last night was loud, and sound carries in this terrain. He paused. Or something is directing them. The room was quiet. Directing them, Voss repeated. Jonah told them about the figure on the roof in Port Lavaca, the shape at the edge of the field at the farmstead. The dormant infected all oriented in the same direction. Hana's hypothesis about a specimen with preserved higher cognition. Coyote leaned back in her chair. Her face was blank, the tactical blankness of a guerrilla leader processing information that didn't fit her model. You're telling me there's a zombie out there that can think. I'm telling you there's a zombie out there that can direct other zombies. Whether it thinks the way we think, I don't know. But it's coordinating horde movement. It's been tracking our group since Houston, and it's getting closer. Based on what evidence? Hana spoke from the doorway. She'd been listening, her journal in her hands. Based on 11 weeks of field observations documenting anomalous horde behavior that doesn't conform to any model of random or stimulus-driven migration. Based on repeated instances of coordinated flanking movements by infected groups that have no precedent in the literature, such as it is, on zombie behavior. And based on a pattern of following behavior that, when mapped, she opened her journal to a page covered in notations and small maps, shows a single point of origin that has tracked our group's route from Galveston to Lamarck to Matagorda to here, maintaining a consistent 24 to 48-hour delay. She set the journal on the table. The map she'd drawn showed two lines, the group's route in blue and the tracking point in red. The lines were parallel, offset by a day, converging. I'm calling it the shepherd, Hana said, based on its apparent ability to direct horde movement. It follows, it observes. It positions its horde assets in strategic patterns. And it's coming this way. How do we kill it? Coyote asked. Same as any infected. Destroy the brainstem. But first, you have to get to it. And it travels with a horde. A large one. How large? Hana looked at her notes. Based on the migration patterns and density estimates, approximately 3,000 to 5,000. The room absorbed this. 3,000 to 5,000 infected, moving as a directed force, tracking the group's location, closing in, plus Drummond's military pursuit, plus the 120 miles of open terrain between them and the coast. We leave tonight, Voss said. Her voice was the voice of a woman, making the only decision available. Convoy. Every vehicle we can find. We drive through the night, and we don't stop until we hit water. The children ride in the vehicles. We strap them in, we give them blankets, and we drive. It's going to be rough, and it's going to be terrifying, and some of them are going to cry, and some of them are going to be sick. And that is a better outcome than being caught by Drummond or overrun by a horde. She stood. Everyone moves. Everyone packs. Drivers, fighters, medical. Lil, can you feed 200 people something that'll keep them going through the night? Lil, who had materialized in the doorway with the inevitability of a woman who'd been feeding people through crises for 7 decades, said, Share, I can feed 200 people with a bag of rice and a dream. Give me 3 hours and a heat source. You have 2 hours. Then give me 2 heat sources. The ranch erupted into organized chaos. Vehicles were scavenged from the surrounding area, school buses from a district lot in Bulverde, pickup trucks from ranches, A Greyhound bus that had been abandoned on I-35 with its keys still in the ignition. Devante jury-rigged the Greyhound's radio system into a communication hub. The mechanic brothers, the ones with the toolboxes, performed miracles of field maintenance, getting 6 vehicles running that had no business running, including a delivery truck with a cracked engine block that they sealed with a compound made from JB Weld and Prayer. By dusk, they had a convoy, 12 vehicles, 4 school buses, the Greyhound, 3 pickup trucks, 2 vans, the delivery truck, and a captured NRT Humvee that Coyote's fighters had appropriated during the assault. 312 people in total. The 231 children plus 81 adults, fighters, medics, support. Fueled, loaded, arranged in a column with armed vehicles at the front and rear. Jonah sat in the second school bus with Saul on his lap. She was awake now, had been since the morning, her brown eyes tracking everything, her mouth closed. Professor Squeaks in a death grip. She watched the other children boarding, their faces, their movements, the adults who shepherded them, with the attention of a child for whom the world had become a thing to be watched rather than lived in. She was a spectator now. Observation was safer than participation. Hannah sat beside them. She had her journal and a new edition, a handheld radio tuned to the frequency that Devante had designated for the convoy's internal communication. She was splitting her attention between the radio and the window, and behind her glasses, her eyes had the restless energy of a mind working faster than its circumstances allowed. "I've been thinking about the shepherd," she said quietly, below the noise of the bus filling with children. "It's tracking behavior. Why us? There are other survivor groups, other movement patterns it could follow. Why has it fixed on our group specifically?" Jonah looked at her. He knew where this was going. He'd known since the night she'd told him about the resonance. "You," she said. Not an accusation, a statement of data. Your partial viral connection. The trace infection in your brainstem. You're broadcasting, Jonah. Not consciously, not intentionally. But the virus in your brainstem is emitting the same signal that infected used to cluster. And to the shepherd, something with enhanced cognition. Something that can process those signals with more sophistication than a standard infected. You register as an anomaly, something it doesn't have a category for, something interesting, something it's hunting, something it's hunting. Yes, she paused. Every horde encounter we've had since Galveston, the tunnel, Houston, the field at Lamarck, the migration pattern toward this area, hasn't been random. It's been the shepherd sending its forces toward you. You're a beacon, Jonah. And every time we move, you broadcast our location. The bus engine started. The convoy began to move. Saul pressed against Jonah's chest, her eyes on the window, watching the ranch fall away behind them. He was a beacon. The thing that had kept them alive, his ability to sense the infected, to read their movements, to navigate around concentrations, was also the thing that was drawing them in. Every step he took towards Saul had been a step that led the shepherd closer. Every day he'd survived had been a day that the horde had followed. He was a lighthouse in the dark, and the ships he attracted were crewed by the dead. "What do I do?" he asked. "I don't know," Hannah said. "Not yet, but I'm working on it." The convoy rolled southeast through the darkening hill country. 12 vehicles carrying 312 souls, headlights off, navigating by moonlight and GPS, fleeing a dictator's army and a thinking monster, and the geometry of a situation that was collapsing inward, all the forces converging on a point that hadn't been determined yet, but that Jonah could feel in his skull, in his bones, in the pressure that pulsed and pulsed and pulsed. South, toward the coast, toward the water, toward the salt line that the dead could not cross. The convoy's first night was a masterclass in controlled terror. The route, Highway 123 south to Stockdale, then farm roads east to Cuero, then Highway 87 south toward the coast, threaded through a landscape that was simultaneously empty and full, empty of light, of sound, of any sign of functioning civilization. full of the dark shapes that moved at the edges of headlight range, when the lead vehicle's lights were briefly, accidentally activated. Dale rode in the lead Humvee with Coyote, navigating from the passenger seat with a paper map and a compass and the instinctive sense of direction that 40 years on, the Gulf had embedded in his nervous system. He called turns by radio, his gravelly voice the thread that held the convoy together in the dark. Left at the next intersection, FM 766. Watch the ditch on the right. It's deeper than it looks. Speed check. Lead vehicle at 25. Maintain interval. Don't bunch up. Eyes left. Movement in the tree line. Probably deer. A pause, or not. Keep moving. The infected appeared in ones and twos at first. Solitary figures standing on the roadside, drawn by the vibration of the convoy's passage, turning their heads to track the vehicles with the slow radar dish movement that Jonah had first seen on Galveston. They didn't attack. The convoy was moving too fast, and the infected at their base state were not efficient chasers. They pursued on foot, fell behind, stood in the road watching the taillights dwindle. But they were thickening. By the time the convoy reached Cuero, a small town 40 miles southeast of San Antonio, the infected were visible in groups, 10, 20, clustered on the main streets, drawn by the sound of the vehicles. The convoy detoured around the town center, using back roads that Dale found on the map. But the detour added time and the roads were rough, and the school buses, designed for suburban routes, groaned and bounced over unpaved surfaces that shook the children in their seats. Saul sat in Jonah's lap and didn't cry, didn't make a sound. She held Professor Squeaks and pressed her face against Jonah's chest and absorbed the bumps and jolts with a physical resilience that belied her size. Teddy across the aisle was treating a child who'd been sick. Motion sickness, compounded by fear, compounded by days of inadequate nutrition. The child, a boy of about 8, vomited into a plastic bag that Teddy held with one hand while rubbing his back with the other. "You're okay, baby," Teddy murmured. "Just let it out. There you go. My grandma used to say the worst trips make the best stories. And baby, this is going to be one hell of a story." Jonah watched her work and thought about the ambulance, about Jake, her partner, who'd opened the door and stepped into the UTMB parking lot and been torn apart while Teddy watched through the windshield. She'd frozen then. She wasn't freezing now. Every child she treated, every wound she dressed, every back she rubbed, was a brick in the wall she was building between herself and the woman who'd driven away. At 2 a.m., the convoy stopped, not by choice. The road ahead, FM 616, a 2-lane blacktop crossing the Guadalupe River, was blocked, not by the infected, but by the river itself. The bridge was out, not destroyed by military demolition like the Galveston bridges, but collapsed under its own weight. The infrastructure of rural Texas, already crumbling before the outbreak, finally giving way without the maintenance crews that had kept it standing. Dale and Coyote assessed the situation by flashlight. The river was 30 feet wide, running low in the summer heat, maybe 3 feet deep at the ford. Passable by the Humvee and the pickup trucks, not passable by the school buses. "We can't cross here," Dale said. "Next bridge is 12 miles north," Coyote said, studying the map. "Back toward the infected concentrations. Or 12 miles south? South takes us away from the coast." They stood at the edge of the broken bridge and looked at the river in the dark and the situation and the math. 312 people, 12 vehicles, a broken bridge, Drummond behind them, the shepherd somewhere in the dark, the coast still 50 miles ahead. Ricky Dominguez, who'd been driving one of the pickup trucks, got out and walked to the river's edge. He was a big man, barrel-chested, loud, with the energy of a football coach and the subtlety of a bull. He'd been the group's fighter and morale officer since Galveston, the man who gave halftime speeches and swung fists with equal enthusiasm. He was missing his left ring finger, the absence visible when he planted his hands on his hips and stared at the river. "We build a crossing," he said. "We've got a delivery truck and a Humvee. We drive them into the river, park them side by side, and lay planks across the roofs. The buses drive over the planks." "That's insane," Coyote said. "Yeah, and walking 200 kids 12 miles through zombie country in the dark is the sane option?" Ricky's face was flushed, his jaw set. He was a man who solved problems by acting, by moving, by exerting force against the thing that was in the way. We've got the mechanic brothers. We've got rope. We've got planks from the livestock fence back there. Give me an hour. An hour is an hour we don't have. An hour is less than the 12 miles north option. Come on, Captain. Let the big dog eat. Coyote looked at Voss. Voss looked at the river. Do it, Voss said. 45 minutes. Ricky grinned. It was a wild, inappropriate grin, the grin of a man who was, for the first time since the world ended, doing something he understood. Building, leading, coaching. He organized a team, the Mechanic Brothers, Dale, Santos, and a half-dozen volunteers. And in 40 minutes, they'd driven the delivery truck and a stripped pickup into the river, positioned them as pontoons, and laid fence planks across the gap. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't safe. But when the first school bus crawled across, its tires gripping the wet planks, its chassis swaying, the children inside pressed against the windows, watching the dark water below. It held. All 4 buses crossed. The Greyhound crossed. The remaining vehicles forded on their own. On the far side, the convoy reformed, and Ricky stood on the riverbank with his hands on his hips and his missing ring finger and his grin, and he shouted, "That's how we do it! That's how we do it!" into the dark, and the sound carried across the water, and somewhere in the distance, the dead heard it and turned toward it. "Get in the truck, Ricky," Dale said, "before you wake up every zombie in DeWitt County." Ricky got in the truck. He was still grinning. He was the kind of man who lived for moments like this. The crisis, the solution, the shout of triumph. He didn't see, because he couldn't see, that those moments were also beacons, that the noise and the energy and the defiant shout into the dark were exactly the kind of stimuli that drew the dead. That being loud in a world that rewarded silence was a fatal flaw. He'd never had to confront, because the old world had rewarded loudness. He'd learn, too late, and at too high a cost. Dawn found the convoy on Highway 87, 40 miles from the coast, rolling through the flat coastal prairie that Jonah remembered from the outbound journey. The terrain was the same, endless, open, the horizon a flat line in every direction. But the infected density had changed. The roads were thicker with them now. Groups of 20, 30, drifting across the highway, drawn by the convoy's passage or by whatever larger signal was pulling them southeast. Jonah watched them from the bus window. The pressure in his skull was a sustained roar. He could feel the shepherd out there. Not see it, not hear it, but feel it. The way you feel a storm approaching from below the horizon. It was close. Closer than it had ever been. And it wasn't alone. Jonah. Hannah beside him, her voice taut. She was looking at her journal, at the data she'd been collecting, at the numbers that told a story she didn't want to tell. The migration is accelerating. The infected density between us and the coast has tripled in the last 12 hours. They're converging on our route. The shepherd. The shepherd! It's positioning its horde between us and the water. It's cutting off our escape. Jonah looked at Sewell, sleeping in his arms. Her face was peaceful. Professor Squeaks was clutched to her chest. She was 6 years old, and she was sleeping while the dead assembled between her and safety, and she didn't know. And he would give anything, to keep it that way. "How do we get through?" he asked. "I don't know." Hannah's voice was steady, but her pen was moving fast in her journal, calculations and diagrams and arrows that described the geometry of a trap that was closing. The shepherd is smart, not human smart, but smart enough to anticipate our route and position its forces. If we deviate, take a different route to the coast, it'll adjust. It's reactive. It learns. Then we have to be faster than it can react. We're a convoy of 12 vehicles carrying 300 people, including 231 children. We are, by definition, not fast. She was right. The math was the math. The convoy was a lumbering thing, constrained by its slowest element, and its slowest elements were school buses full of sleeping children. They couldn't outrun a directed horde. They couldn't fight through one, not with the weapons they had, not with children in the vehicles. They could go around, but the shepherd would adjust. Unless, Jonah said. The thought formed slowly, crystallizing from the pressure and the data and the animal behaviorist's understanding of predator-prey dynamics. Unless we give it what it wants. What does it want? Me. He said it flatly, without drama, the way he'd state the diagnosis of a sick animal. I'm the beacon. I'm what it's tracking. If I separate from the convoy, go in a different direction. The shepherd follows me. The horde follows the shepherd. The convoy gets to the coast. Jonah, you can't... I'm not saying I sacrifice myself. I'm saying I use myself as a diversion. I draw the shepherd east, the convoy goes south, and we rendezvous at Port Lavaca. With what vehicle? On foot? Through infected territory? With Dale. On the Bayou Belle. We left the boats at Lavaca Bay with a skeleton crew. Dale and I take the Humvee, drive east, draw the shepherd, then loop south to the bay, board the Belle, and meet the convoy at Port Lavaca by water. Hannah stared at him. Her pen had stopped. That's insane. Ricky said the same thing about the bridge. It worked. Ricky's bridge didn't require you to drive alone into a horde that's tracking you specifically. Not alone. Dale knows the waterways. I know the infected. Together, we can do this. She was quiet for a long time. The bus rocked on the highway. Children slept around them. The small sounds of their breathing creating a collective rhythm that was, Jonah realized, the most hopeful sound in the world. Children breathing. Children alive. Children worth running into the dark for. You can't take Saul with you, Hannah said. No. The word was a blade. He felt it cut. She stays with the convoy. With you. Jonah, you'll get her to the boats. You'll get her on the water. You'll keep her safe. He looked at Hannah and the thing between them, the pilot light, the unspoken, the 2-year love that had never been spoken aloud, was suddenly, briefly illuminated. I trust you with her. You're the only person I trust with her. Hannah's eyes were bright. She blinked rapidly, her jaw working, the scientist's composure cracking along the fault lines that Jonah's trust had just mapped. She nodded once, sharply, and pressed her glasses up her nose, and looked out the window and said, Fine, but you're coming back. That's not a request. I'm coming back. You're coming back because Saul needs you. And because... She stopped. The sentence had a shape, a weight, a destination that she veered away from with the practiced discipline of 2 years of veering away. Because this group needs its navigator. He almost reached for her hand, almost. The motion started in his shoulder and died in his elbow, and instead, he adjusted his grip on Sewell and said, Thank you, Hannah. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. But she nodded, and the pilot light burned on, and the bus rolled south. He told the group at the next stop, a gas station on the outskirts of Victoria, the last major town before the coast. The convoy had halted to refuel from the station's underground tanks, a process that involved Devante and the mechanic brothers engineering a manual pump from scavenged parts because the electric pumps were dead. Jonah gathered the core group, Voss, Coyote, Dale, Teddy, Hannah, Tommy, Preacher, Devante, Lil, Ricky, Margot, in the gas station's office, and laid out the plan. Dale listened, nodded, and said, I'll drive. You navigate. Dale, it's dangerous. Skipper, I'm 61 years old with pancreatic cancer. Did I forget to mention that? He said it casually, the way you mention a change in the weather. Diagnosed 2 weeks before the outbreak. Stage 3. I've got maybe a year without treatment, and treatment isn't exactly available right now. He looked at the group, whose faces had gone through surprise, and were arriving at something more complex. I figure the zombies will get me before the cancer does, and I'd rather go out useful. So, I'll drive. You navigate. We draw the shepherd east, loop south, and I'll have the Bayou Belle at Port Lavaca before your buses get there. Deal? The office was quiet. Dale stood in the center of it. Leathery, bow-legged, his white mustache yellowed with age, his eyes the color of the Gulf in winter, and the group looked at him and saw what he was offering. Not just a ride, a life. The remainder of it, whatever that was, spent in service rather than waiting. "Dale," Teddy said. Her voice was thick. "How long have you known?" "Long enough." He pulled the unlit cigarette from his pocket, rolled it between his fingers. "I was going to tell you all eventually. Figured there'd be a good time. Turns out, there's no good time for cancer in the apocalypse." "So," he put the cigarette back. "Any objections?" "No objections." Preacher put his hand on Dale's shoulder, a touch that carried the weight of a man who still, despite everything, knew how to bless. "We'll be at Port Lavaca," Voss said. 24 hours, if you're not there." "I'll be there, Captain. I've been making Port Lavaca runs since before you were in diapers." The group dispersed to prepare. Jonah went to the bus where Sol was sleeping. He knelt beside her seat and touched her hair. Gently, the stroke of a father, saying goodbye for a period he couldn't define. She stirred. Her eyes opened. "Hey, baby," he said. "Daddy has to go do something. Something important. I'm going to come back, I promise. But while I'm gone, Auntie Hannah is going to take care of you. Okay?" Sol looked at him. Her brown eyes were clear, awake, processing. She looked at Hannah, who was standing behind Jonah, her journal clutched to her chest, her face carefully, professionally, completely under control. Sol looked back at Jonah. She reached out and touched his face, his cheek, the stubble, the lines that hadn't been there a month ago. Her fingers traced his features the way a blind person reads a face, memorizing, verifying, making sure. Then, she held out Professor Squeaks. Jonah stared at the stuffed dolphin. Sol was offering him her most precious possession, the thing she'd held through the worst weeks of her life, the thing that smelled like home and before and safe. She was giving it to him. "Baby, you keep Professor Squeaks. He needs to stay with..." Sol pushed the dolphin into his hands. Her face was set, the expression of a 6-year-old who had made a decision and would not be moved from it. Stubborn. Elena's stubborn. The stubbornness that had driven Sol's mother to drive until she couldn't drive anymore. Jonah took the dolphin. He pressed it against his face. He breathed in his daughter's scent. Then he put it in his pocket, where it bulged against his hip like a small, defiant heartbeat. "I'll bring him back," he said. "I promise." Sol nodded. She put her hand on his face one more time. Then she turned to Hannah and reached up, and Hannah picked her up, and Sol's arms went around Hannah's neck, and Jonah watched his daughter hold on to someone who wasn't him, and the blade in his chest twisted, and he turned and walked away, because if he didn't walk away now, he never would. The Humvee, the captured NRT vehicle, stripped of its military markings, fueled and loaded with water, food, and ammunition, sat in the gas station parking lot. Dale was at the wheel, his hands familiar on the military-spec steering, his muscle memory of Coast Guard vehicles translating effortlessly to the Army's equivalent. Jonah climbed into the passenger seat. The AR-15 was across his lap. Professor Squeaks was in his pocket. The convoy, 12 vehicles, 312 souls, including one 6-year-old girl holding on to a marine biologist, pulled out of the gas station heading south on Highway 87, toward Port Lavaca, toward the coast, toward the water. The Humvee pulled out heading east on Highway 59, toward Victoria, toward the infected, toward the shepherd. Jonah watched the convoy disappear in the side mirror. The last vehicle, the Greyhound, its taillights red and receding, shrank and vanished around a curve, and he was alone. Alone with Dale and the dark, and the pressure in his skull that was, now that he'd separated from the convoy, changing. The hum was intensifying. The directionality was shifting. The shepherd, wherever it was reorienting. The beacon had moved, and the hunter was adjusting. "It's working," Jonah said. "I can feel it. The horde is shifting." "How can you feel it?" Jonah looked at Dale. The old man's face was underlit by the dashboard gauges, his eyes steady, his hands relaxed on the wheel. Jonah realized, with a clarity that felt like the last piece of a puzzle clicking into place, that Dale was the right person to tell. A man with terminal cancer, who'd kept his death a secret for weeks, who'd chosen to spend his last months carrying others across water. Dale understood secrets that were carried not out of shame, but out of love. I'm partially infected, Jonah said. Aerosol exposure on day 1, not enough to turn me, but enough to leave a trace. I can sense concentrations of infected. Direction, distance, density. It's in my brainstem. Dale drove for a quarter mile without responding, then, is that why the hordes keep finding us? Yes. And you're using yourself as bait? Yes. And the thinking zombie, the shepherd, it's tracking you specifically? Yes. Dale nodded. He reached for the unlit cigarette, held it. Skipper, has it occurred to you that you're the most important person in this whole mess? Not because of Sewell, not because of leadership, because your brainstem is the only map we've got to how the infected think. Because your partial infection is evidence that the virus isn't binary. Because if Cade or anyone else ever develops a treatment, they'll need to study someone who carried the virus without turning. It hadn't occurred to him. He'd been so deep inside the tunnel, Sewell, always Sewell, that the larger implications had been background noise. Let's survive the next 24 hours first, Jonah said. Fair enough. Dale put the cigarette in his mouth, unlit. Which way? Jonah closed his eyes. The pressure was a landscape now, hills and valleys of intensity. A topographic map, painted on the inside of his skull. The shepherd was northeast, 15 miles maybe, moving south-southeast. A major concentration of infected was due east in Victoria, a city of 65,000 that had become a reservoir of the dead. Smaller clusters dotted the terrain between, the small towns and rural homesteads, where the infection had taken root and the infected had stayed, haunting the landscapes of their former lives. East on 59 for 10 miles, Jonah said. Then south on 185. We skirt Victoria, pull the shepherd south, then cut west to Lavaca Bay. And if the shepherd catches us? It won't. The Humvee does 60 on these roads. The infected move at walking speed, even the fast ones. The shepherd can direct them, but it can't make them faster. As long as we keep moving, they can't catch us. And if we stop? We don't stop. Dale nodded. He pressed the gas. The Humvee accelerated into the night, heading east, toward the infected, toward the shepherd, away from Sewell. The engine hummed. The road stretched. And in Jonah's skull, the signal flared like a match, struck in a dark room, and somewhere in the hill country darkness, the shepherd turned its red, patient eyes toward the southeast and began to move. They drove for 3 hours through a landscape that was both empty and full. Empty of the living, no lights, no movement, no sound except the engine and the wind. Full of the dead, shapes at the edge of visibility, standing on the roadside, in driveways, in fields. The Humvee's passage disturbed them the way a stone disturbs a pond, creating ripples of reaction that spread outward and dissipated. Individual infected turned, reached, began to shamble in pursuit. They fell behind in seconds. But they were there. Everywhere. The density increasing as they approached Victoria. Detour, Jonah said. Take the ranch road south. FM 446. Victoria's too dense. I can feel the concentration from here. It's massive. Dale turned. The Humvee bounced onto a ranch road, unpaved, rutted, the kind of road that existed to serve a single property, and had never expected traffic beyond a pickup truck and a feed trailer. The surface was caliche, crushed limestone, white in the headlights, raising a plume of dust behind them that glowed in the starlight. The dust plume was visible for miles. Jonah realized this too late. Kill the lights, he said. Dale killed them. The world went dark. Not pitch black, but the deep, textured dark of a rural Texas night, where starlight provided just enough illumination to distinguish road from ditch, tree from sky, shape from shadow. They drove in darkness. Dale navigated by feel and sound, the way he navigated boats through shallow water, sensing the road through the tires, the dips and rises and curves, communicating through the steering wheel. Jonah navigated by the pressure in his skull, calling out concentrations, Left cluster half mile, 20 or 30. Stationary. We're clear to the right. This is the weirdest thing I've ever done, Dale said. And I once navigated a shrimp boat through a minefield off the coast of Nicaragua. Don't ask. They made 30 miles. The pressure map in Jonah's skull shifted as they moved. The Victoria concentration falling behind, the coastal zone ahead. He could feel the Shepherd moving too, tracking them, adjusting its course. It was faster than he'd expected. Not its physical speed. It still moved at the walking pace of the infected, but its decision speed. It was redirecting horde elements ahead of them, positioning masses along their projected route, trying to box them in the way a sheepdog boxes sheep. It's ahead of us, Jonah said. It's moved elements to the south. Between us and Lavaca Bay. How many? He closed his eyes. The pressure had resolution now. He'd been learning to read it the way Hannah read her data, the way Dale read the water. Not precise numbers, impressions, weights. The cluster to the south was heavy. Hundreds, maybe 1,000. A lot, he said. Too many to drive through. Alternative route? West. Cut behind the horde, come at the bay from the northwest instead of the northeast. That adds 2 hours. It keeps us alive. Dale turned west. The Humvee bounced along the ranch road, then found another farm-to-market road heading south-southwest. The landscape was open prairie, no cover, no buildings, no landmarks except the occasional windmill or stock tank. The stars wheeled overhead. The pressure map shifted and reformed. And then, at 4:17 a.m., two things happened simultaneously. First, the pressure in Jonah's skull spiked to a level that was physically painful, a lance of sensation through his temples that made him cry out and press his palms against his head. Close. Something was very, very close. Not the diffuse cluster of a horde, but the sharp, focused intensity of a single signal. A signal that wasn't just broadcasting, it was transmitting, actively, intentionally, as if the thing generating it had detected Jonah's reception and was sending a focused beam directly at him. Second, in the headlights that Dale flicked on reflexively at Jonah's cry, a figure appeared on the road ahead. It stood in the center of the two-lane blacktop, motionless, facing the Humvee. Not a standard infected. Jonah knew this instantly. The way you know fire from warmth. The way you know the difference between a photograph and a face. The proportions were wrong for a standard infected. Too still. Too upright. Too deliberate. Dale hit the brakes. The Humvee skidded on the asphalt, tires screaming, and stopped 40 feet from the figure. In the headlights, it was exactly as terrible as Jonah had imagined and nothing like what he'd imagined. The Shepherd, standing 6'2", gray-skinned with the calcite hardening of stage 4, wearing the shredded remnants of a white lab coat over clothes that had once been professional and were now rags. Its hands hung at its sides, but they weren't limp. They were poised, the fingers slightly curled, in the relaxed but ready posture of a person about to conduct an orchestra. Its eyes were the red of standard infected, but they were focused. They were looking at Jonah through the windshield with an intensity that was not hunger. It was recognition. It knew him. Not the way a human knows another human. Not by name or history or relationship, but by signal, by the resonance in his brainstem, by the frequency he'd been broadcasting since day one. It had followed that frequency across 200 miles of Texas, through cities and prairies and hill country, directing thousands of dead with the patience of a migration and the precision of a military campaign. And now it had found the source. The Shepherd tilted its head. A human gesture, a thinking gesture, the gesture of a scientist examining a specimen, because that's what it had been. Dr. Alan Kirsch, Helios Pharmaceuticals researcher, the man who'd injected himself with a concentrated dose in a desperate attempt to test an antidote, the man who'd tried to fix what he'd broken and become the worst version of it. It raised one hand, pointed, not at the Humvee, at the darkness behind it. From the dark, they came. Not from one direction, from three. The flanks and the rear. closing like fingers of a fist. The hoard that the shepherd had been positioning for hours. The pieces of a trap set with the patience of something that could not be exhausted, and the intelligence of something that could learn. "Drive," Jonah said. Dale floored it. The Humvee leaped forward, aimed directly at the shepherd. The creature didn't move. It stood in the road watching, its hand still raised, and at the last possible instant it stepped aside with a fluid, unhurried motion that said, "I can move faster than this, but I choose not to because this is interesting." The Humvee blew past it. In the rearview mirror, Jonah watched the shepherd stand in the road, watching them go, its lab coat fluttering in the vehicle's wake. Behind it, the horde, hundreds of dark shapes pouring from the fields and ditches and tree lines, filled the road like water filling a channel. "South," Jonah gasped. "Go south. The bay. We need to get to the water." Dale drove. The Humvee ate the road at 70 miles an hour, its military spec engine roaring, its headlights cutting the dark. Behind them, the horde receded, but the pressure in Jonah's skull didn't. The shepherd was following, adjusting, redirecting its forces. It was faster now, faster in its decisions, faster in its responses. It had seen them up close. It had read the beacon, and it was done waiting. They drove through the remainder of the night. The pressure map in Jonah's skull was a war. The shepherd's forces probing, repositioning, trying to get ahead of them, and Jonah calling course changes that kept them one step ahead. Left here, right here. No, straight, there's a gap. 200 yards, fast. Dale drove like a man who'd navigated storms. Not with recklessness, but with the calm, precise responses of someone who understood that the sea, or in this case the horde, was stronger than any vessel, and that survival came not from fighting the force, but from reading it and slipping through the cracks. At 5:48 a.m., the Humvee crested a low rise, and Jonah saw the water. Lavaca Bay spread across the horizon, flat and silver in the pre-dawn light. The salt smell hit him through the vents, clean, sharp, the smell of survival. The infected didn't cross salt water. The water was theirs. But between them and the bay, half a mile of road, descending through a coastal marsh to the boat ramp where the skeleton crew had been guarding the vessels, was a horde, not the shepherd's directed army. These were local infected, the population of Port Lavaca and the surrounding towns, thousands of them, distributed across the coastal lowlands in the aimless drift that characterized undirected herds. But they were between the Humvee and the water, and the road through them was packed with bodies. "We can't drive through that," Dale said. "We can't go around. The shepherd's behind us." "Then we go through." "Dale!" I said, "We go through." Dale's voice was different. Not calm anymore. Not the measured steadiness of a man in control. Something else. A quality that Jonah recognized from his work with animals. The particular energy of a creature that had decided, with finality, what it was going to do. "Skipper, listen to me. The boats are at that ramp. The Bayou Belle is there. You get on the Belle, you motor to Port Lavaca, you pick up the convoy, and you take those children south. That's the mission." "Dale, I'm going to clear the road. You're going to run." "No, it's not a request." Dale stopped the Humvee. He turned to Jonah. In the dashboard light, his face was old and tired and certain. "I've got cancer, Jonah. I'm dying. Today, next month, 6 months from now, I'm dying. The only question is how. And I choose this." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette, a real one this time. A Marlboro Red from a pack he'd been carrying since Galveston. He put it between his lips. He didn't light it. Not yet. "You've got a daughter to get home to. I've got a boat to aim at a problem. The math is simple." "Dale, you can't—" "Get out of the truck, Jonah." Jonah looked at him, at the old man's hands on the wheel, at the unlit cigarette, at the eyes that were the color of the Gulf and just as deep. "The boats," Jonah managed. "The Bayou Belle. There are other boats at the ramp. The skeleton crew has the skiff. Take the skiff. Motor to Port Lavaca. I'll take the Belle." He paused. "I always figured I'd die on that boat. Might as well make it count." "Dale! Get! Out! Skipper!" Jonah opened the door. The salt air hit him like a wall, clean, wet, alive. He stepped onto the road. He looked back at Dale. "You tell that little girl about the dolphins," Dale said. "You tell her the dolphins are going to be fine. Because they are. Dolphins are tough." He grinned around the cigarette. "And you name a boat after me. That's an order." Jonah couldn't speak. His throat was a fist. He nodded. Dale shifted the Humvee into gear. The engine revved. He flicked a lighter, a silver Zippo with a Coast Guard emblem, and lit the cigarette. The first drag in 5 years. He inhaled, held it, exhaled, and his face softened with the pleasure of a returning vice, and then he released the brake, and the Humvee lunged forward, down the slope, toward the horde. Jonah ran. Down the slope, off the road, through the marsh grass, toward the boat ramp. Behind him, the Humvee hit the horde at 60 miles an hour, and the sound was the sound of the world breaking, metal and flesh and the crunch of bodies against steel. And Dale drove straight through them, clearing a corridor, the Humvee a battering ram of one dying man's final act of usefulness. The boat ramp, 3 boats, the Bayou Belle, a skiff, and a fishing boat. The skeleton crew, 2 free Texans, were already preparing to cast off, alerted by the sound of the Humvee's impact. Jonah threw himself into the skiff, tore the starter cord, and the outboard coughed and roared, and he was on the water. Behind him, Dale had reached the Bayou Belle. Jonah could see him, a small figure climbing from the Humvee to the trawler's deck with the ease of 40 years of boarding boats. The horde was reforming around the vehicle, but Dale was on the water now, on his boat, his engine starting, the sound of the diesel, a song that had been the soundtrack of his life. The Bayou Belle pulled away from the ramp, Dale at the wheel, cigarette in his mouth, heading south toward Port Lavaca, toward the rendezvous. Jonah followed in the skiff. The water of Lavaca Bay was flat and silver and safe, and behind them, on the shore, the horde pressed against the water's edge and went no further. The salt line held. They reached Port Lavaca by water as the convoy arrived by land. The town was battered, infected in the streets, buildings damaged, the small fishing community of 12,000 reduced to a ghost town with teeth. But the harbor was intact, and the water was the water, and the boats could dock, and the buses could unload at the waterfront park, where the infected were sparse because the salt spray kept them back. Jonah tied the skiff at the harbor and ran to the convoy. The buses were pulling in, were dusty, battered, their engines overheated. Doors opened. Children poured out, blinking in the coastal sun, stretching cramped legs, some crying, some silent, all alive. Soul. She was in Hannah's arms, on the second bus. She saw Jonah and her face changed. Not a smile, not a word, but a change. A shift in the geography of her features that meant, "You came back, you came back, you came back." He took her from Hannah. He held her. Professor Squeaks came out of his pocket, and Sewell took the dolphin and pressed it against her face, and closed her eyes and her mouth moved, and Jonah, with his ear against her hair, heard it. Barely a whisper. The first intentional vocalization she'd made in weeks. Daddy. One word. His name. Her name for him. The word that meant everything that words could mean and all the things they couldn't. He held her tighter and didn't let go. Dale brought the Bayou Belle into Port Lavaca Harbor 20 minutes later. He tied up at the fishing pier, cut the engine, and came ashore with the cigarette still between his lips, its coal long since extinguished. He walked up the pier with the bow-legged stride of a man returning from a routine run. And when the group gathered around him, Teddy crying, Preacher gripping his shoulder, Tommy standing back but grinning the first genuine grin anyone had seen from him, Dale waved them off with the easy embarrassment of a man uncomfortable with gratitude. "Don't make a fuss," he said. "I drove a truck through some zombies and took my boat for a ride. It's what I do." He looked at Jonah. "That little girl talking yet?" "She said one word." "What word?" "Daddy." Dale's mustache twitched. His eyes, the gulf gray eyes deep-set and steady, went bright for a moment. He blinked it away. Well, he said, that's a start. Port Lavaca, the coast, the water, the salt line. They'd made it. Saul was in Jonah's arms, speaking her first word. The convoy was safe. 231 children, stolen from a dictator, carried across 120 miles of dead Texas, were alive, standing in the sun at the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. But it wasn't over. Jonah could feel it, the pressure, still there, still pulsing, still coming from the north. The shepherd hadn't given up, it was repositioning. The horde it commanded was moving south toward the coast, drawn by the beacon in Jonah's brainstem, and the inescapable logic of a hunt that had no ending except contact. And from the Gulf, carried on the salt breeze that kept the dead at bay, came the first breath of something else. A change in the air pressure, a shift in the wind. The clouds building on the southwestern horizon, piling upward in the towering cumulonimbus formations that any Gulf Coast resident recognized as the architecture of a storm. Hurricane season. The ticking clock that had been running since day one. The atmospheric bomb that had been building in the warm Gulf waters for weeks was no longer theoretical. Devante, monitoring the weather frequencies on his jury-rigged radio, had been tracking it for days. Hurricane Delilah, he said, sitting on the harbor wall with his headphones on and his crooked glasses reflecting the sky. Category 3, heading northwest. Current track puts landfall somewhere between Corpus Christi and Matagorda Bay. When, Voss asked. 72 hours, maybe less. She's accelerating. 72 hours. 3 days. The shepherd's horde closing from the north. A Category 3 hurricane closing from the south. And between them, on the narrow strip of Texas coast, 312 people, including 231 children, standing at the edge of the salt line, with nowhere left to run except the open water of the Gulf. Jonah held Sewell and looked at the horizon and felt the pressure from both directions, the dead behind, the storm ahead, and understood, with the clarity of a man who'd spent his life studying the behavior of creatures caught between forces they couldn't control, that the final act was coming. The question was no longer whether they would escape. The question was what they would sacrifice to do it. And the shepherd, somewhere in the Texas dark, turned its red eyes toward the coast and began to walk. The 72 hours before Hurricane Delilah became a siege in 3 dimensions. The dead from the north, the storm from the south, and time itself, compressing from every direction like the walls of a room designed to crush whatever was inside it. Jonah spent the first hours organizing. Not because he was a leader. He'd never wanted that, had never sought it, had arrived at it the way water arrives at the lowest point in a landscape, simply by flowing downhill through the path of least resistance. But because the group looked at him and saw the man who'd crossed Texas to find his daughter and come back alive, and that made him, in their eyes, someone worth following. The irony was not lost on him. He'd gotten Saul back through a combination of luck, desperation, other people's sacrifices, and a partial viral infection that made him a walking homing beacon for the dead. None of that was leadership. All of it was survival. But the distinction didn't matter to people who needed someone to tell them what to do next. "We need boats," he told the core group, gathered in the harbor master's office. A small wood-paneled room that smelled of diesel and coffee and the particular musty salt smell of a building that had spent decades absorbing Gulf moisture. Enough to carry 300 people across open water. "Where are we going, Dale?" Dale had the chart spread on the harbor master's desk. His finger traced the coastline south. "Mexico. The nearest port is Tampico, about 400 nautical miles. But we don't need to go that far. There are barrier islands along the Mexican coast, uninhabited, defensible, surrounded by salt water. We find one, we put down, we wait out the hurricane and the horde. Can we make 400 miles in 72 hours? Not in 72. But we don't need to outrun the hurricane. We need to get south of its track. Delilah's heading northwest. If we go due south, we'll cross her path and get into her safe quadrant within 18 hours. He paused. The problem isn't distance. The problem is vessels. The Bayou Belle carries 30 people uncomfortably. We need at least 10 boats to carry 300. Port Lavaca's got boats, Coyote said. She'd been scouting the harbor since they arrived. Fishing trawlers, shrimpers, pleasure craft. Most are still at dock. Fuel's the issue. Most tanks are empty, or nearly. And some of the vessels haven't been maintained in weeks. Engines may not start. Devante and the mechanic brothers can handle engines, Jonah said. Fuel. We siphon from every vehicle in town. Diesel, gasoline, whatever we can find. We have 2 days. We have less than that. Voss was at the window looking north. The shepherd's horde. How far? Jonah closed his eyes. The pressure map unfurled. The horde was a dense mass, moving south along the Highway 87 corridor, the same route the convoy had taken. Moving slowly at the walking speed of the infected, but moving constantly. No rest, no sleep, no need for either. 30 miles, he said. At their current speed, roughly 2 miles an hour with some faster elements, they'll reach the coast in 15 hours. 15 hours, Voss repeated. Not 2 days, 15 hours. For the leading edge. The main body, now the shepherd and the bulk of the horde, is behind the leading edge. Call it 24 hours for the full force. And Drummond? Coyote answered. NRT patrols were spotted on the I-10 corridor this morning. He sent a pursuit force. Mechanized, probably 2 or 3 platoons. They'll reach the coast faster than the horde. 8 to 12 hours. 8 hours for Drummond's soldiers. 15 hours for the horde's leading edge. 24 for the shepherd. 72 for the hurricane. A cascade of threats, each on its own timeline, all converging on a single point. Port Lavaca Harbor, where 300 people, including 231 children, were trying to prepare a flotilla from scavenged fishing boats. We worked through the night, Jonah said. Every able body on boat prep. Voss set up a defensive perimeter, north side of town, facing inland. We need to hold long enough to launch. With what? We've got 53 fighters and small arms. Then we hold with 53 fighters and small arms. It's what we have. The room fell quiet. Outside the window, the Gulf of Mexico glittered in the afternoon sun, and the clouds on the southwestern horizon were taller than they'd been an hour ago, building and building, the storm's architecture growing visible as it organized itself into the spiral that would, in 3 days, scour this coast clean. One more thing, Jonah said. He pulled Professor Squeaks from his pocket and set the stuffed dolphin on the chart table. It looked absurd, a child's toy on a nautical chart, surrounded by people carrying weapons in a room that smelled of war. We're not just evacuating. We're carrying something that matters more than any of us. He told them about Sol, not the rescue. They knew that. About the antibodies. Hannah had examined Sol the morning after the extraction, drawing a small vial of blood with Teddy's assistance, while Sol held Jonah's hand and didn't flinch. Hannah had run the field tests available to her. Crude, limited, but conclusive enough. Sol's blood carried antibodies to the virus. Natural immunity, developed by a 6-year-old's immune system in response to the aerosol exposure at Opp Elementary. Not a cure, not a vaccine, but the biological blueprint for one. If they could get it to a functioning laboratory, if they could find scientists capable of the work, if the world still had enough of its old infrastructure to do the science. Cade's data, the Renovex research, tells us how the virus works, Hannah said. She'd been standing in the doorway, her journal open, her voice carrying the careful, measured authority of a scientist presenting findings. Sol's blood tells us how to beat it. Together, they're the foundation of a vaccine. Not today, not tomorrow. Maybe not for months, but it's possible. For the first time since the outbreak, a vaccine is actually possible. The room absorbed this. Faces shifting. The weight of it landing differently on different people. Teddy, who had Renovex patients in her care. Dale, who was dying of cancer and now carried additional knowledge that his time was even more finite against the scale of what was at stake. Preacher, whose lost faith was being tested by something that looked from a certain angle like grace. The children, Preacher said. His voice, rare, deep, resonant, filled the small room. The children we rescued. Some of them were exposed to the same aerosol event. At Ape Elementary, at other schools, in the first hours. If Sol has antibodies, others might too, Hannah confirmed. We won't know until we can test them. But yes, the children aren't just survivors. They might be the most medically significant population on Earth. Voss looked at the children visible through the window, playing in the harbor park, their voices carrying on the salt breeze, the sounds of children at play that were simultaneously the most normal and most extraordinary sounds in the world. Then we defend them, she said, not just as children, as the future. As the future, Jonah agreed. He picked up Professor Squeaks and put the dolphin back in his pocket. Now, let's get to work. The next 12 hours were a blur of labor and fear. The entire population of the convoy, fighters, refugees, older children, mobilized to prepare the flotilla. Boats were identified, assessed, and either declared seaworthy or stripped for parts. Devante and the mechanic brothers performed miracles of field engineering, coaxing engines to life that hadn't run in weeks, replacing fuel filters with coffee filters, sealing leaks with marine epoxy and profanity. The fleet took shape. The Bayou Belle as the flagship, 4 fishing trawlers of various sizes, 2 shrimp boats, a 40-foot sailing yacht with an auxiliary diesel engine, and 3 smaller craft, a center console fishing boat, a pontoon boat that had no business on open water, but would serve for the harbor crossing, and a battered cabin cruiser whose engine made sounds that the mechanic brothers described as concerning but functional. 12 vessels, enough to carry 300 people if they packed tight and accepted discomfort. Enough fuel, siphoned from every car, truck, and generator in Port Lavaca, for approximately 200 miles. Not enough to reach Mexico, but enough to get south of the hurricane's track and find shelter along the coast. Lil took over the provisioning. She swept through Port Lavaca like a small, silver-haired tornado, raiding every pantry, every store, every abandoned kitchen in the town. She emerged with cases of canned goods, bags of rice, condensed milk, bottles of hot sauce she insisted were non-negotiable, and an industrial-sized container of Cajun seasoning that she'd found in a restaurant supply closet and cradled like a baby. You don't survive on bland food, she told Jonah when he questioned the seasoning. You eat bland food and you lose the will to live. I've seen it. Hurricane Audrey, 1957. My mama fed us spiced rice and andouille for 3 days in the shelter, and everyone in our section survived. The section eating plain crackers? Half of them gave up. She tucked the seasoning into a waterproof bag. Flavor is survival, Cher. Don't you forget it. Tommy scouted the town's perimeter on his skateboard, mapping the approaches, identifying the streets where infected congregated and the streets that were clear. He reported by radio with the clipped, professional delivery of someone who'd internalized the communications discipline of people twice his age. North approach, Highway 35. Infected density is increasing. Count 60 plus, stage 3 and 4, moving south at standard drift speed. They're not organized, not yet, but they're clustering. East approach, Lavaca Bay Shore Road. Clear for now. Some trawlers in the shallows where Garcitas Creek meets the bay. Maybe 10. They're submerged. You won't see them until you step in the water. West approach, clear. But I can hear something. From the northwest, a sound. Not moaning, something else. Higher. Oscillating. Jonah keyed his radio. Tommy, get back to the harbor. Now. Copy. What was that sound? A howler. The first howler arrived at dusk. It appeared on the roof of a 2-story building at the north end of Port Lavaca's main street. A skeletal, emaciated figure with a distended throat and a jaw that hung open in a permanent, silent scream that became audible the moment it drew breath. The sound hit the harbor like a physical force, a continuous, oscillating shriek that was part tornado siren, part human agony, registering at a volume that vibrated the windows of the harbor master's office and sent the children in the harbor park pressing their hands over their ears. Howler on the rooftop, Voss's voice on the radio sharp with urgency. North sector, two-story building. Looks like the old bank. Someone shut it up before it calls in every zombie in the county. Santos was already moving. The former Marine crossed 2 blocks in under a minute. His rifle up, his breathing controlled. The howler was 80 feet up, too high for a reliable headshot. From ground level with the wind gusting off the bay. Santos found a fire escape on the adjacent building, climbed to the roof, and from there, at a distance of 40 yards, put a round through the howler's swollen throat. The shriek stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, an absence so sudden and complete that it felt like a sound itself, a negative frequency that vibrated in the bones. "Howler down," Santos radioed. But the damage was done. The shriek had lasted approximately 90 seconds. In that time, the signal had propagated across the coastal plain at the speed of sound, reaching every infected within a half-mile radius, drawing them toward the source, triggering the clustering behavior that would, over the next hours, turn a manageable distribution of scattered infected into a concentrated mass. "The horde is accelerating," Jonah said. He was standing on the harbor wall, his eyes closed, reading the pressure map. The leading edge of the shepherd's army, already 15 miles out when the howler screamed, had responded to the sound with increased speed and tighter formation. They were no longer drifting. They were marching. The howler's cry told the shepherd where we are, exactly where we are. No more guessing, no more tracking, it knows. "How long?" Voss asked. 8 hours for the leading edge, 12 for the main body. The shepherd itself, he focused. The sharp singular signal that he'd come to recognize as the shepherd's presence was closer than he'd thought. Much closer. It must have been moving faster than its horde, traveling independently, scouting ahead. "The shepherd is 5 miles out, maybe less. It's coming alone." "Good," Coyote said. She was checking her rifle's magazine with the calm, efficient movements of someone who'd been hoping for a fight. "If it's alone, we can kill it." "You can't kill it alone. It'll have rearguard elements, small groups, 20, 30, positioned to protect it. And it's smart. It won't walk into an ambush. Then we don't ambush it. We let it come to us. Set up a kill zone at the town's north edge. When it enters, we light it up." Jonah shook his head. "It won't enter a kill zone. It'll stay outside effective range and direct its elements against us. It thinks, Coyote. Not like us, but enough. It'll read the terrain and make decisions." "Then what do we do?" Jonah opened his eyes. The pressure was a roar now. The shepherd's signal, the horde's collective drone, the approaching swarm all merging into a single, overwhelming frequency that pressed against the inside of his skull like a migraine given consciousness. He looked north, toward the dark, toward the thing that was coming. Then he looked south, toward the gulf, toward the clouds that were building. "We hold," he said. "We hold long enough to launch the boats. Then we get on the water, and we don't look back." Margot Sinclair died at 9:47 p.m. She was on lookout duty, her role since the early days, the one she'd carved for herself with her extraordinary eyesight and her observer's instinct. She was positioned on the roof of the harbor's fish market, the highest accessible point in the waterfront area, with binoculars and a radio and one of her charcoal pencils, sketching the sunset because even now, even here, she couldn't stop seeing the world as a series of compositions. The sunset was magnificent. The hurricane's outflow bands had painted the sky in bands of orange and purple, and a deep bruised red that looked like the inside of a wound. Margot sketched it with quick, sure strokes, the charcoal moving across the receipt paper with the confidence of a hand that had drawn 10,000 sunsets and knew that no two were the same. She was finishing the sketch when she saw the horde. Not the shepherd's army, not the organized, directed force that was still hours out. This was a local cluster, the infected drawn by the howler's cry, converging on Port Lavaca from the northeast along the Bay Shore Road that Tommy had reported clear that morning. They were in the water, not swimming, not wading, but walking through the shallows where Garcitas Creek met the bay, where the water was brackish, not fully saline, and the viral aversion was weaker. Trawlers mixed with standard stage 3 infected, emerging from the creek's mouth like a tide of gray, waterlogged bodies. Margot keyed her radio. Contact Northeast, Bayshore Road. 50-plus infected mixed trawlers coming through the brackish shallows. They're in the water. The freshwater creek is giving them a corridor. The warning saved the harbor. Voss redirected fighters to the northeast perimeter, and the engagement that followed, a brutal 20-minute battle in the shallow water and mud of the creek's edge, stopped the cluster before it reached the boats. 14 infected were put down. No fighters lost. But Margot's position had been compromised. The radio transmission, the movement on the roof, the attention she'd drawn to herself, a group of infected that had separated from the main cluster, moving along the fish market's base, had found the building's exterior ladder. They climbed. Not fast. The ladder was rusty and their motor coordination was limited. But they climbed because the virus preserved enough muscle memory for that. And Margot was on the roof, and the roof was accessible, and she was making sounds they could follow. She saw them coming up the ladder. She radioed. Multiple infected climbing the fish market. I can't get down. They're on the only exit. Santos answered, Hold position. We're coming. They came. But the fish market was 2 blocks from the northeast perimeter, and the fighters were engaged. And by the time Santos reached the building and started up the ladder, 3 infected had already reached the roof. Margot didn't scream. She fought, with the binoculars, with her fists, with the charcoal pencil that she drove into the eye socket of the first one, with a precision that would have been impressive if it had been a brainstem shot instead of an orbital one. The infected staggered but didn't fall. The second one grabbed her arm. The third bit her shoulder, teeth tearing through the linen blouse she'd kept clean through weeks of apocalypse, finding the skin beneath. Santos reached the roof and put down all 3 with headshots. He knelt beside Margot, who was sitting against the ventilation unit, with her hand pressed over the bite, blood running between her fingers, and her face, her pale, red-haired, perpetually wry face, was calm. Well, she said, that's rather definitive, isn't it? Margot, don't. Her voice was steady, British, clipped with the precision of a woman who'd spent her life choosing her words carefully and intended to do so until the end. Don't start. I know what a bite means. Everyone knows what a bite means. Santos radioed for Teddy. Teddy came. She looked at the bite, deep, ragged, the unmistakable signature of stage 3 teeth, and her professional calm held for 3 seconds before cracking. She knelt beside Margot and took her hand and said, Okay, baby, okay, let me clean this at least. Let me see the sunset, Margot said, please. Just let me see the sunset. Teddy moved aside. From the rooftop, the sunset was still visible, the bands of orange and purple and red, the hurricane's calling card, the most beautiful sky that Jonah would see in his life. And Margot had been sketching it when the dead found her. Jonah arrived 3 minutes later. He climbed the ladder, crossed the roof, and sat down beside Margot. Her sketch was on the ground next to her, the sunset half finished, the charcoal lines already smudging in the Gulf breeze. Her hands were shaking. Stage 1, the sweats, beginning. She had hours. Not many, but enough. I need a favor, Margot said. She was looking at the sunset, not at Jonah. Her voice was clear, her eyes dry. The shock hadn't hit yet. The body's mercy, the delay between injury and full processing that gave you a window of lucidity before the horror arrived. Anything. I've been sketching the group. Since Galveston. Everyone. The living and the dead. It's in my bag, in the harbor master's office. She paused. Finish the book. Not the drawings. I know you can't draw. But the names. I've been writing names under every sketch. The dead, especially. Their names. Where they died. How. She looked at him. Someone has to remember them. The names, the faces. If no one remembers, it's as if they never existed. And they existed. Every single one of them existed. I'll remember. You'll remember. She nodded, looked back at the sunset. There's a sketch of you in there. You and Sewell. On the morning after the extraction. It's the best thing I've done, I think. The proportions on the left hand are wrong, but the emotion's right. That's what matters in the end. Not the technique, the emotion. I have the receipt version. You gave it to me. Keep it. It's yours. She closed her eyes. The shaking was worse now. Sweat beading on her forehead, her upper lip. The fever beginning its climb. Will someone, when it's time, will someone make sure it's quick? I don't want to become one of them. I don't want to stand in a street and moan and walk in circles. I was never very good at walking in circles. Santos will do it, Jonah said. Because Santos was standing behind him and Jonah could see in the Marine's face the particular stillness of a man who'd already made the decision and was waiting for permission. It'll be quick. Good. She opened her eyes one more time. The sunset was fading, the orange giving way to purple, the purple to dark. Tell the others. Tell them it was a good sunset. Not my best, but good. Worth seeing. She paused. Worth sketching. She closed her eyes. Jonah stood. He picked up the half-finished sunset sketch and folded it carefully and put it in his pocket next to Professor Squeaks. Then he went down the ladder, and behind him, Santos stayed on the roof with Margot. And as Jonah crossed the parking lot toward the harbor, he heard a single gunshot, clean and precise, and the sound of it was the sound of a mercy that the old world had never needed and the new world couldn't live without. Margot Sinclair, 42, British expatriate, gallery manager, overstayed visa, artist, who had given everyone unflattering but accurate portrait sketches, and who had watched the world with eyes that missed nothing and recorded it with hands that turned grief into line and shadow. Gone. Jonah stood in the harbor master's office and opened Margot's bag. Inside, a leather-bound sketchbook, worn soft at the corners, filled with charcoal drawings. He flipped through them. Dale, at the wheel of the Bayou Belle, squinting into the sun, his mustache casting a shadow across his chin. Teddy, bent over a patient, her hands precise, her face a mask of professional focus, with fear leaking through at the edges. Tommy, airborne on his skateboard, caught mid-jump, his dyed blonde streak like a comet's tail. Preacher, kneeling, his massive hands clasped, his eyes closed, his face holding the complicated geography of a man talking to a god he didn't believe was there. Angela, standing with her arms crossed, her blazer immaculate, her expression that particular blend of competence and contempt that she'd worn like armor. Hannah bent over her journal, a lock of dark hair escaping from her bun, her pen moving, her glasses catching the light. Ricky laughing, his barrel chest thrown back, the missing ring finger on the hand that was slapping his knee. Lil at the stove, ladle in one hand, revolver visible in the apron pocket, her face fierce with the concentration of a woman for whom cooking was combat. Devante surrounded by radio parts, his glasses crooked, his expression the blankness of total absorption. Elena, not from life, but from description, from Jonah's words and Hannah's memories, and the photograph on his phone that no longer worked. Margot had drawn her anyway. A woman in a car, driving, one hand on the wheel, one hand reaching back toward the car seat behind her. The face was soft, determined, already grieving. Below the sketch, in Margot's handwriting, Elena Britton drove as far as she could. And Saul. Saul sleeping in Jonah's arms on the morning after the extraction. The sketch from the receipt, but larger, more detailed, more finished. The proportions on the left hand were still wrong. Margot had been honest about that. But the emotion was there. The exhaustion and the relief and the desperate, frightened love of a father who'd found what he'd been looking for and was terrified of losing it again. Below the sketch, Marisol Sol Britton, age 6, draws dolphins, survived. Jonah closed the book. He held it against his chest. And the grief that he'd been carrying, for Elena, for the island, for the world, expanded to include Margot. And the expansion didn't break him, because grief, he was learning, was not a finite container. It was a landscape. It grew. You grew with it, You had to. By midnight, 8 of the 12 vessels were ready. The remaining 4 needed more work: engine repairs, fuel system issues, a cracked hull on the cabin cruiser that the mechanic brothers were patching with fiberglass and determination. Devante estimated 6 more hours. They didn't have 6 hours. The Horde's leading edge arrived at 1:14 a.m. Tommy, on perimeter scout duty, was the first to see them. He was on his skateboard on the north end of Main Street, gliding through the dark with the silent fluidity that had become his signature. When the streetlights, dead since the power grid collapsed, were briefly, impossibly, illuminated by a light source from the north. Not electric, not fire. Something else. A diffuse, pulsing glow that moved along the road like the luminescence of deep-sea creatures, as if the Horde itself was generating light. It wasn't, of course. The glow was from the refinery fires still burning north of Victoria. Their light reflected off the low cloud ceiling and scattered down onto the advancing mass. But the effect was surreal. A wave of shapes, backlit by firelight, moving with the relentless, shuffling uniformity of a single organism with 10,000 legs. "Contact north," Tommy radioed. His voice was steady, almost bored, the voice of a teenager who'd exhausted his capacity for fear and was operating on the muscle memory of survival. "Main approach, Highway 35, multiple hundreds, leading edge is..." A pause. "It's a lot, Mr. Britton. It's a real lot." Voss activated the northern perimeter. 50 fighters spread across 3 blocks, positioned behind barricades of vehicles and furniture and anything else that could stop a body. They had rifles, shotguns, pistols, and a limited supply of ammunition that would not sustain a prolonged engagement. The math was brutal. 50 fighters, maybe 2,000 rounds total, against a horde that numbered in the thousands. "We don't fight them all," Voss told her people. "We slow them. We channel them. We buy time for the boats." The first infected reached the barricade line at 1:23 a.m. It was a woman, middle-aged, wearing a Whataburger uniform. Her name tag still clipped to her shirt: Linda. She walked into the headlights of the barricade vehicle with the aimless drift of a Stage 3, her red eyes catching the light like a cat's. Behind her, more. 10, 20, 100. The fighters opened fire. The sound was enormous, a rolling barrage that echoed off the buildings and the bay and the low clouds, mixing with the moan of the Horde to create a soundscape that was the auditory definition of the end of the world. Bodies fell. Bodies climbed over the fallen. The Horde pressed forward with the mindless, hydraulic persistence of water against a dam. Ricky Dominguez was on the barricade line. He'd volunteered, insisted actually, with the belligerent enthusiasm that was his default setting. He was in the center, behind an overturned pickup truck, firing his shotgun with the steady, pumping rhythm of a man operating a piece of machinery. Pump, fire, pump, fire. Each blast carved a gap in the advancing line. Each gap filled in seconds. "Come on!" he shouted. Not at the infected. They couldn't hear him, couldn't understand him, couldn't respond to the human challenge in his voice. He was shouting for himself, for the feeling of defiance that lived in his chest like a second heart. "Come on, you sons of bitches. This is Texas. You want this town? You come take it." The halftime speech, the motivational roar, the sound that had once filled gymnasiums and locker rooms and now filled the gap between one shotgun blast and the next. It was magnificent, and it was foolish, and it was Ricky. The whole of him, the coach who punched and the man who inspired, the fire that warmed and the fire that burned. The barricade held for 40 minutes. Then the Horde's sheer mass began to push the vehicles back, not through them, but around them, flowing through gaps that widened as the pressure increased, finding the paths that the defenders hadn't blocked, threading the spaces between buildings and through yards and over fences. The line began to buckle. "Fall back," Voss ordered. "Second line, fall back to the harbor perimeter." The fighters retreated, organized, disciplined, leapfrogging from position to position while covering each other's withdrawal. It was textbook military retreat, executed by people who'd been civilians a month ago and were fighting like soldiers. Because a woman with a command voice had taught them how. Ricky didn't fall back. He was still behind the overturned pickup, firing into the horde, when the retreat order came. He heard it. Jonah heard him acknowledge it on the radio. Copy. Falling back. But he didn't move. He kept firing. The horde was pressing in on three sides, the gaps in the barricade line widening. And Ricky was in the center of it. And the part of his brain that should have been calculating retreat vectors was instead calculating how many more he could put down before the shells ran out. Ricky! Jonah's voice on the radio. Fall back. Now. 1 more minute, Skipper. Ricky! The shotgun clicked empty. Ricky reached for more shells. His vest was empty. He looked at the horde, pressing in 10 feet away on three sides, hands reaching, mouths open, the collective exhalation of the dead washing over him like a physical wave. And the anger took him. Not the strategic anger of a fighter, not the cold anger of a survivor, the raw, unreasoning anger of a man who'd punched a parent at a football game, who'd been fired for his temper, who'd spent his whole life believing he'd conquered the rage and was discovering, at the worst possible moment, that he hadn't. The anger was a fire, and the fire was in his bones, and it said, "Fight, fight. You don't run. You never run. You stand and you fight because running is losing, and losing is dying, and you don't die. You don't ever die. He charged, dropped the empty shotgun, grabbed the tire iron from the truck bed, and went forward into the horde, like a linebacker going through a defensive line. Swinging, connecting, the wet, heavy sounds of steel on bone and flesh. He was screaming, not words anymore, just sound, pure vocal rage that was as primal and as futile as the infected's moan. Ricky, no! Tommy's voice. The teenager was on the radio, somewhere on the perimeter, and his voice cracked with the helplessness of watching someone you know do something you can't stop. Ricky went down. Not all at once. He fought on his knees when his legs gave out, fought on his back when they pulled him down, fought with one arm when the other was pinned. He fought until there was nothing left to fight with. And then the horde closed over him, the way the sea closes over a stone. And the sound he made, that last, raw, defiant sound, was lost in the moaning. Ricky Dominguez, 38, football coach, history teacher, barrel-chested, loud, missing his left ring finger. Who gave halftime speeches at the wrong time, and sometimes they worked. Who had an anger problem he thought he'd beaten? Who charged when stealth was needed? Who fought when retreat was called? Who died? Because the fire in him was bigger than the calculation. And the fire, in the end, consumed him. The retreat to the harbor perimeter continued. The horde flowed through the abandoned barricade line and into Port Lavaca's streets, filling them like water filling a basin. The northern half of the town was lost within an hour. Preacher found Jonah on the harbor wall at 3 a.m. The big man's flannel was torn, his hands were bloody from the barricade fighting, and his fire axe was notched from use. He sat down beside Jonah with the careful, grunting dissent of a man whose body was not designed for warfare and had been conducting it anyway. Ricky's gone, Preacher said, and I know. His anger killed him. I know. Preacher was quiet for a moment. Below them, the harbor was a frenzy of activity. Children being loaded onto boats, supplies being secured, the last preparations for a departure that was no longer planned but desperate. The sounds of the horde were audible from the north end of town. Moaning, shuffling, the crack of gunfire from Voss's fighters holding the harbor perimeter. I prayed for him, Preacher said. First time I've meant it in weeks. I prayed for a man who died in anger, and I asked God to understand the anger, because I think he stopped. His jaw worked. I think God understands anger better than he understands patience. Patience is a human virtue. Anger is divine. The Old Testament is full of it. Jonah looked at him. The big man's face was illuminated by the work lights on the dock, and in the harsh, white glare, he looked older than his 55 years. Carved, eroded, a landscape shaped by forces that had been working on him for weeks and were not finished. "You believe that?" Jonah asked. Preacher was silent for a long time. "I believe that Ricky died fighting, and I believe that's worth praying over. Whether anyone's listening," he shrugged. The shrug was enormous. The displacement of air measurable. "That's between me and the silence." Preacher, if we don't make it out of here, if the horde breaks through before the boats are ready, I need you to get Saul on a boat." "Jonah, I'm the beacon. I'm what's drawing them. If I stay on shore, the horde stays focused on me. The boats can launch, but Saul has to be on one. If I'm not there, don't talk like that. If I'm not there, Hannah takes care of her. And you," he looked at Preacher, "you make sure nothing gets to her. Nothing." Preacher didn't speak for a moment. Then he reached over and placed his hand on Jonah's shoulder. The same gesture he'd made with Dale. The touch that carried the weight of a blessing. "That child is getting on a boat," he said. "And so are you. Both of you. I'll make sure of it." "How?" Preacher looked at his fire axe, at the notches, at the dark stains. "Same way I've been doing everything since day one. One swing at a time." The perimeter alarm sounded. Gunfire from the north, closer than before. The horde was pressing south, squeezing the defensive line, compressing the living into a shrinking pocket around the harbor. Jonah stood. Preacher stood. They looked at each other in the work light. Two men who'd come to the end of something and were deciding, separately and together, what they were willing to pay for whatever came next. "Let's go," Jonah said. They went. At 4:30 a.m., Devante finished the last engine repair. 12 vessels, all functional, all fueled, all ready. At 4:47 a.m., Drummond's advance force arrived. They came from the west. 2 platoons of NRT soldiers in armored Humvees and pickup trucks, 40-plus soldiers, armed with military-grade weapons and night vision equipment. They'd bypassed the horde by approaching from a direction the infected weren't covering, and they hit the harbor perimeter's west flank like a hammer. The sound was different from the horde fighting, sharper, more organized, the disciplined crack of aimed fire instead of the volume over accuracy approach of shooting into a mass of bodies. NRT soldiers fought like soldiers, and the coalition fighters on the western flank, civilians with 2 weeks of training, were outmatched. Voss rallied. She pulled fighters from the northern line, weakening the horde defense to reinforce the human defense, a robbing Peter to pay Paul calculation that had no good outcome, and organized a counterattack that pushed Drummond's soldiers back 2 blocks. The cost was 5 more fighters dead, and the northern perimeter reduced to a skeleton crew. "Load the boats," Jonah shouted over the radio. "Everyone who isn't fighting, on the boats now." The harbor became a scene from a painting of hell. Children running across the docks, carried by adults, some crying, some silent, all moving toward the vessels with the urgency of people who could hear the 2 walls closing in, and understood that the space between them was shrinking. Hannah coordinated the loading with her scientist's precision, counting heads, distributing weight, making sure each vessel had water and a compass, and someone who could operate the engine. Saul was on the Bayou Belle. Hannah had put her there, in the wheelhouse, in the chair that Dale sat in to navigate, with Professor Squeaks in the pink backpack and Margot's sketchbook. Saul sat in the chair and looked out the wheelhouse window at the harbor and the fighting in the dark, and her eyes were the eyes of a child who had seen too much and understood too little and was waiting, still, for the world to make sense. The Bayou Belle was the last boat to load. The others were pulling away from the docks, the fishing trawlers, the shrimp boats, the yacht, the smaller craft, their engines grinding, their decks packed with children and adults, their running lights dark because lights drew the dead, and the dead were coming, the dead were everywhere. The northern perimeter had collapsed, and the horde was in the streets of the harbor district now, 4 blocks away, 3 blocks. The moaning filling the air like a physical substance. Jonah was on the dock. He was supposed to be on the boat. Teddy was pulling at his arm. "Jonah, get on the boat." But the pressure in his skull was screaming, and he could feel the shepherd, close, so close, at the edge of the harbor district, walking through its horde like a king through a crowd, directing, pointing, sending clusters of infected down specific streets towards specific positions with the deliberate, tactical intelligence of something that had been watching and learning for weeks. "It's in the town," Jonah said. "The shepherd, it's here." "Then we leave," Teddy said. "We leave now." Drummond's soldiers were falling back too. The horde was impartial, attacking the living regardless of allegiance. And the NRT soldiers were discovering that their military training didn't include protocols for fighting an enemy that felt no pain and feared no death. The Western approach was dissolving into a three-way melee. Drummond's forces, the horde, and the coalition fighters all engaged in a chaos that defied coordination. "Everyone on the boats," Voss ordered. "All fighters, disengage and board. Go, go, go." Fighters ran for the docks. Some made it, some didn't. Caught between the collapsing perimeter and the horde, cut off from the harbor, forced to find other routes or make last stands. The sounds of their fighting, gunshots, shouts, the wet impacts that meant hand to hand, echoed off the harbor buildings as the boats pulled away. Preacher was at the north end of the dock. He stood between the horde and the last group of children being loaded onto the Bayou Belle. 11 children, including Saul, and 4 adults. His fire axe was in his hands. His face was calm. He was humming. Amazing Grace. The melody floated over the gunfire and the moaning and the splashing of boats leaving the dock. And it was the most beautiful and the most terrible sound Jonah had ever heard, because it was the sound of a man who had found his faith again in the act of standing between the innocent and the dead. "Preacher!" Jonah shouted from the Bayou Belle's deck. The trawler was pulling away from the dock, Dale at the wheel, the engine throbbing. "Get on the boat!" "The children aren't all loaded," Preacher shouted back. He was right. 3 children were still on the dock, being handed across the gap between the dock and the boat by Teddy and a Free Texan fighter. The gap was widening as the Belle pulled away. "We'll hold the line. Just get them across." The horde hit the dock's north end, a mass of infected channeled by the buildings on either side, funneling onto the narrow concrete pier. 50, 100 packed shoulder to shoulder, their collective weight bowing the dock's wooden railings. Preacher met them. He was enormous. In the dock lights, with the axe raised and the hymn on his lips, he looked like something from a medieval tapestry. A warrior saint, a biblical figure, a man who had lost his God and found him again in the last place he looked. He swung the axe, and the first 3 infected fell. He swung again, and 2 more. He was blocking the dock's width with his body, a human barricade, and the infected pressed against him, and he pressed back, and his arms rose and fell with the rhythm of the hymn. And for a moment, a breathless, impossible moment, the line held. The last children were across. Teddy pulled them onto the Belle's deck. The trawler was 20 feet from the dock now, the gap widening. "Preacher, jump!" Jonah shouted. Preacher didn't jump. He couldn't. The infected were on him from 3 sides, the dock too narrow for him to turn, the gap too wide to cross under attack. He was being pushed back, step by step, toward the dock's edge, and his axe was still swinging, but his arms were slower, heavier, the body failing where the spirit held. A bullet hit him. Not from an infected, from an NRT soldier, firing from the western approach, targeting anything that moved on the dock. The round struck Preacher's left side between the ribs, and he staggered. A second bullet hit his thigh. He went to one knee. On one knee, he kept swinging. The axe caught an infected across the face, a second across the neck. The hymn was still on his lips, but it was broken now. Words interspersed with wet, pained breathing. The melody holding on the way, a cracked bell holds a note. A third bullet, his shoulder. The axe dropped. He caught it with his other hand, his left, his weak hand, and swung it once more, a wide, desperate arc that cleared the space around him for one last second. In that second, he looked at Jonah. Across the widening water, 30 feet now, 40, their eyes met. And Preacher's face, in the dock lights, bloody and broken and illuminated by the fire of the refineries still burning to the north, was peaceful. Not resigned, not martyred. Peaceful. The peace of a man who'd searched for God in the silence and found him in the sound of an axe protecting children. His lips moved. Jonah couldn't hear the words over the distance and the noise, but he could read them. Not the hymn. Something else. Something from the old prayers. The real ones. The ones he'd learned in seminary and forgotten in despair, and remembered on a dock at the end of the world. Into your hands I commit my spirit. The horde closed over him. The axe rose one more time, then disappeared. The humming stopped. Curtis Preacher Lot, 55, Black Baptist minister from Hitchcock, Texas. 6'4", 280, voice like rolling thunder, hands gentle enough to hold a baby bird, who lost his faith on day one and found it on a dock in Port Lavaca with a fire axe in his hands and amazing grace on his lips, who died as he lived and between the innocent and the harm, and whose last prayer was real. The Bayou Belle pulled away from Port Lavaca Harbor at 5:11 a.m. Behind her, the town was overrun, the horde flooding the streets, the dock, the buildings, filling every space the living had vacated with the mindless, patient occupation of the dead. Drummond's soldiers, caught in the horde's path, were fighting their own battle now, a battle that was no longer about pursuing Jonah's group, but about surviving the catastrophe they'd followed to the coast. The flotilla, 11 vessels, the cabin cruiser having been abandoned at the dock, spread across Lavaca Bay in a loose formation, running without lights, navigating by GPS and compass and Dale's memory. 304 people, down from 312. 8 dead in Port Lavaca, including Preacher and Ricky and Margot, and 5 fighters whose names Jonah would write in Margot's book because someone had to. Saul was in the wheelhouse with Dale. She was sitting in the navigator's chair, Professor Squeaks in her lap, looking out the window at the dark water. Her face was blank, her eyes unblinking, and Jonah sat beside her and put his arm around her, and she leaned into him and said nothing. And the silence between them was the silence of 2 people who had used up all their words and were operating now on something deeper. The cellular, genetic, bone-deep connection between parent and child that didn't require language because it predated language. Hannah was on the deck, documenting. Her journal was open, her pen moving. She was writing about the shepherd, its behavior during the assault, its tactical decisions, the way it had directed the horde through the town, with a precision that bordered on military. She was also, Jonah knew, writing about the dead, about Preacher, about Margot, about Ricky, about Angela, who died days ago but whose death still echoed in the group's dynamics, the absence of her sharp legal mind, a gap they couldn't fill. The bay gave way to the open gulf as the flotilla passed through the Matagorda ship channel and into the deeper water beyond the barrier islands. The sea was rough. The hurricane's swell was building, long, rolling waves that lifted the boats and dropped them in stomach-lurching cycles. The Bayou Belle handled it. She was a blue water vessel, built for the Gulf. But the smaller boats struggled. The pontoon boat, never meant for open water, wallowed dangerously in the troughs. The center console fishing boat shipped water over its bow with every wave. Dawn came gray and overcast. The clouds were solid now, a low dark ceiling that extended to every horizon. The hurricane's outer bands reaching across the Gulf like fingers. The wind was building, steady from the southeast, carrying salt spray and the promise of what was coming. Devante, monitoring the weather frequencies, reported, "Delilah's been upgraded. Category 4. Maximum sustained winds 145 miles per hour. Landfall estimated in 36 hours. Track is shifting north. She's heading for the central Texas coast." "Heading straight for Port Lavaca," Dale said. "Heading straight for Port Lavaca." Dale's mustache twitched. He adjusted the wheel, compensating for the building swell. "Well," he said, "that solves the horde problem." The horde? A Category 4 hurricane hits the coast with a 20-foot storm surge. Port Lavaca is 8 feet above sea level. The surge alone will drown every infected in the town. Add 145-mile-an-hour winds and flying debris, there won't be a zombie standing between Corpus Christi and Matagorda by the time Delilah's done. Or a building. Or a building. Or a tree. Or much of anything. He looked at Jonah. "The ocean doesn't care who you are, Skipper. Doesn't care if you're living or dead, human or infected. The ocean takes everyone equally." He paused. "It's the most democratic force in the world." The flotilla pushed south through the building seas. The waves grew, 4 feet 6'8". The pontoon boat began to take on water. The center console lost its bilge pump. The sailing yacht's mast snapped in a gust, sending rigging cascading across the deck like a falling spiderweb. Devante and the mechanic brothers, transferred between boats by the skiff in increasingly dangerous conditions, kept the vessels running through a combination of skill, improvisation, and verbal abuse directed at the machinery. On the Bayou Belle, Lil cooked. In a galley that was pitching 20 degrees in every direction, with pots sliding and water sloshing and the propane stove threatening to ignite anything that came within its orbit, Lil Broussard made rice and beans and hot sauce for everyone aboard. She braced herself against the counter with her hip and stirred with one hand and held the pot with the other, and when a wave nearly knocked her off her feet, she said, "Ha! You call that a wave? I've seen bigger waves in my bathtub. You want to see a wave? You come to the Gulf during Audrey. That was a wave." She brought a bowl to Sol. The little girl looked at it with the suspicious appraisal of a child whose relationship with food had been reduced, over weeks of institutional meals, to calories in and nothing more. Lil knelt beside the navigator's chair, the motion costing her hip, the hip replacement that ached in weather and had been aching for days, and said, "Now, baby girl, I know you don't know me from Adam's house cat, but I'm Lil, and I'm going to tell you a secret." She leaned close. "That there is magic rice. You eat it, and whatever you're scared of goes away for a little while. Not forever. But a little while is all you need." Sewell looked at Lil, at the rice, at the wrinkled, fierce, alive face of a 73-year-old woman who'd survived everything the world had thrown at her and was still, somehow, cooking. Sewell took the bowl. She ate, not with appetite, with the mechanical precision of a child following instructions. But she ate, and when she was done, she looked at Lil and her mouth moved, and the word that came out was so quiet that only Lil heard it. More. Lil's face split into a grin that could have powered the boat's generator. "That's my girl," she said. "That's my girl." She went back to the galley for seconds. One word from Sewell in the compound. Daddy. One word on the boat. More. The vocabulary of recovery. The person you need and the sustenance you lack. Everything else could come later. The storm hit 26 hours after they left Port Lavaca. Not the full hurricane, that they were still too far north for Delilah's eye wall, but the outer bands, which were in themselves more weather than most people experienced in a lifetime. The wind went from 30 knots to 60 in under an hour, the seas from 8 feet to 15, and the rain, horizontal, stinging, driven by the wind into a weapon, reduced visibility to nothing. The flotilla scattered, not by choice. The smaller boats couldn't hold formation in the conditions. The pontoon boat went first, capsizing in a trough. 23 people in the water, in 15-foot seas, in a hurricane. The Bayou Belle circled back, Dale driving into the waves, with a seamanship that was less skill and more instinct. The boat responding to his hands, the way an animal responds to a handler it trusts, and they pulled 17 people from the water. 6 were lost. The center console vanished. Its radio went silent at 3 p.m. and was never heard again. 14 people, including 2 Free Texan fighters and 5 children. Gone. The sailing yacht, its mast already broken, turned beam to in a wave and rolled. It righted itself, the lead keel dragging it back upright. But the roll had swept 3 people overboard. 1 was recovered. 2 were not. By nightfall, the flotilla was reduced to 7 vessels, carrying 261 people. 43 people lost to the storm. 43 names that Jonah would write in Margot's book, if he survived to write them. He stood in the Bayou Belle's wheelhouse with Dale and watched the storm and felt the weight of those names like stones in his pockets. 43 people, some of them children. Children he'd rescued from camp bullies. Children he'd carried across Texas. Children who'd survived the infected and the soldiers and the night only to die in the water, in the storm, because the ocean was, as Dale had said, the most democratic force in the world. "Stop," Dale said. No, stop what? Counting. I can see you counting. The way you look, it's the look of a man who's adding numbers in his head and not liking the total. Dale didn't look away from the windshield, where the wipers were fighting a losing battle against the rain. You didn't sink those boats. The hurricane did. You didn't lose those people. The sea took them. There's a difference between a choice and a tragedy, and if you can't tell the difference, you'll drown in guilt before you drown in water. I led them here. You led them to the only option available. The coast, the boats, the water. What was the alternative? Stay in Port Lavaca and let the horde eat them? Stay inland and let Drummond catch them? He shook his head. The sea is dangerous. The sea has always been dangerous. But the sea is also the only thing between those children and the dead. So we sail it, and we accept what it takes from us, because the alternative is worse. The Bayou Belle pitched over a wave, a stomach-dropping 15-foot descent that sent unsecured objects flying and drew cries from the children below. Dale rode it with his knees, his hands on the wheel, his body absorbing the shock, the way a body absorbs the years. Not without damage, but without breaking. I'm dying, Jonah, he said. The statement was flat, almost conversational, a man mentioning the weather. The cancer. I can feel it. A heaviness, a wrongness, somewhere below my ribs. Some mornings it's hard to stand up. Some mornings I cough and there's blood. He paused. I'm not telling you for sympathy. I'm telling you because I want you to understand something. Every morning I wake up is a morning I don't deserve. Every day on this boat is a day that cancer can't take. Every hour I spend steering these children towards something better is an hour that means something. He looked at Jonah. In the greenish glow of the instrument panel, his face was a map of the life he'd lived. The sea, the sun, the wind, the years, all written in the lines and creases and the steady, unblinking eyes. You've got years left, Skipper. Decades, if you're lucky. Don't spend them counting the dead. Spend them steering toward the living. The storm raged. The boat pitched. Dale steered. Jonah went below, to the cabin where Sol was sleeping in a bunk, wedged between blankets to keep her from rolling. Hannah was beside her, also sleeping, one arm draped across Sol's body in a protective reflex that Hannah probably wasn't aware of and that Sol had, without words or discussion, accepted. He lay down on the cabin floor, his back against the hull, and felt the storm through the steel, the waves, the wind, the enormous, indifferent power of the Gulf of Mexico, doing what it had been doing for millions of years, moving, destroying, renewing. The virus hadn't changed the storm. The dead hadn't changed the sea. Some things were older than catastrophe, and their rhythms continued regardless. The pressure in his skull was quiet. For the first time in days, the first time since the shepherd had found them on the road, the signal was faint, distant, diffuse. The storm, he realized. The atmospheric pressure, the electromagnetic noise, the sheer physical chaos of the hurricane was disrupting the viral signal. The infected couldn't communicate through this. The shepherd couldn't direct. The horde, if it was still on the coast, was being scattered by 145-mile-an-hour winds and a 20-foot surge. The storm was destroying the horde. The same force that had killed 43 of his people was killing the thing that had been hunting them. The ocean took everyone equally. Jonah closed his eyes. He listened to Sol breathe. He listened to the storm. And somewhere in the narrow space between his daughter's breath and the hurricane's roar, he found a frequency that wasn't the shepherd's signal, and wasn't his own fear, but was, instead, the quiet, persistent hum of something that wanted to keep going. Something that said, tomorrow. Just get to tomorrow. He slept. The storm passed overnight. Or rather, the flotilla passed through the storm, the outer bands giving way to calmer air as Dale navigated south, cutting across the hurricane's track into the quadrant where the winds diminished and the seas subsided. By dawn, the Gulf was still rough. 10-foot swells, a stiff wind, but survivable. The rain had stopped, the clouds were thinning, and ahead, in the gray morning light, an island. Not a barrier island. Those were behind them, part of the Texas coast they'd left. This was further south, off the Mexican coast, a low green shape rising from the Gulf with the improbable gentleness of a hand extended from the water. A fishing village was visible on the island's western shore. Small buildings, a dock, boats in the harbor. Smoke from chimneys. Signs of life. "That's Isla de Lobos," Dale said. "Lobos Island. It's a nature reserve. Uninhabited except for fishermen and researchers. Mexican federal land." He paused. "And it's surrounded by salt water. The flotilla, 7 vessels, 261 souls, approached Isla de Lobos from the northeast, and the people on the boats came up from below and onto the decks, and stood in the wind and the spray, and looked at the island, and some of them cried, and some of them prayed, and some of them just stood, holding the rail, watching the land get closer. Because land meant stopping, and stopping meant surviving, and surviving meant that the thing they'd been doing, running, fighting, carrying children through the dark, had worked. Not perfectly, not completely, not without cost, but worked. Dale brought the Bayou Belle alongside the island's dock at 7:14 a.m. The dock was old, wooden, built for fishing boats, half the Belle's size. Dale tied up with the care of a man docking at a 5-star marina, and the gangplank went down, and the first person off the boat was Sol. She walked down the gangplank on her own legs. Jonah was behind her, his hands ready to catch her if she stumbled, but she didn't stumble. She walked with the careful, deliberate steps of a child crossing a creek on stepping stones, and when her feet touched the dock, the wooden planks, sun-warmed, salt-crusted, she stopped. She looked at the island, at the green, at the sand, at the water that surrounded it, at the sky which was clearing, the hurricane's clouds retreating to the north to deliver their violence to someone else, at the sun which was breaking through, casting golden light across the dock and the boats and the faces of the people who were climbing out of vessels behind her. She looked at Jonah, and she said in a voice that was small and rough and beautiful, the voice of a child who had been silent for weeks and was choosing now to speak, "Daddy, are the dolphins okay?" Jonah knelt on the dock. The wood was warm under his knees. The sun was on his face. His daughter was standing in front of him, alive, speaking, asking about dolphins. And the question was so ordinary, so perfectly and impossibly ordinary, that it broke something in him that all the horror and the running and the death had failed to break. "I think so, baby," he said. His voice cracked. He didn't try to stop it. "Dolphins are tough." Sewell nodded, satisfied. She looked at the water around the island, blue-green, clear, sparkling with the morning light. "Can we look for them?" "Yeah, we can look for them." She took his hand. They walked to the edge of the dock and looked at the water together, father and daughter, and the Gulf of Mexico spread before them, vast and old, and full of things that lived and things that didn't, and somewhere in its depths, the dolphins were swimming, and they didn't know the world had ended, and they were going to be fine. Behind them, the flotilla unloaded. Children on the dock, on the beach, on the grass. Teddy checking vital signs and distributing what remained of her medical supplies. Hannah with her journal, documenting. Devante with his radio, scanning for signals, for contact, for the voice of anyone else who'd survived. Tommy exploring the island with the restless energy of a teenager who couldn't be still, his skateboard useless on the sandy terrain, but his feet carrying him everywhere, checking, scouting, mapping a world that was safe enough to explore. Lil found a kitchen. In the fishing village's small community building, a propane stove and a supply of dried fish and rice that someone, the island's absent fisherman, fled or dead, had left behind. Within an hour, the smell of cooking drifted across the dock, and the children followed it the way the infected followed sound, but with living eyes and growling stomachs, and the first tentative, fragile expressions of something that might, in time, become hope. Dale stayed on the Bayou Belle. He didn't come ashore. Jonah found him in the wheelhouse, sitting in the navigator's chair, his hands on the wheel even though the engine was off. The boat was tied. The journey was, for the moment, over. He was holding the unlit cigarette, rolling it between his fingers. "You should come ashore," Jonah said, "in a minute." Dale looked at the dock, at the children, at the island. "Just want to sit here a minute, with the boat." "You did it, Dale. You got us here." "The boat got us here." "I just steered." He paused. "She's a good boat. The Bayou Belle. Best boat I ever had." He put the cigarette in his mouth and didn't light it. "I'm going to need to go back, you know." "Back?" "To the coast. There are people there. Survivors. In other towns, on other islands. People who need a boat. People who don't know about the salt water, about the vaccine, about any of it. Someone's got to go back and tell them." He looked at Jonah. "And there's a horde to deal with. A shepherd. The hurricane may have scattered them, but the shepherd's smart enough to survive a storm. It'll be back. And when it comes back, someone needs to be there." "Dale, you have cancer. You can't—" "I can do whatever I want with whatever time I have. That's the one advantage of a terminal diagnosis. Nobody can tell you you've got too much to lose." He almost smiled. "I'll go back, take the bell, make supply runs, evacuate survivors, keep the water routes open. And when the time comes, when the shepherd makes its move, I'll deal with it." "How?" Dale looked at the Bayou Belle's instrument panel, at the fuel gauge, at the throttle, at the wheel under his hands. "I'll figure it out," he said. "I always do." Jonah looked at the old man, at the leathery face and the yellow mustache and the eyes like the Gulf in winter. He understood what Dale was saying. Not today, not now, but eventually, when the cancer closed in, when the strength faded, when the steering got too hard, Dale would use what he had. The boat, the fuel, the knowledge of the coast. He'd use it all, in one final act, the way he'd used everything in his life, practically efficiently in service to others. "When you go back," Jonah said, "take the radio. Stay in contact with Devante. We'll coordinate." "Aye, Skipper." "And Dale." Thank you for all of it. The boat, the navigation, He struggled. The words were insufficient for the weight of what he wanted to convey. "Everything." Dale's mustache twitched. "You name a boat after me. That was the deal." "I will. Make it a good one. A shrimper if you can find one. None of those fancy yachts. A shrimper. Good." Dale settled into the chair. He closed his eyes. "Now get off my boat and go be a father. I need some quiet." Jonah left the wheelhouse. On the dock, Sewell was waiting for him, her hand extended, ready to resume the dolphin search. He took her hand and they walked along the waterline, and the Gulf was blue and the sun was warm and the world was broken and they were alive, and that was, for now, for this morning, for this island, enough. But it wasn't over. The shepherd was still out there, somewhere on the battered Texas coast, surviving the hurricane's fury. Drummond's forces, reduced but not eliminated, were regrouping. The Renovex data and Sol's antibodies promised a future, but only if they could be delivered to someone capable of using them. And the hurricane, even as it passed, had reshaped the landscape of the apocalypse, flooding new areas, with infected creating new trawler zones, pushing the dead into places they'd never been. The story wasn't over. The world demanded more. And Jonah, standing on the dock of an island in the Gulf of Mexico, with his daughter's hand in his, her small fingers wrapped around his calloused ones, knew that the next chapter, the last chapter, was coming. It was coming on the wind, on the water, on the tidal rhythms of a dead world that kept moving. And it would find them here, on this island, in this fragile, borrowed peace, and it would demand everything they had left to give. Jonah held Sol's hand and watched the horizon and waited. 3 days on Isla de Lobos. 3 days of borrowed time. The island was small, barely a mile long, half a mile wide. A sliver of green and sand, surrounded by the blue-green Gulf that kept the dead at bay. The fishing village consisted of 12 structures: concrete block houses with corrugated metal roofs, a community building with the kitchen Lil had commandeered, a bait shop, a storage shed, and the dock where the Bayou Belle and the remaining flotilla boats rested in the gentle harbor swell. A lighthouse stood at the island's southern tip, old, stone-built, its light dead, but its tower still sound, offering the highest vantage point for miles. 261 people occupied the island now. The children, 193 of them. The survivors of Camp Bullies and the sea crossing, spread across the village and the beach, and the grassy spaces between buildings, like a released breath. For the first time since the outbreak, they had room to move without fear. Some played, tentative, rusty, the games emerging slowly from the rust of weeks of institutional captivity. Tag in the shallows, sandcastles. A group of older boys kicking a deflated soccer ball they'd found in the bait shop. The sounds they made, laughter, shouting, the shrieking arguments that children generate, like friction generates heat, were so normal and so alien that the adults who heard them stopped what they were doing and listened with the expressions of people hearing music after a long deafness. Sol did not play with the other children. She stayed within arm's reach of Jonah at all times. A gravitational constant, a small body in fixed orbit around a larger one. She was speaking more now, in fragments and questions, in the half-sentences of a child reassembling a skill from broken pieces. "Daddy, what's that bird?" "Daddy, is the water cold?" "Daddy, can dolphins hear thunder?" The questions were ordinary. The voice delivering them was not. It had a roughness, a hesitancy, the texture of something being used after a long period of disuse. Each word cost her something. She paid it. Jonah answered every question. He answered them with the patient, detailed attention of a man who understood that each answer was a thread, and each thread was being woven into a rope, and the rope was the lifeline his daughter was building back to the world. "That's a magnificent frigate bird. See the red on his throat? He inflates that like a balloon to attract a mate. The water's warm. This is the Gulf. It's like a bathtub in summer. Want to put your feet in? Dolphins can hear thunder, yeah. They can hear sounds from really far away. Their ears are inside their heads, behind their eyes." "Really? Really?" Sol considered this. Professor Squeaks was in her left hand. Her right hand was in Jonah's. "Do they get scared of thunder?" "I don't think so. They've been hearing storms for millions of years. I think they just go deeper in the water, where it's quiet, and wait for the storm to pass." "Like us?" The simplicity of the analogy hit him like a fist. "Like us, yes. Exactly like us. Going deeper, where it's quiet and waiting for the storm to pass? Yeah, baby. Like us." Hannah set up a laboratory in the community building's back room, the most generous use of the word laboratory in the history of science. She had a microscope salvaged from a school in Hallettsville, a collection of glass slides, a handful of chemical reagents that Teddy had in her EMT kit, and the data burst from Cade's transmission, which Devante had decoded onto a laptop he'd kept charged with a solar panel throughout the journey. It was, she acknowledged, roughly equivalent to performing neurosurgery with a butter knife. But it was what she had. She drew blood from Saul, gently with Teddy's help, while Jonah held Saul's other hand and told her about the time a sea turtle bit him and how it didn't hurt that much even though the scar looked cool. Saul submitted to the needle with the passive compliance she'd learned in the compound, but her eyes were on Jonah's face the entire time, and when it was over, she said, "Can I see?" And Hannah showed her the vial of dark red blood, and Saul said, "That's mine?" With the wonder of a child discovering that the inside of her body was a different color than the outside. "That's yours," Hannah said, "and it's very special." "Why?" Hannah looked at Jonah. The question, how do you explain to a 6-year-old that her blood might contain the blueprint for saving the world, hung in the air between them? Jonah shrugged. Sol was 6, not stupid. Because your body is very good at fighting the sickness, Hannah said. The sickness that made people different. Your body figured out how to beat it. And if we can understand how your body did that, we might be able to help other people's bodies do it too. Sul looked at the vial. So my blood is like medicine? It could be. Maybe, if we can study it enough. Oh, Sul considered this with the gravity of a child, processing information that was larger than her frame of reference, but not apparently beyond her acceptance. That's good, right? That's very good. Okay. She looked at Jonah. Can we go look for dolphins now? The data from Cade was dense, technical, and, to Hannah's trained eye, explosive. Renovex's viral delivery system was not a simple modification of rabies, as the public narrative had suggested. It was a chimeric construct. Elements of rabies, yes, but also sequences from Toxoplasma gondii, a parasite that manipulates host behavior, and a synthetic protein that Cade had designed to cross the blood-brain barrier. The spontaneous turning in Renovex patients wasn't a side effect. It was an inherent property of the viral vector, one that Cade's team had identified in Phase 2 trials and suppressed in the data because Helios's board had threatened to shut down funding. She knew, Hannah told Jonah that evening in the community building's back room. Sol was asleep in the next room, curled on a cot, Professor Squeaks under her chin. Cade knew the vector was unstable. She knew it could mutate, could rewrite the brainstem. She flagged it in her internal reports, and Helios buried it. Approved the drug anyway, 11 million doses. And Drummond has this data. Drummond has the data and Cade. He's been forcing her to weaponize variants, to create targeted strains that could infect specific populations. So far, she's been sabotaging the work, giving him false results, slowing the timeline. But she's running out of stalling room. If Drummond gets a weaponized variant, he becomes the most dangerous person on the continent. He can infect at will, target settlements that resist him, create hordes on demand. Hannah set her glasses on the desk and pressed her fingers against her eyes. Without the glasses, her face was different, younger, more vulnerable, the armor of academic precision removed. We have to get this data to someone who can use it for a vaccine, not a weapon, a vaccine. Who? The Mexican government, if it's still functioning. The CDC, if any of it survived. Any research institution with BSL-4 containment and viral synthesis capability. She paused. Sol's blood is the key. The antibodies in her system are the starting point for a vaccine candidate. But developing that candidate requires months of work in a proper lab. We can't do it here, with a school microscope and hope. Then we find a lab. Hannah put her glasses back on. The armor returned. Devante's been scanning radio frequencies. There are broadcasts, fragmented, intermittent, from Mexico City. The Mexican military appears to have established a quarantine zone around the capital. If they have functioning hospitals, functioning research facilities, Mexico City is 600 miles from here. I know. Through territory we know nothing about. I know. With 261 people, including 193 children. I know, Jonah. Her voice sharpened. Not with anger, with the frustration of a scientist who could see the solution but couldn't reach it. I know the numbers, I know the distances, I know the obstacles. But the alternative is sitting on this island until the food runs out or the infected find a way across or Drummond sends a boat or we simply, slowly give up. She met his eyes. We don't give up. That's not who we are. That's not who you are. He held her gaze. In it, he saw the thing she'd been carrying for 2 years. The pilot light, the love that had never been spoken and would never be acted upon. Not because the opportunity hadn't arisen, but because the woman who'd been her friend was dead. And the grief of that death was a fence that Hannah would never climb over. She loved him. She would never tell him. She would pour that love into Sol's care, into the science, into the journal that documented their survival, with the precision of a woman who believed that data was the closest thing to immortality the world offered. We don't give up, Jonah agreed. We plan. The planning council convened the next morning in the community building. The core group, diminished, battered, carrying absences that pressed on them like phantom limbs. Jonah, Hannah, Dale, Teddy, Tommy, Devante, Lil, Voss, Coyote, Father Reyes. 10 people around a table, and the ghosts of the missing, Angela, Ricky, Preacher, Margot, occupying the empty chairs. The situation, Voss said. She stood at a whiteboard, found in the community building's storage, still bearing the faded agenda of a fishermen's association meeting from before the outbreak. She'd wiped it and replaced the agenda with the brutal shorthand of their circumstances. 261 people, 193 children, 7 vessels, limited fuel. Location, Isla de Lobos, 200 miles south of the Texas coast. Threats, Drummond's NRT, the Shepherd's Horde, Hurricane Delilah's aftermath, and resource depletion. She wrote each item on the board. The dry erase marker squeaked. Assets, Sol's antibodies, Cade's data, maritime capability, communication equipment, and the single most important asset we have. She looked at the group. A reason to keep going. What about the Shepherd? Coyote asked. She was leaning against the wall, her arms crossed, her face the permanent tactical mask that guerrilla leaders wore the way other people wore sunscreen. The hurricane hit the coast 36 hours ago. Category 4, 20-foot storm surge. If that thing was in Port Lavaca when Delilah made landfall, it wasn't, Jonah said. The room looked at him. I can still feel it. He'd made the decision somewhere in the 3 days of borrowed time to stop hiding. The group needed information more than it needed his privacy. The resonance, the partial viral connection, it's fainter now with the distance and the storm's electromagnetic interference. But it's there. The Shepherd survived the hurricane. It's on the coast, somewhere north of here. And it's waiting. Waiting for what? Voss asked. For me to come back. He said it without inflection, a data point. It's been tracking me since Houston. The hurricane scattered its horde. The surge would have killed thousands of standard infected, and the winds would have disoriented the rest. The Shepherd has to rebuild, reorganize, but it will. And when it does, it'll come looking for the signal again. Your signal. My signal. The room processed this. Dale broke the silence. Then we don't go back, he said. We go south. Mexico. We put 1,000 miles between us and the Shepherd, and we find a lab, and we do what needs doing. The Shepherd will follow, Hannah said. It followed us from Houston to Port Lavaca. The distance doesn't deter it, and as it moves, it gathers. Every infected it encounters, along the way joins the horde. By the time it reaches us, wherever we are, it'll be larger than before. Then we go where it can't follow, inland, away from the coast. It can follow inland. It can follow anywhere Jonah goes. Then Jonah doesn't go. The words landed. Dale immediately shook his head. He'd spoken too quickly, the tactical assessment outrunning the personal. I didn't mean... You meant that the group's survival improves if I'm not with it, Jonah said. You're right. Jonah, you're right. I'm the beacon. The horde follows me. As long as I'm with the group is a target. He looked at Sewell, who was sitting on Hannah's lap at the end of the table, drawing on a piece of cardboard with a pencil stub. Drawing dolphins, always dolphins. Her small hand moved with the concentrated seriousness of an artist who didn't know she was an artist and was simply doing the thing that made the world manageable. He looked at his daughter, and the blade in his chest turned and turned and turned. I go back, he said. To the coast. I draw the Shepherd north, away from the group. Dale takes the boat south with the children. No. Teddy, flat, immediate. The single syllable delivered with the professional authority of a medic, overruling a patient's bad decision. You don't get to do that. You don't get to find your daughter and then walk away from her to play hero. It's not heroism, it's math. It's stupid math. Soul needs you. You can't draw the Shepherd and survive. Even if you draw it away, Then what? You're alone on the Texas coast with a thinking zombie, and its entire army following you. You die. And Sol grows up without a father. Sol grows up, Jonah's voice cracked. That's the part that matters. Both parts matter, Jonah. Both. She grows up and she has a father. That's the plan. That's the only acceptable plan. The room was quiet. Hannah's arm was around Sol, who was still drawing, apparently oblivious to the conversation happening over her head. But her hand had slowed. She was listening. Children always listened. They pretended not to, and they always listened. There's another option, Hannah said. Her voice was quiet, controlled, the voice she used when presenting data she was uncertain of. The shepherd is tracking Jonah's signal. That signal is generated by the trace viral material in his brainstem. If we could suppress the signal, reduce or eliminate the viral resonance, the shepherd would lose its target. How? Cade's data includes the molecular structure of the virus. If I can identify the mechanism by which the brainstem infection generates the clustering signal, I might be able to develop a blocker, a compound that interrupts the transmission without damaging the brainstem itself. She paused. It would be the first step toward a treatment for Renovex patients, too. The same mechanism that makes Jonah a beacon is the mechanism that causes spontaneous turning. Block it, and you block both. How long? Weeks, months, I don't know. I'd need a real lab, real equipment. Which we don't have. Which we don't have? Yet. She looked at Devante. The Mexico City broadcasts. Are they still active? Devante nodded. He had his headphones around his neck, the radio on the table beside him. Fragmented but consistent. The Mexican military is broadcasting on multiple frequencies. They're calling it Zona Segura, safe zone. Mexico City and a 50-mile radius around it, quarantined by military force. They claim to have hospitals, research facilities, the infrastructure of a functioning government. He paused. They're also asking for something specific. On every broadcast, they're requesting information about the outbreak's origin. They know it started in the U.S. They know it's a pharmaceutical product. They're asking anyone with data on Renovex or Helios Pharmaceuticals to make contact. They want Cade's data, Voss said. They want Cade's data, and they're offering asylum, medical treatment, and resources to anyone who brings it. The room recalibrated. The pieces, Sol's antibodies, Cade's data, Hannah's scientific expertise, the Mexican military's infrastructure, assembled into something that looked, from the right angle, like a plan. We go to Mexico City, Jonah said. We bring the data, Saul's blood, and Hannah's analysis. We find a lab, we develop the signal blocker and the vaccine candidate, and we do it before the shepherd rebuilds its horde and comes looking. That's 600 miles overland through territory. We don't know, Coyote said. Not overland, by sea. Down the Mexican coast to Veracruz, then overland from Veracruz to Mexico City, 150 miles, through the mountain passes. The Mexican military can escort us from Veracruz if we make contact in advance. And the shepherd? I stay with the group. We move fast. The shepherd can't cross open water. It follows the coast, and the Mexican coast is longer and more complex than the Texas coast. By the time it tracks us to Veracruz, we'll be in Mexico City, behind military quarantine lines. You hope. I plan. Hope is for people who don't have data. He looked at Hannah. She almost smiled. The shape of it appeared and vanished like a fish surfacing. There's another problem, Dale said. He'd been quiet through the planning, his eyes on the chart, his fingers tracing routes. Fuel. We don't have enough to reach Veracruz. We need to resupply. The nearest fueling point is the port of Tampico, about 150 nautical miles south. He tapped the chart. Tampico is a city of 300,000. If it's gone the way of Houston, then it's a port full of infected and no fuel. Or it's a port where the Mexican military has established a presence. The broadcasts mention military operations along the coast. It's a gamble. Everything's a gamble, Skipper. The question is whether the odds are better than sitting here. They were. The math was the math. Isla de Lobos was safe for now, but the food wouldn't last more than a week for this many people. The water supply was limited. The island was a waypoint, not a destination. They had to move. South was the direction that led toward help, toward labs, toward the possibility, slim, uncertain, but real, of a future that wasn't just survival, but recovery. "We leave tomorrow," Jonah said, "southbound. Tampico for fuel, Veracruz for landfall, Mexico City for the lab. We broadcast on the Mexican military frequency and announce what we're carrying. If they want the data, they'll come to meet us. And if they don't, then we find another way." He looked at the group, at the faces that had been with him since Galveston, since the Bayou Bell, since the beginning. Teddy, whose hands had held the living and released the dead. Tommy, who threaded gaps like water and was growing into something that the old world had never had a chance to name. Devante, whose jury-rigged radios and cracked glasses held together a communications network that spanned the Gulf. Lil, whose cooking was magic and whose revolver was not metaphorical. Dale, who was dying by the day and living by the hour. Hannah, who loved him and would never say it and was holding his daughter on her lap with an arm that said everything her voice would not. Voss and Coyote, the soldiers. Father Reyes, the priest who'd taken soul from Elena's dying hands and carried the guilt of letting her go. "We've come this far," Jonah said. "We didn't come this far to stop." Lil rapped her knuckle on the table. "Amen, Cher. Now shut up and let me pack the kitchen." The last night on Isla de Lobos was quiet in a way that quiet hadn't been since before the outbreak. Not the tense, listening silence of a world where noise meant danger. A different quiet. The quiet of a pause, a breath held between notes, the space between one movement and the next. Jonah sat on the dock with Soul in his lap. The Gulf was calm. The hurricane had swept through and left behind a glassy stillness. The water reflecting the stars in a mirror so perfect that the line between sky and sea disappeared, and they seemed to be floating in a sphere of light. No wind, no surf, just the gentle lapping of water against the dock pilings and the breathing of a 6-year-old girl who was, for the first time in a very long time, not afraid. Sewell was drawing. She'd found a flat piece of driftwood on the beach and was using the pencil stub to sketch a dolphin on its surface. The dolphin was stylized, childish, beautiful. A curved body, a smiling face, an exaggerated dorsal fin. Soul's dolphins were always smiling. In a world that had given a 6-year-old every reason to draw monsters, she drew smiling dolphins. The defiance of that choice, whether conscious or not, was the most human thing Jonah had ever witnessed. "Daddy," Soul said, not looking up from her drawing. "Yeah, baby. Where's Mommy?" The question he'd been waiting for. The question he'd rehearsed in his head 100 times, testing different words, different approaches, different levels of truth. How do you tell a 6-year-old that her mother is dead? How do you hold a child in your lap and say the words that will crack her world along a fault line that will never fully heal? He'd asked Teddy. Teddy had said, "Tell her the truth, simply, without detail. Children understand more than we think. What they can't handle is the feeling that they've been lied to." He'd asked Preacher, before Preacher died. Preacher had said, "Tell her Mama loved her. That's the part she'll keep. The rest will hurt, and it should hurt, because love that doesn't hurt when it's lost wasn't love to begin with." He'd asked Hannah. Hannah had said, "I don't know, Jonah. I study animals, not children. But I think you tell her the way you'd tell a patient's family. The facts first. Then you stay. You stay, and you let her feel it, and you don't try to fix it." "Mommy got sick," Jonah said. His voice was steady. He'd spent weeks building the steadiness, laying the foundation for the sentence, constructing the scaffolding that would hold his voice upright while the words tried to bring it down. "When the bad things started happening, at your school, she got sick. And she was so brave, baby. She drove you away from the school. She drove you to a safe place. She made sure you were with someone who would take care of you. She was thinking about you the whole time. She wanted to make sure you were safe." Soul's pencil had stopped. Her hand was motionless on the driftwood. She was looking at the water. Did she go to the hospital? No, baby. The hospitals weren't working anymore. But she got you to a church, and a priest named Father Reyes took care of you. Mommy asked him to. She said, "My husband will come for her." And I did. Is she coming back? The turning blade. No, baby. Mommy's not coming back. She got too sick. She died, Soul. Mommy died. Soul was still. The stars reflected in the water. The dock creaked. Somewhere on the island, a child laughed. One of the other children, playing a nighttime game of hide and seek, their voices carrying across the warm air like bells from another country. Did she hurt? Soul asked. Her voice was small, but it wasn't broken. It was the voice of a child asking a question because the answer mattered, because the information was necessary, because understanding was the first step towards something that wasn't understanding, but was the only thing available in its absence. I don't think so, Jonah said. It was the truth, or close enough. Father Reyes had said Elena sat on the curb and closed her eyes. He'd said it was fast, at the end. Jonah chose to believe that. He would always choose to believe that. Soul was quiet for a long time. The pencil lay on the driftwood. The dolphin smiled up at the stars. She drove me to the church, Soul said. She drove as far as she could. And then Father Reyes helped me? Yes. And then you came. I came. Soul nodded. She picked up the pencil. She drew a second dolphin beside the first. Smaller. The way a child draws a baby next to a parent. Then she drew a third, larger above them both, swimming in the opposite direction. Away. That's Mommy, she said, pointing to the third dolphin. She's swimming to the deep place, where it's quiet. Jonah's vision blurred. The stars doubled, tripled, became a galaxy of refracted light viewed through the lens of a grief that would never fully resolve. He held Soul tighter and pressed his face into her hair and breathed. And the sound he made was not crying and not crying, but something in between, something that had no word in any language, because the language for a father holding his daughter while she draws her dead mother as a dolphin swimming to the quiet place had never been invented. Yeah, he managed. That's Mommy. Soul leaned back against his chest. She set the driftwood down on the dock. She held Professor Squeaks. She said, Daddy, I'm tired. Okay, baby, let's go to bed. He carried her to the community building, where Hannah had made a bed from blankets and cushions in the room next to the improvised laboratory. He laid Saul down. She was asleep before her head touched the pillow. The sudden, complete surrender that children achieve when the weight they've been carrying is, for a moment, set down. He sat beside her and watched her sleep and didn't move for an hour. Hannah came in at some point and sat beside him, and they didn't speak. And the silence was the silence of two people who understood that some things lived in the space beyond words, and that the space, though painful, was habitable. At midnight, Hannah said, She's extraordinary. She's 6. She's extraordinary, and she's 6. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Hannah paused. She drew Elena as a dolphin, swimming to the deep place, where it's quiet. Hannah's voice caught. She recovered. Jonah, I need to tell you something. About the data. About Saul. He looked at her. I've been running the numbers. Crude analysis with what I have. Saul's antibodies are more than I initially thought. They're not just passive immunity. Her immune response generated a novel protein, a binding agent that attaches to the virus's entry mechanism and blocks it completely. The virus can't enter cells that have been treated with this protein. A cure? Not a cure. A preventative. Like a vaccine. If we can synthesize this protein in sufficient quantity, we can immunize people. Not heal the infected. The brainstem damage is irreversible. But prevent new infections. Stop the virus from spreading. End the pandemic. How long to develop? In a proper lab? With the right equipment and expertise? 6 months to a year for initial trials. Another year for mass production. But Jonah, a year, maybe 2. And then it's over. Not the world. The world is broken, and it'll take decades to rebuild. But the virus, the infection, the turning, it stops. He looked at Sol, at the small body under the blankets, the rise and fall of breathing, the hand curled around Professor Squeaks. His daughter, 6 years old, who drew dolphins and asked if they could hear thunder and carried in her blood the end of the apocalypse. And then we get her to a lab, he said. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. The flotilla departed Isla de Lobos at dawn on the 4th day. 7 vessels, southbound, running parallel to the Mexican coast. The sea was calm, post-hurricane calm. The Gulf exhausted by its own fury, lying flat and glittering under a sky scrubbed clean of clouds. The air was warm, salt-heavy, carrying the smell of deep water and the faint, vegetal scent of the Mexican coastline to their west. Dale had the Bayou Belle. Jonah was in the wheelhouse with him, Sol in the navigator's chair, Hannah at the chart table. The crew, Teddy, Tommy, Devante, Lil, Father Reyes, was distributed across the boats, each vessel carrying a mix of fighters, children, and support. Voss commanded from the Lucky Strike, Coyote from Hope's Anchor. The remaining boats carried their human cargo with the quiet, determined patience of vessels that knew their purpose. Devante had been broadcasting on the Mexican military frequency since Isla de Lobos. His message, repeated in English and the Spanish that Father Reyes had helped him compose, was simple. Zona Segura. This is a civilian flotilla of 261 survivors from the Texas Gulf Coast. We are carrying complete research data from Helios Pharmaceuticals regarding the Renovex virus, including the molecular structure of the viral vector and proprietary synthesis pathways. We are also carrying a biological sample, a juvenile human subject with confirmed natural antibodies to the virus. We are requesting asylum, laboratory access, and military escort from the port of Veracruz to Mexico City. Please respond on this frequency. For 36 hours, nothing. Static. The silence of a world that was either too broken to hear them or too cautious to answer. Then, on the 2nd day of the southbound run, as the flotilla passed the mouth of the Rio Panuco and the skyline of Tampico appeared on the horizon, a city of towers and cranes and port infrastructure, some intact, some burning, all eerily silent. The radio spoke. Flotilla from Texas, this is the Mexican Navy vessel Cuauhtémoc. We have received your transmission. We are dispatching an escort to your position. Do not approach the port of Tampico. The city is compromised. Maintain your current heading south. We will rendezvous at coordinates 19 degrees, 15 minutes north, 96 degrees, 8 minutes west. Copy? Devante copied. The coordinates were 50 miles south of Tampico, off the coast near the town of Tuxpan. A rendezvous point far enough from the infected city to be safe, close enough for a naval vessel to reach quickly. The flotilla altered course. Dale pushed the Bayou Belle to her maximum, 9 knots, which felt like flying after days of cautious, fuel-conserving travel. The other vessels followed, their engines straining, their wakes converging into a single white path across the blue Gulf. At 3:17 p.m., the same time Jonah noted with a shiver he couldn't explain, as the H-hour of the Camp Bullis assault, the Mexican Navy appeared on the horizon. Not one vessel, but 3. A frigate, a patrol boat, and a supply ship. They approached from the south in formation, their hulls gray, their flags flying, their guns manned. The frigate's loudspeaker crackled, "Texas Flotilla, this is the Arm Cuauhtémoc. Welcome to Mexican waters. Please reduce speed and prepare for inspection. We will escort you to Veracruz." Jonah stood on the Bayou Belle's deck and watched the warships approach and felt, for the first time since day one, the specific complicated emotion of being met. Not rescued. That implied helplessness. Met as equals. As people carrying something valuable, arriving at a place where that value was recognized. The inspection was thorough but humane. Mexican naval personnel, masked, gloved, professional, boarded each vessel. They checked for bites, for symptoms, for the signs of infection that any experienced survivor could spot. They didn't separate the children from the adults. They didn't confiscate weapons. They offered water, food, and medical supplies with the organized competence of a military that was still functioning, still commanded, still operating under a framework of law and protocol that the world north of the border had abandoned. A doctor, a young woman in a naval uniform, her name tag reading Capitán de Corbeta Elena Fuentes. And Jonah flinched at the first name. The unavoidable coincidence that the universe deployed with the casual cruelty of a thing that didn't know what names meant. Examined Soul. She was gentle, efficient, speaking to Soul in Spanish that Soul didn't understand, and in English that was accented and warm. Soul submitted to the examination with her usual compliance, but her eyes tracked the doctor's face, and her hands stayed in Jonah's. She is healthy, Dr. Fuentes told Jonah afterward. Underweight, some vitamin deficiencies, but healthy. The blood sample, you say she has antibodies? Our biologist confirmed it. Natural immunity. The protein she generates blocks the virus's entry mechanism. Dr. Fuentes' eyes changed. The professional calm remained, but behind it something else. A brightness, a sharpening. The look of a scientist who'd just heard the words she'd been waiting to hear since the world ended. We will take her to the Instituto Nacional de Virología in Mexico City, she said. The institute is operational. We have BSL-4 containment, sequencing equipment, and a team of virologists who have been working on the virus since the outbreak reached Mexico. She paused. Mr. Britton, if what you're telling me is accurate, if this child's blood contains what you say it contains, then she may be the most important person in the Western Hemisphere. She's my daughter, Jonah said. That's what she is first, Doctor. Fuentes nodded. Of course. First she is your daughter, and then perhaps she is also the future. The escort to Veracruz took 18 hours. The Mexican warships flanked the flotilla, their radar spinning, their guns tracking the coastline. The Mexican coast was not unscathed. Every city and town showed signs of the outbreak, the now familiar tableau of broken windows and abandoned vehicles, and the shapes that moved in the streets with the wrong gait. But the Mexican military had maintained a stronger grip on its territory than the American forces had. The Navy controlled the coast, the Army controlled the major highways. The Air Force, diminished but operational, ran surveillance flights. Mexico was wounded, but it was not dead. Veracruz appeared at dawn, a city of 500,000, its port, the largest on the Gulf Coast, its colonial architecture and modern waterfront, a jarring blend of old world and new world that the virus had leveled into a single landscape of loss. The port was partially operational. Military vessels at the docks, cargo cranes moving, soldiers on the waterfront. Behind the port, the city was sectored, safe zones and dead zones separated by barriers and checkpoints. The military's best attempt at carving livable space from the infection's reach. The flotilla docked at the military pier. The children were led ashore in organized groups, met by Mexican social workers and medical personnel who'd been mobilized for their arrival. The adults, fighters, refugees, the battered remnants of a journey that had started on Galveston Island a lifetime ago, stood on the dock and looked at a functioning city with the expressions of astronauts returning to Earth. Running water, electric lights, people in clean clothes doing organized work. The infrastructure of civilization, cracked and strained and reduced, but present. Real. Tommy stepped off the boat, looked at the city and said, "They have electricity?" "They have electricity," Devante confirmed. "Like actual electricity from wires. That goes to buildings. That's generally how electricity works, yeah." Tommy shook his head. I'd forgotten what it looks like. A city with lights. He was quiet for a moment. My grandma used to say, he stopped, swallowed, adjusted the K-bar on his belt, the knife that Santos had given him, that he'd carried across Texas. That was more talisman than weapon now. She used to say the lights coming on after a hurricane was the sound of God clearing his throat before saying something nice. Devante looked at him, adjusted his crooked glasses. My grandma used to say something similar. Boy, when the power comes back, you thank the Lord and the line workers. In that order. They stood on the dock, two young men who'd lost their grandmothers and found each other, and they looked at the lights of Veracruz and didn't speak because the words were there, shared, understood, and speaking them would have been redundant. The overland journey from Veracruz to Mexico City was the first leg of the trip that didn't feel like running. Mexican military trucks, 6 of them, canvas-topped with armed escorts, carried the group through the mountain passes that connected the coast to the high Central Valley. The road climbed through cloud forest and coffee plantations and small towns that were, improbably, still inhabited. People going about the reduced business of apocalyptic life with the determined normalcy of a culture that had survived conquest, revolution, and economic collapse before, and was disinclined to be dramatic about zombies. Saul rode in the lead truck with Jonah and Hannah. She sat between them, her legs too short to reach the floor. Professor Squeaks in her lap, looking out the canvas flap at the mountains. She had never seen mountains. Texas was flat. Galveston was flat. The world, in Saul's experience, was flat, and the sudden, dramatic verticality of the Sierra Madre Oriental was a revelation that rendered her speechless. Not the traumatic silence of the compound, but the awestruck silence of a child, encountering a world larger than she'd imagined. "Daddy," she said, "those mountains are really big." "Yeah, baby." "Are there dolphins in the mountains?" "No, dolphins live in the ocean." "But what if a dolphin wanted to see the mountains? Could it?" Jonah looked at Hannah. Hannah was doing the thing she did when she was trying not to laugh, pressing her lips together, her nostrils flaring, her eyes bright behind her glasses. "I think," Jonah said carefully, "that if a dolphin really wanted to see the mountains, we'd find a way to bring the mountains to the dolphin." Sewell considered this. "Like a picture?" "Like a picture. I could draw a mountain for a dolphin." "You could." "Okay." She turned back to the window. "I'll draw one later." Hannah lasted about 10 more seconds before the laugh escaped. A small, private sound, quickly suppressed, but Jonah heard it, and the sound was medicine. Not a cure, but medicine. The kind that Lil put in her food and Dale put in his steering and Preacher had put in his hymns. The everyday ongoing treatment of continuing to be human in a world that was trying to reduce humanity to its survival instincts. Mexico City. 21 million people before the outbreak. How many now? No one knew exactly. The quarantine zone encompassed the city's central districts, an area of roughly 50 square miles, walled and patrolled and maintained by a military force that had lost 30% of its personnel, but still functioned as a hierarchy, a chain of command, a structure. The Instituto Nacional de Virología was on the campus of the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, a sprawling modernist complex of buildings that had been converted, in the outbreak's first weeks, into the center of Mexico's response. Laboratories, hospitals, quarantine wards, research facilities, BSL-4 containment, sequencing equipment, a staff of 200 scientists, drawn from every university and research institution in Mexico, working on the virus with the focused urgency of people who understood that their work was the difference between a future and the absence of one. Hannah walked into the Institute's main laboratory and stood for a moment in the doorway, her journal clutched to her chest and her eyes, behind the wire-rimmed glasses, behind the scientist's composure, behind 2 years of love she'd never spoken and weeks of apocalypse she'd never stopped documenting, filled with tears. "It's a lab," she said. "It's a real lab." "It's a real lab," confirmed Dr. Fuentes, who was serving as their liaison. "There's a centrifuge." "There is." "And a PCR machine." "Yes." "And is that a cryo-electron microscope?" "It is. One of 3 in the country." Hannah sat down on a lab stool. She pressed her journal against her chest, and she breathed and the tears ran down her cheeks, and she said, "I can work with this. Give me Saul's blood and Cade's data, and I can work with this." She could. She did. Within 48 hours, Hannah Yilmaz, marine biologist, field researcher, The woman who'd kept a journal through the apocalypse with the clinical precision of a nature documentary was leading a team of 12 Mexican virologists in the first systematic analysis of Sol's antibodies. The novel protein she'd identified on Isla de Lobos was confirmed, characterized, and designated. Protein MBR1 for Marisol Britton, the 6-year-old whose blood had generated it. The work was painstaking, technical, and would take months, but it was real. It was happening. The path from Sol's blood to a vaccine was not short, not simple, not guaranteed, but it was a path, and there were people walking it, and the walking was, itself, a form of hope that the world hadn't seen since April. But the world was not done with them. 3 weeks after their arrival in Mexico City, on a morning when the sun was bright and the altitude made the air feel clean, and Jonah was sitting in the Institute's courtyard, watching Sol draw mountains for dolphins on the concrete with sidewalk chalk, a gift from a Mexican nurse who'd been charmed by Sol's artistic mission. Devante ran across the courtyard with his radio in his hand and his face the color of ash. "The coast," he said. "The shepherd." Jonah stood. The chalk clattered from Sol's hand. Hannah emerged from the lab, her glasses pushed up on her forehead, a latex glove still on one hand. "Dale's on the radio," Devante said, "from the Bayou Bell. He's at Vera Cruz." Dale! Who'd gone back as he'd said he would? Who'd taken the Bayou Bell north, back to the Texas coast, running supply missions, evacuating survivors, keeping the water routes open? Who'd been the group's connection to the world they'd left behind? His gravelly voice crackling through Devante's radio every few days, with updates on conditions, on survivor groups, on the slow, grinding work of rebuilding that was beginning in the hurricane's aftermath. Jonah took the radio. "Dale, what's happening?" Dale's voice was different. Not the steady, measured tone Jonah knew. This was urgent, tight. The voice of a man transmitting information he didn't want to possess. "Skipper, listen. The Shepherd survived the hurricane. I knew it would. The tough ones always do. It's been rebuilding its horde along the Texas coast, drawing in infected from all over. Louisiana, the hill country, the border region. It's bigger than before. A lot bigger." "How big?" "My estimate, and I've been watching from the water, so it's imprecise, is 15 to 20,000. Maybe more. 15 to 20,000 infected, organized, directed by a thinking entity, an army of the dead, larger than anything they'd faced. Where's it now?" "Moving south, along the coast. It crossed into Mexico 3 days ago. It's moving through Tamaulipas. The Mexican military tried to stop it at the Rio Bravo, and the horde walked through their lines like they weren't there. The soldiers fell back. The horde kept moving. It's heading for Veracruz. It's heading for you, Jonah. It's always been heading for you." The pressure, the beacon, the signal that Jonah's brainstem broadcast, whether he wanted it to or not. The trace infection that made him a navigator and a target and a lighthouse in the dark. The Shepherd had lost the signal when the hurricane disrupted communications. It had rebuilt its horde. And now, with Jonah 600 miles south, the signal was faint but present, and the Shepherd was following it with the same patient, relentless determination it had shown since Houston. "How long before it reaches Veracruz?" Jonah asked. "At current speed, 3 to 4 weeks. But Jonah, it's not just walking, it's acquiring. Every town it passes through, every cluster of infected it encounters, they join the horde. By the time it reaches Veracruz, it could be 30,000, 50,000. The Mexican military can slow it, but they can't stop it. Not without the kind of firepower that would level the countryside." Jonah looked at Sewell. She was sitting on the concrete, the chalk forgotten, watching him with the wide, absorbing eyes that missed nothing. She'd heard, she understood, not the specifics, not the viral mechanics, but the shape of it. Something was coming. Something bad. Something that was coming because of her father. "Dale," Jonah said, "come to Veracruz. Dock the Bayou Bell. We'll figure this out." "Already on my way, Skipper. Be there in 12 hours. A pause, static. Then, Jonah. This thing, the shepherd, it's not going to stop. Not until it finds you. You understand that? I understand. Then we need a plan, a real one, not running, not hiding, a plan to end it. I know. Good. Dale out. The radio went silent. The courtyard was bright with sun. Sol picked up her chalk and went back to drawing. The dolphin she was working on was large, the largest she'd drawn, spreading across 3 concrete panels. Its body curved in the act of jumping. Its face turned upward, toward a mountain she'd drawn in blue and green and gold. A dolphin jumping toward a mountain. The impossible made possible by the hand of a child who refused to accept the world's limitations. Jonah watched her draw and felt the pressure in his skull pulse. Faint, distant, but constant. The shepherd was coming. It was always coming. And this time, there would be no running, no hurricane, no salt line between them. This time, it would end. One way or another, the signal would stop broadcasting and the hunt would be over. He sat down on the concrete beside Sol. He picked up a piece of yellow chalk. He didn't know how to draw. He'd never been good at it. His hands were made for treating animals, not creating art. But Sol looked at him and handed him a piece of blue chalk and said, "You can do the water." And he drew water. It was terrible. Wobbly lines, uneven waves, the kind of ocean a 3-year-old might produce. Sol looked at it and said, "That's good, Daddy," with the generous diplomatic lying that children deploy for the benefit of parents who are trying. They drew together, the dolphin and the mountain and the water, and the sun moved across the sky, and the shadows shifted, and somewhere, far to the north, the shepherd walked south with its army behind it, and the clock that had been ticking since day one ticked on. Dale arrived in Veracruz 12 hours later, as promised. The Bayou Belle came into port at dusk, her diesel coughing, her hull bearing the scars of weeks of solo coastal operations. Scrapes, dents, a patched bullet hole near the waterline from an encounter with bandits off the Tamaulipas coast. Dale tied up at the military pier with the same precision he'd shown since Galveston, and when he came ashore, Jonah saw the changes. He was thinner. The leathery face had thinned to the point where the skull's geometry was visible beneath the skin. The cheekbones sharp, the eye sockets deeper, the jaw pronounced. He moved carefully, with the deliberate economy of a man managing pain that he wouldn't acknowledge. The cancer was visible now, not as a single symptom, but as a general diminishment, a reduction of the vital force that had driven him through storms and gunfire, and the daily business of staying alive on the Gulf of Mexico. He grinned when he saw Jonah. The grin was the same, the mustache lifting, the Gulf-gray eyes crinkling. The man inside was the same, even as the body around him contracted. "Skipper," he said, "you look terrible. What have these Mexicans been feeding you? Real food, vegetables, things that aren't canned. Disgusting." He looked past Jonah, at the city, at the lights, at the normalcy. This is something, isn't it? A real city, real people. I'd forgotten what that looked like. Now come inside, eat something. Lil's been cooking in the Institute's kitchen, and the Mexican staff are in awe. Lil's cooking is the only thing I came back for, he paused. That, and the fact that there's a 20,000-strong zombie army marching toward your position, but the cooking is more immediately relevant. They ate. Lil produced from ingredients that the Mexican military had provided, and that she'd supplemented with spices procured through means she refused to explain. A gumbo that drew 20 people to the kitchen, and a round of applause from the Institute's staff. Dale ate 3 bowls. Lil watched him eat, with the fierceness of a woman who understood that feeding a dying man was not about nutrition, but about dignity. After dinner, the planning began. The War Council, expanded now to include Mexican military commanders and the Institute's senior scientists, convened in the Institute's conference room. Maps on the walls, satellite imagery. The Mexican military had managed to maintain limited satellite communications, radio intercepts, and the data that Dale had brought, his own observations of the shepherd's horde, compiled during weeks of surveillance from the Bayou Bell. The horde is moving at approximately 30 miles per day, Dale reported. That puts it at Veracruz in 3 to 4 weeks, depending on terrain and obstacles. The Mexican military has been conducting interdiction operations, airstrikes, artillery, barriers, but the horde is too large and too dispersed for conventional military tactics. You can kill 1,000 and 10,000 remain. The shepherd directs them around obstacles, Jonah added. It learns from each encounter. Every tactic used against it once becomes less effective the second time. It adapted to our distraction techniques in Texas. It'll adapt to military tactics here. Then we kill the shepherd, Voss said. Remove the command element, and the horde reverts to standard undirected behavior. Manageable. How do we get to it? It travels in the center of the horde, protected by thousands of bodies. We don't get to it, we bring it to us. Jonah's voice was flat. He'd been working on this. In the weeks since arriving in Mexico City, between watching Saul draw and watching Hannah work, and feeling the pressure in his skull grow incrementally as the shepherd drew closer, he'd been working on the problem. The marine veterinarian's problem. How do you capture a predator that won't leave its horde? You bait it, he said. You use a lure it can't resist. The shepherd has been tracking me for months. My signal, the viral resonance. It's fixated on me. Not on the group, not on the children, not on the data. On me. I'm the anomaly it can't categorize. The one human who carries the virus without turning. I'm the thing it wants. Jonah, Hannah started. Let me finish. The shepherd won't leave its horde for an abstract target, but it will leave its horde for me, for the signal, up close, in person. I saw it on the road outside Victoria. It came alone to confront me. It stepped out of the horde because the signal was too close, too strong, too interesting to resist. You want to use yourself as bait. I want to bring the shepherd to a location of my choosing, separate it from the horde, and kill it, on my terms, on terrain that gives me an advantage. What terrain? Saltwater. He looked at Dale. The shepherd has a saltwater aversion, like all infected. But its fixation on me overrides the aversion at close range. I saw that too, on the road. It followed me despite the discomfort. If I can lure it into a saltwater environment, deep enough to immobilize it, shallow enough for me to stand, I can kill it while the salt weakens it. Where? Veracruz, the harbor. When the horde reaches the coast, I meet the shepherd at the water's edge. I draw it into the shallows. The salt slows it. I destroy the brainstem. That's a one-man operation against a creature that's smarter than any infected we've encountered. It's the only operation. The shepherd won't come for a squad or a platoon. It'll come for me. The signal is personal. The hunt is personal. Dale was watching him. The old man's face was unreadable. The impassive Gulf stare, the eyes that had seen more than they'd say. He rolled the unlit cigarette between his fingers, a gesture so familiar that Jonah's chest ached with the accumulated weight of every moment he'd watched Dale make that motion. There's a piece you're not saying, Dale said. Jonah looked at him. What piece? The piece where the horde reaches the coast, and the shepherd comes for you and you go into the water and maybe you don't come out. I'm coming out. You're planning for the scenario where you don't. The room was quiet. Jonah didn't deny it. The plan had a margin of error. The shepherd was fast, strong, and intelligent. The saltwater would slow it, but not stop it. If Jonah miscalculated, the depth, the timing, the distance, the shepherd would reach him before the salt immobilized it, and the fight would be on the shepherd's terms, not his. If I don't come out, Jonah said, Sol stays with Hannah. The vaccine work continues. The antibodies are in Sol's blood, not mine. I'm not indispensable. You're her father, Dale said, and I'm the beacon. Both things are true. And if I'm the beacon, then the only way to protect her, permanently, completely, is to end the shepherd. Not run from it, not hide from it. End it. He looked at the room. This is the plan. 3 weeks to prepare. When the shepherd reaches the coast, I meet it, and I finish it. No one spoke. The fluorescent lights hummed. The maps on the walls showed the horde's projected route, a red line tracing south along the Mexican coast like a scar. You're not going alone, Tommy said. The voice came from the back of the room. Tommy, leaning against the wall, his kabar visible on his belt, his dyed blonde streak long since grown out to full black. He was 18 now. His birthday had passed somewhere on the road between Gonzales and San Antonio, unmarked, uncelebrated. One more thing the apocalypse had taken. He looked older than 18. He looked like someone who'd been threading gaps since the beginning and was tired of threading and wanted, for once, to stand. I'm going with you, Tommy said. Not as bait. As your exit plan. I can get through the horde. I've been doing it since day one. When you've killed the shepherd, I get you out. Tommy, don't. Don't do the thing where you tell me I'm too young or too valuable or whatever. I'm 18. I've killed, infected. I've survived everything you've survived. And I'm faster than you. He pushed off the wall. You go into the water. You kill the shepherd. And I get you out. That's the deal. Jonah looked at the teenager. The man, he corrected himself. Because 18 was adulthood in this world. 18 was veteran status. 18 was the age of people who'd done things that 30-year-olds in the old world couldn't imagine. Tommy Fan, who'd stolen pills from his parents' pharmacy and whose mother had disowned him with her last human words and who'd been threading gaps ever since, moving through the dead with a fluidity that defied explanation and a courage that defied his years. Deal, Jonah said. And me, Teddy said. She was standing by the door, her EMT bag over her shoulder. She hadn't set it down since Galveston, Jonah realized. It was part of her now, the way the tire iron had been part of him, the way the fire axe had been part of Preacher. Because when this goes sideways, and it will, because nothing in this entire mess has gone according to plan, you're going to need a medic. It's dangerous, Teddy. Baby, I've been in danger since the ambulance. At least this danger has a purpose. She adjusted the bag on her shoulder. I froze once, at UTMB. I froze and Jake died. I'm not freezing again. Not for this. Not for you. The War Council was silent. Jonah looked at these people. His people. The ones who'd come with him from Galveston, from the Bayou Bell, from the streets and the tunnels and the darkness. And he saw what they were offering. Not their lives. Something harder than their lives. Their fear. They were afraid, all of them. And they were choosing to carry that fear into the dark because the alternative, sitting safe while someone else carried it, was not who they had become. 3 weeks, Jonah said. We prepare, we train. And when the shepherd comes, we end it. The 3 weeks passed with the compressed intensity of a world that had learned to measure time not in days, but in distances. The shrinking distance between the shepherd's horde and the coast, tracked by Dale's surveillance runs and the Mexican military's aerial reconnaissance. 20,000. 25,000. 30,000. The horde grew as it moved, absorbing the infected populations of every town and city in its path, swelling like a river fed by tributaries. Jonah trained. Not the combat training of the Matagorda days. He knew he wasn't a fighter, would never be a fighter, and the plan didn't require him to be one. He trained for the water, swimming in the harbor, building endurance, acclimating his body to extended immersion. He trained with the gaff hook, Dale's gaff, the long-handled steel hook used for hauling heavy fish aboard, a weapon designed for the water, for the reach and leverage needed to fight from a position of partial submersion. He trained with the pressure, sitting in meditation, a suggestion from Hannah, based on her hypothesis that conscious focus might allow him to modulate the signal's strength. He couldn't turn it off. But he could, he discovered, turn it up. By concentrating on the resonance, by leaning into the frequency rather than resisting it, he could amplify the signal, make it louder, make himself a brighter beacon. That's incredibly dangerous, Hannah told him when he demonstrated the technique. You're essentially screaming at every infected within range. The more you amplify, the more you attract. That's the point. When the time comes, I need the shepherd to come to me and only me. I need to be the brightest signal in its field. Brighter than the horde. Brighter than anything else. You're going to give yourself a stroke. Maybe. He smiled. It was a thin smile, a smile that knew its own cost. But not before I give the shepherd a gaff hook through the brainstem. Hannah didn't smile back. Her face held the particular expression of a scientist confronting data that confirmed a hypothesis she'd hoped was wrong. She opened her journal. She wrote. She didn't show him what she wrote. Sul, in these 3 weeks, became something none of them expected. She became the heart of the Institute. Not through any effort or awareness. She was 6, soon to be 7, and her concerns were dolphins and chalk drawings, and whether Professor Squeaks needed a bath. He did. Teddy washed him in the Institute's sink, and Saul supervised with the intensity of a surgical nurse. But her presence, a child in a laboratory, drawing dolphins on every available surface, while scientists worked to decode the secrets in her blood, became a kind of gravitational center. The researchers who'd been working in the grim, driven silence of people racing a clock found themselves stopping to watch Saul draw, found themselves bringing her colored pencils, paper, books about marine life, found themselves improbably smiling. Dr. Fuentes brought Sol a real sketch pad and a set of watercolors. Sol spent 3 days painting a mural on the Institute's courtyard wall, an underwater scene of dolphins and sea turtles and fish, rendered in the bold, unself-conscious colors of a child who painted not what she saw, but what she believed. The mural was technically terrible and emotionally overwhelming. The Institute's staff gathered to watch her work, and when she finished, they applauded, and Sol looked at them with the baffled gratitude of an artist who hadn't realized she had an audience. It's for the dolphins, she explained to Dr. Fuentes. So when they come to the mountains, they'll have something to look at. Dr. Fuentes, who had lost her own daughter in the outbreak's first days, knelt beside Sol and said, "It's beautiful, Marisol." My dad helped. He did the water. Dr. Fuentes looked at the water, the wobbly blue lines, the uneven waves. Your dad is very talented. He's better with real animals, but he's trying. He was trying. He was trying at everything, at being a father, at being a leader, at being the bait that would end the longest hunt in the short history of the apocalypse. He was trying to hold all of it at once. Sol's recovery, the vaccine work, the approaching horde, the knowledge that in 3 weeks he would walk into the water at Veracruz and face the thing that had followed him across Texas. And some days the holding was too much, and some days it was just enough. And the difference between the two was measured in Sol's voice, in her questions, in the small, accumulating evidence that his daughter was coming back from the silence. She had nightmares. Every night she cried out in her sleep, wordless sounds, the vocal echoes of terrors that lived in the part of her brain that didn't have language. Jonah held her through them, sitting on the edge of the cot in their room at the Institute, his hand on her back, his voice in her ear, the words meaningless, and the presence everything. Daddy's here. You're safe. Daddy's here. She woke from the nightmares wet-eyed and gasping and reached for him and held on. And the holding was the therapy, was the treatment, was the only intervention available in a world where child psychologists were as extinct as baristas. One night, the night before the final briefing, the night before the deployment to Veracruz, she woke from a nightmare and said, with the breathless urgency of someone delivering a message from a dream, "Daddy, the dolphins can hear it." "Hear what, baby?" "The bad sound. The sound in your head. The dolphins can hear it too." He went still. The pressure in his skull pulsed. Sol was looking at him with eyes that were fully awake, fully present, and completely certain. "How do you know about the sound in my head?" he asked. "Because I can hear it too. A little bit. Like when you put a shell to your ear and you can hear the ocean, but it's not really the ocean, it's just the inside of the shell. The sound in your head is like that. I can hear it if I listen really hard. His blood went cold. Sewell. The aerosol exposure at Opp Elementary, the same event that had given her antibodies, had left, what, a trace? A resonance? Not enough to make her a beacon, not enough for the shepherd to track, but enough for a 6-year-old's unguarded, undefended mind to detect? Does it scare you, he asked. The same question, third time, to Preacher, to Hannah, now to his daughter. Sewell shook her head. No, it's just a sound. Like traffic. Mommy used to say traffic was just the sound of people going somewhere. So maybe the bad sound is just the sound of the sick people going somewhere. The clarity of it. The terrible, innocent, unassailable clarity of a child who heard the dead signal and interpreted it as traffic, as people going somewhere, as movement, as a natural phenomenon no more frightening than the sound of cars on a highway. You're right, Jonah said. His voice was thick. It's just a sound. Okay. Sewell yawned. Daddy, can I have water? He got her water. She drank it and fell back asleep, and Jonah sat on the edge of the cot in the dark and felt the pressure pulse and thought about his daughter, who could hear the dead and whose blood could save the living, and who wanted to draw mountains for dolphins, and who was, in every way that mattered, the most extraordinary, ordinary person he'd ever known. The deployment to Veracruz began on a Tuesday. Mexican military trucks carried the team, Jonah, Tommy, Teddy, Dale, and 20 Free Texan and coalition fighters, from Mexico City to the coast. Voss and Coyote stayed in the capital, coordinating the defense of the Institute and the children. Hannah stayed in the lab, continuing the vaccine work. Devante stayed on the radio, maintaining communications between all elements. Lil stayed with Sewell. I'll cook for her, Lil told Jonah at the gate of the Institute, with the iron certainty of a woman issuing a decree. 3 meals a day, snacks between. That child is too thin, and I'm going to fix it. Lil, and I'll tell her stories. My maman used to tell me stories about Loup Garou, the werewolf of the bayou. Scared me so bad I couldn't sleep for a week. I'll tell Sewell the nice ones. The ones about the fairy queen of the marsh, those are better. Lil, you come back, Jonah Britton. Lil's finger pointing at him, the ladle finger, the finger that had directed hundreds of meals and would direct hundreds more. You come back to this little girl. You hear me? You come back or I'll come find you and I'll drag you back by your ear and I'll feed you gumbo until you can't move. And then I'll make you eat more. You understand? I understand. Good. She hugged him. She was small, barely came to his chest, but her arms were strong and her grip was fierce, and she smelled like cayenne and strength and the particular, irreducible force of a woman who'd survived everything. Sewell was at the gate. He knelt. She looked at him. Her brown eyes, Elena's brown eyes, his brown eyes, the genetic compromise that was uniquely and specifically her, were clear and steady. You're going to do the thing, she said, not a question. I'm going to do the thing. To make the bad sound stop. Yeah. And then you'll come back. I'll come back. She held out Professor Squeaks. The same gesture as before, the offering of her most precious possession, the talisman, the transfer of trust from her hands to his. But this time, Jonah shook his head. You keep him this time, he said. I need to know you're holding on to him, for me. Sewell looked at the dolphin, looked at Jonah. But what will you hold on to? He reached into his pocket and pulled out Margot's sketch, the receipt paper drawing, folded and refolded, worn soft at the creases. Sewell in his arms, the morning after the extraction. The wrong proportions on the left hand, the right emotion everywhere. I'll hold on to this, he said. Sewell nodded. She hugged him. Fierce, total. The hug of a child who understood on some cellular level that this goodbye was different from the others. And she said into his chest, the words muffled by his shirt, The dolphins are tough, Daddy. Yeah, baby, the dolphins are tough. He got in the truck. The door closed. The engine started. The truck pulled away from the Institute, and in the rearview mirror, Jonah watched his daughter standing at the gate with Professor Squeaks in her arms and Lil Broussard at her side. and the image burned itself into his retinas with the permanence of a brand, and he knew that if he died at Veracruz, this would be the last thing he saw. Not the shepherd's red eyes, not the water, not the gaff hook descending, but Sul. Sul at the gate. Sul alive. Sul drawing dolphins. Sul who could hear the dead and wasn't afraid. The truck drove east, toward the coast, toward the water, toward the end. Veracruz in the days before the shepherd's arrival was a city holding its breath. The Mexican military had established a defensive perimeter along the northern approaches, a line of barriers, gun emplacements, and vehicle checkpoints that stretched from the coast to the hills. Behind the line, the city. Ahead of it, the horde. Dale took the Bayou Bell out daily, running reconnaissance along the coast, tracking the horde's progress. His reports came by radio, his voice growing rougher, more strained, the cancer's hands tightening around his throat. 35,000, he reported on Wednesday. The leading edge is at Tuxpan. They'll reach the Veracruz defensive line in 4 days. 40,000, he reported on Friday. They've absorbed the Tuxpan infection. The shepherd is in the center of the mass. I can see it through the binoculars. It's standing on an overpass, watching the horde flow around it. It looks, a pause. It looks patient. 45,000, he reported on Sunday. Jonah, it's the biggest thing I've ever seen. Bigger than any hurricane, any storm, any sea. It stretches for miles. You can see it from orbit. I swear to God, you can see it from orbit. The military prepared. Artillery, airstrikes, everything they had. But Jonah and Dale and Voss, coordinating from Mexico City, knew it wouldn't be enough. The horde was too large, too diffuse, and the shepherd was too smart. Conventional military force could kill thousands of standard infected. It couldn't kill the thing that directed them. That was Jonah's job. He spent the last day before contact on the harbor pier, the same kind of pier as Port Lavaca, concrete, extending 200 feet into the harbor, flanked by the blue-green water of the Gulf. The water was warm, shallow, and fully saline, a saltwater environment that would weaken any infected that entered it. He walked the pier, measured the distances, tested the depth at various points, wading in, feeling the bottom, noting where the water reached his knees, his waist, his chest. He practiced with the gaff hook, swinging, thrusting, the motions of a man who'd spent his life working with animals and was applying that knowledge to the ultimate predator. Tommy was on the shore, mapping exit routes. His skateboard was useless on the pier's concrete, but his eyes were everywhere, reading the terrain the way he read infected movement, gaps, channels, lines of retreat. He identified 3 extraction points: a fishing boat tethered 50 yards from the pier's base, a storm drain that opened onto the beach, and a section of seawall with a ladder. Teddy set up a medical station in the harbor master's office, 300 yards from the pier. She laid out her supplies with the efficiency of a woman who'd been doing this for weeks and hoped, desperately, that she wouldn't need them tonight. Dale was on the Bayou Bell, anchored in the harbor, engine idling. His role was simple. If everything went wrong, he'd bring the bell alongside the pier and extract Jonah by boat. If everything went right, he'd be unnecessary. He preferred the latter, but planned for the former. At dusk, the horde reached the military line. The sound came first. Not the moaning, something else. A low, vibrating drone that was felt more than heard, a subsonic frequency that vibrated the windows of the harbor master's office and made the water in the harbor tremble. The collective footfall of 45,000 bodies, transmitted through the earth, through the concrete, through the pier's pilings and into Jonah's feet, and up through his legs and into his brainstem, where the pressure received it and translated it and said, "They're here." The military engaged. Artillery. The deep concussive booms of howitzers firing from positions behind the line. The shells arcing over the barriers and into the horde. Each shell killed dozens out of thousands. The horde absorbed the losses the way the ocean absorbs rain and kept moving. Airstrikes. Mexican Air Force jets screaming low over the horde, dropping ordnance that bloomed in orange and black flowers of fire and shrapnel. hundreds killed. The horde kept moving. The shepherd directed. Jonah could feel it. The pressure was a conversation now, a two-way channel. The shepherd's signal pressing against his skull, and his signal responding, the resonance building toward a frequency that was painful, physical, a migraine with intent. The shepherd was sending its horde around the military line's flanks, through the streets that the barriers didn't cover, into the gaps that the artillery couldn't reach. It was reading the defense and adapting in real time with a tactical intelligence that the military commanders hadn't planned for. The line broke at 9 p.m. The northern approach, Highway 180, the main coast road, overwhelmed by a mass of infected that the barriers couldn't contain. The soldiers fell back to secondary positions. The horde flowed into the outskirts of Veracruz. Jonah stood on the pier. The harbor was behind him. The water, the salt, the safety of the sea. Ahead through the city, the horde was coming. He could hear it. He could feel it. And at the center of the feeling, burning like a star in the pressure map of his skull, the shepherd's signal, close, focused, aimed directly at him. He closed his eyes. He breathed. He reached into the resonance, the technique he'd practiced, the amplification, and he pushed. He made himself louder, brighter, a beacon in the dark, screaming on the frequency of the dead, saying, I'm here, come find me. The shepherd heard. Jonah felt the moment it locked on, a shift in the signal, a tightening, the diffuse pressure contracting to a point, a beam, a targeting solution. The shepherd had found him, and it was coming. Not through the horde, through the gaps, the side streets, the alleys. Moving fast, faster than its standard pace, drawn by a signal that was too close, too strong, too interesting to resist. Tommy, Jonah said into his radio, it's coming. Get to extraction point 1. Copy, in position. Teddy, medical station ready. Dale, bells ready, skipper, engine running. Jonah opened his eyes. The harbor was dark. The pier extended before him, lit only by the ambient glow of the military's flares and the burning buildings to the north. The water lapped at the pilings. The salt smell filled his lungs. He walked to the end of the pier, 200 feet from shore. The water below was chest deep. He'd measured it. The gaff hook was in his hands, 5 feet of steel pole with a curved hook at the end, sharp enough to penetrate bone. He waited. The shepherd came. It emerged from the darkness of the harbor district at 10:17 p.m., walking down the main street toward the pier with the unhurried, deliberate gait that Jonah remembered from the road outside Victoria. It was alone. The horde was behind it, filling the streets, but the shepherd had outpaced them, drawn by the amplified signal, moving faster than any infected Jonah had seen. Its lab coat, shredded, blackened, the remnant of a man who'd tried to fix his mistake, flapped in the harbor breeze. Its red eyes caught the firelight. Its hands were at its sides, fingers slightly curled, the conductor's hands, the directing hands. It stepped onto the pier. Jonah watched it come. 50 feet, 40, 30. The signal between them was a physical force now, a vibration, a harmonic, the brainstem of a man and the brainstem of a monster resonating on the same frequency, the same virus, the same accident of biology that had made one a father and the other a king of the dead. Come on, Jonah said. Not a shout, a statement, an invitation. You've been following me for months. Here I am. The shepherd stopped, 20 feet away. Its red eyes found his, and in those eyes, flat, hemorrhaged, inhuman, Jonah saw something that he'd only seen once before, in the eyes of a Kemp's Ridley sea turtle named Penny, who'd been pulled from the ocean with a fishing line around her flipper, and who'd looked at him with an expression that was not gratitude and not understanding, but something else, something simpler and more fundamental. Recognition. The shepherd recognized him, not as prey, not as stimulus, as the signal, as the thing it had been following since Houston, through heat and storm and military fire. The beacon, the anomaly, the one human who carried the virus and remained human. It tilted its head, the human gesture, the scientist's gesture. Then it charged. Jonah didn't run. He stepped backward, one step, two, and went off the end of the pier. The water hit him like a cold wall. Chest deep, salt heavy, the gulf receiving him with the indifferent embrace of an ocean that had been waiting for 65 million years and was in no hurry. His feet found the bottom, sand and shell, firm enough to stand on. He planted himself, the gaff hook raised, the water swirling around his chest. The shepherd came to the pier's edge. It looked down at him, at the water, the salt water, the barrier that every infected on Earth recoiled from, the molecular weakness that Hannah had documented and Dale had discovered, and the virus itself had encoded into its host's deepest behavioral code. The shepherd's body shuddered. The aversion, the instinctive viral recoil from the salt, hit it like an electric shock. Its hands clenched, its jaw tightened. Its feet at the pier's edge planted and refused to move. Jonah amplified the signal. He pushed harder than he'd ever pushed, opening the resonance, making himself a supernova on the viral frequency, a sound so loud in the shepherd's skull that it drowned the aversion, overrode the instinct, said, I'm here, come and get me." The shepherd stepped off the pier. It hit the water and screamed, not the moan of the standard infected, but a sound with edges, a sound with pain, a vocalization that was almost human in its anguish. The salt hit its skin and the virus recoiled and the shepherd's body fought itself, the fixation driving it forward and the aversion driving it back, and the two forces meeting in a convulsion that turned its movement from a walk to a stagger. Jonah stood in the water and watched it come. The shepherd moved toward him through the chest-deep water, each step a battle, its movements jerking, spasming, the gray skin flushing and contracting as the salt infiltrated. But it kept coming. The fixation was stronger. The signal was stronger. The thing that had been Dr. Alan Kirsch, the thing that had injected itself with the virus to test a cure and become the worst version of the disease, was not going to stop. Not for salt. Not for pain. Not for anything except the destruction of the brainstem that held it together. 10 feet. The shepherd's hands reached for him. The conducting hands. The directing hands. The hands that had once held a syringe and tried to save the world and had ended it instead. Jonah drove the gaff hook forward. The hook entered the shepherd's left eye socket. Jonah felt the resistance, the orbit, the bone, the tissue, and pushed. The steel slid through the eye and into the brain, angling down, seeking the brainstem, the primitive structure at the base of the skull that was the virus's throne and the shepherd's seat of power. The hook hit the brainstem. Jonah felt it, a specific resistance, followed by a give, followed by a sensation that traveled up the gaff hook's shaft and into his hands, and told him, with the certainty of a veterinarian who'd euthanized 100 animals and knew the difference between injury and cessation. It's done. The shepherd stopped. Its hands, still reaching, dropped. Its red eyes, one destroyed, one still open, still focused on Jonah, went flat. The signal in Jonah's skull, the burning, screaming beacon that had been the shepherd's presence for months, cut out. Silence. Total, sudden, deafening silence, as if someone had turned off a sound that Jonah hadn't realized was constant until it was gone. The shepherd's body sagged. The water took it, the chest-deep Gulf water, salt-heavy, warm, pulling the body down and back, the lab coat spreading on the surface like a shroud. It sank. The water closed over it, and the shepherd, the king of the dead, the thinking monster that had followed Jonah Britton across Texas and into Mexico and to the edge of the salt line, was gone. Jonah stood in the water. The gaff hook was in his hands. The harbor was dark. The horde, directionless now, the command signal extinguished, was audible from the shore. But the sound had changed. Not the organized, purposeful moaning of a directed force. the aimless, confused drone of 45,000 bodies that had lost their conductor and were reverting to the Brownian motion of standard infected behavior. "Tommy," Jonah radioed. His voice was steady. He was surprised. "It's done. Copy. Extraction point 1, moving to you." Jonah walked toward the shore. The water released him, knees, thighs, ankles, sand. He emerged onto the beach. His clothes were soaked, salt-crusted, heavy. The gaff hook dripped Gulf water. His hands were steady. His skull was silent. Tommy was there. The teenager appeared from the shadows with the fluid, gap-threading movement that was his gift, his nature, his survival technique made manifest. He looked at Jonah, at the water, at the empty pier. "Did you—" "It's done." Tommy nodded. His face did something. A flicker, a tremor. The crack in the armor of a young man who'd been holding himself together for months and was, in this moment, allowing himself to feel. "Okay," he said. Okay." He swallowed. "So, we go home now?" Home. The word hung in the salt air. Improbable and necessary and beautiful. "Yeah," Jonah said. "We go home." The harbor was behind them. The horde was ahead. Directionless, fragmenting, already beginning to disperse into the aimless drift that Hannah had documented since the beginning. The military would handle the rest. The artillery and the airstrikes would be effective now, against a horde without a shepherd. It would take days, weeks, but it was manageable. The threat was no longer existential. It was logistical. Dale's voice on the radio from the Bayou Bell. "Skipper, you alive?" "I'm alive, Dale." "Good. Because Lil called on the satellite phone and she says, if you don't get back to Mexico City by Thursday, she's going to feed your share of the gumbo to the lab staff, and they don't deserve gumbo that good." Jonah almost laughed. Almost. The sound was closer this time. Closer than it had been since Galveston, since the school, since the pink backpack and the fire escape and the world ending on a May morning. The laugh didn't quite make it out, but it was there, queued up, waiting for permission. "Tell her I'll be there," Jonah said. "Roger that." Dale out. Jonah and Tommy walked through the harbor district, past the medical station where Teddy was standing in the doorway, her EMT bag on her shoulder, her face wet, her hands shaking with the adrenaline of someone who'd been prepared for the worst and received the best, and into the streets of Veracruz, where the military's flares lit the night and the horde, leaderless, wandered in the diminishing chaos of a threat that was ending. The shepherd was dead. The signal was silent. The hunt was over. And Jonah Britton, Marine veterinarian, partial carrier of the virus that ended the world, father of a 6-year-old girl whose blood could save it, walked toward the trucks that would carry him back to Mexico City, back to the Institute, back to Seoul, with Margot's sketch in his pocket and the salt of the Gulf on his skin and the silence in his skull where the shepherd's signal had been. The silence was enormous, vast, the silence of an ocean emptied, of a frequency gone dead, of a hunt that had lasted months and miles and ended in chest-deep water with a steel hook and the decision to stop running and stand. In the silence, he could hear something new. Not the shepherd, not the dead. Something else. Faint, residual, the echo of a signal that was not a threat but a presence. Soul. Soul's trace. The tiny resonance in her brainstem that she described as traffic, as people going somewhere. He could hear her. Across 600 miles of mountain and highway and military checkpoint, he could hear his daughter. Not her words, not her thoughts, just her presence. A faint, warm hum in the silence where the shepherd had been. The sound of a child who was alive, who was safe, who was drawing dolphins in a courtyard in Mexico City. He walked toward her. The return to Mexico City took 2 days. Military trucks through the mountain passes, the same route they'd traveled 3 weeks before, but different now. The airlighter, the silence in Jonah's skull, a vast, clean space where the shepherd's signal had been, like a room emptied of furniture, echoing with its own absence. The mountains were green after the rains, the cloud forest dripping, the small towns along the route showing signs of something that Jonah couldn't name at first, and then recognized with a start that was almost physical, normalcy. People in doorways, laundry on lines, a woman selling tamales from a cart at the side of the road, her radio playing a norteño station that was, improbably, still broadcasting. The infrastructure of daily life, bent but not broken. Continuing because that was what daily life did, it continued. Tommy slept for most of the drive. The teenager, the man, curled on the truck's bench seat with his car under his hand and his face pressed against the canvas, and for the first time since Jonah had known him, the tension in his body was absent. Not relaxed. Tommy would never be fully relaxed again. The vigilance had written itself into his muscles. But something approaching rest. The state of a person who'd been braced for impact for so long that the absence of impact was itself a shock, and the body responded by shutting down and demanding the sleep it had been denied. Teddy sat across from Jonah, her EMT bag on her lap, her eyes on the road behind them, still checking, still watching, the medic's habit of monitoring the perimeter for threats that might require her skills. But her hands were still. The fine tremor that had been constant since UTMB, the residual shake of a woman whose nervous system had never fully stood down from the ambulance, was gone. She noticed it herself, held up her hand, turned it front and back, and said, with the quiet wonder of someone discovering a change in their own body, "They stopped. Your hands, my hands, they've been shaking since day one, since Jake." She flexed her fingers, steady. "I thought they'd shake forever. Maybe you don't need them to anymore. Maybe." She set the bag on the bench beside her. She didn't take it off her lap often. The gesture was small, but Jonah recognized it. The setting down of a weight, the temporary release of a burden, carried so long it had become part of the carrier's identity. Jonah. "Yeah. I'm going to stay in Mexico City when this is done, when the vaccine work is underway. The Institute needs medics. The city needs medical training. There are people here who need what I know." She paused. "And I need to be needed. That's my thing. That's how I..." She searched for the word. "That's how I pay. You don't owe anyone, Teddy. I know that. Up here." She tapped her temple. "But here..." She pressed her fist against her sternum. "Here I owe Jake. I'll always owe Jake. And the way I pay is by being the person who doesn't freeze. The person who opens the door." She looked at him. "Is that unhealthy? Probably. Is it keeping me alive? Definitely." He didn't argue. He understood. Everyone in the group, everyone who'd survived, had their calculus, their equation, the internal accounting system that balanced the ledger between what they'd lost and what they owed. Jonah's was soul. Teddy's was Jake. Tommy's was his mother's last words. Dale's was the cancer and the time it hadn't taken yet. Hannah's was the science and the love she'd never speak. Each of them carrying a debt they'd never fully pay, using the attempt to pay it as the engine that drove them forward. The human machinery of survival. Imperfect, irrational, and the only thing that worked. Mexico City. The Institute. The gate. The truck pulled up at 4:17 p.m. on a Thursday. A detail that shouldn't have mattered, but did. Because Thursday was the day Saul had decided, in the inscrutable logic of a 6-year-old's calendar, was Dolphin Day. And on Dolphin Day she drew only dolphins and ate only blue things. This was a challenge for Lil, who had been forced to discover that butterfly pea flower tea could turn rice blue, and that the result was edible if aggressively seasoned. Saul was at the gate. She was standing where she'd been standing when Jonah left. Same spot, same posture, Professor Squeaks in her arms. As if she'd been there the entire time. As if she'd planted herself at the gate 3 weeks ago and refused to move until the truck brought her father back. Lil was behind her, and behind Lil, Hannah. And behind Hannah, a crowd, Institute staff, children, Free Texan fighters, the accumulated population of the group's Mexico City contingent, gathered at the gate with the quiet, expectant energy of people who'd been listening to the radio and knew what had happened at Veracruz. The truck stopped. Jonah opened the door. His boots hit the pavement. Soul released Professor Squeaks, dropped the dolphin on the ground, the first time she'd voluntarily let go of the stuffed animal in months, and ran. She hit him at full speed, a 6-year-old sprint, her small body colliding with his legs with a force that staggered him. He scooped her up. She was heavier than 3 weeks ago. Lil's cooking, Lil's love, the accumulated weight of meals and stories, and the slow, patient work of being cared for. She wrapped herself around him and her face went into his neck, and this time, she wasn't silent. "You came back," she said. Her voice was clear, not a whisper, not a fragment. A full sentence, delivered at full volume, with the emphasis of a child who was making a point. "You came back." "I came back." "You promised." "I promised." "Okay." She pulled back and looked at him. Her face was serious, evaluative, the face of a 6-year-old conducting an inspection. She checked his eyes, present. His ears, present. His nose, present. His mouth, smiling. She touched the gray at his temples, which had spread further. She touched the scar on his forearm, the sea turtle bite, the old wound from before. She was verifying, cataloging, making sure all the pieces were there. "You look tired," she said. "I am tired." "Lil made gumbo." "I know." "She said you had to eat 3 bowls or she'd be mad." "I'll eat 4. Sewell nodded, satisfied. She looked at Professor Squeaks on the ground, then back at Jonah. "I dropped him." "I see that. Because I needed both hands. For the hug." "That makes sense. Can you pick him up?" He shifted her to one arm. She was heavier, yes. But he was stronger too. The weeks of swimming and training, having built a lean, functional strength in his arms and back. And bent to pick up the dolphin. He handed it to her. She tucked it under her chin. "Daddy," she said. "Yeah, baby." The sound stopped. In my head, the traffic sound. It's gone. The shepherd. The signal. When Jonah had destroyed the shepherd's brainstem, the primary broadcast signal had ceased, and with it, the faint resonance that Sewell had been able to detect. The traffic of the dead, the sound of sick people going somewhere, silenced. The frequency dead, the road empty. "It stopped for me too," Jonah said. "Good." She settled against his chest. It was kind of annoying. The crowd at the gate was doing something that Jonah recognized belatedly as applause. Not the organized, purposeful applause of an audience at a performance. The ragged, spontaneous, evolving applause of people who'd been afraid and weren't, for the moment, anymore. It built and crested and faded and was replaced by voices, by names being called, by the sounds of reunion as Tommy and Teddy emerged from the truck and were absorbed into the group's embrace. Hannah was at the edge of the crowd. She wasn't applauding. She was standing with her journal in her hands, her glasses catching the afternoon light, her expression the complex, layered expression of a woman who was watching the man she loved hold the child she loved, and was calculating the vectors of her own heart with the same precision she applied to viral analysis. Jonah walked to her. Saul was on his hip. Professor Squeaks was under Saul's chin. Margot's sketch was in his pocket. "The shepherd's dead," he said. "I know. Devante told me. He was on the radio the whole time." She paused. "The signal, your resonance. What's it like now?" "Without the shepherd." He closed his eyes. Listened. The silence was still there, the vast, clean space. But it wasn't empty. There was a hum. Low, diffuse, directionless. The background radiation of the infected population. Still out there, still walking, still carrying the virus. But without the shepherd's organizing intelligence, it was just noise. Static on an empty channel. "Quiet," he said. "Like turning off a television in a room that's been playing it for months. You forgot how loud it was until it stopped," Hannah wrote in her journal. Then she closed it and looked at him. "Jonah." "Yeah. The vaccine work is progressing. The protein synthesis is ahead of schedule. Dr. Fuentes thinks we'll have a candidate for animal trials within 4 months. That's fast. That's Sewell. Her antibodies they're remarkable. The protein she generates is stable, reproducible, and effective across all known variants of the virus, including the Renovex interaction pathway." She paused. "We can stop spontaneous turning. We can immunize against aerosol transmission. We can't cure the infected. The brainstem damage is permanent. But we can prevent new infections. Completely. How long until it's available? Animal trials in 4 months. Human trials in 6. Mass production. If the Mexican government commits the resources, and they will, within a year. She looked at Sol. A year, Jonah. A year from now, the virus stops spreading. The pandemic ends. Not the damage. The damage will take decades to repair. But the cause, the infection itself, over. Sol was listening. She looked at Hannah with the clear, absorbing attention of a child who understood more than she could articulate. Because of my blood? Because of your blood. And because of you. Because you were brave, and your body was strong, and you fought the sickness without even knowing you were fighting it. Sol considered this. I didn't feel brave. Brave people never do, Hannah said. That's how you know it's real. The weeks that followed were, for Jonah, the strangest period of the entire ordeal. Stranger than the outbreak, stranger than the crossing, stranger than the fight in the harbor. Because the weeks that followed were ordinary. And ordinariness, after months of extraordinary survival, was disorienting in the way that silence is disorienting after prolonged noise. The absence of the thing you'd adapted to was itself a presence. He woke each morning in the room at the Institute, the small, concrete-walled room that had become home, with the cot for Sol and the mattress on the floor for him, and the window that looked out on the courtyard, where Sol's dolphin mural brightened the wall. He made breakfast, not Lil's cooking, because Lil had declared that breakfast was a personal meal and should be prepared by the person eating it, a philosophy that Jonah suspected was really about teaching Sol to crack eggs, which Sol found hilarious, and attempted with the destructive enthusiasm of a child who discovered that food could be messy in ways that were permitted. He walked Sol to the Institute's makeshift school, 3 rooms in the administrative wing, staffed by 2 Mexican teachers and Father Reyes, who had discovered in himself an aptitude for education that his seminary training hadn't prepared him for. Sol sat in a classroom with 14 other children, some from camp bullies, some from the Mexican population, and learned to read in 2 languages simultaneously, a feat that she accomplished with the casual competence of a bilingual child's brain encountering a challenge it was designed for. He visited the laboratory, watched Hannah work. The vaccine development was a cascade of small victories and smaller setbacks, a protein synthesis that yielded better than expected, a stability test that didn't, a mouse trial that showed promise, a second trial that required recalibration. Hannah narrated the work to him in the evenings, sitting on the courtyard bench, her journal on her lap, translating the science into language that a veterinarian could follow. The binding affinity is strong. MBR1 attaches to the viral receptor with a dissociation constant of 2.3 nanomolar. That's, for reference, about 10 times tighter than the best antiviral drugs we had before the outbreak. Is that good? That's extraordinary. That's Sol's immune system producing a weapon that pharmaceutical companies spent billions trying to design and never achieved. She paused. She's remarkable, Jonah. She's 6. She's remarkable and she's 6. I've said this before. You have. They sat on the bench. The courtyard was dark, the sky showing stars through the gaps in Mexico City's light pollution, reduced now. The city running on rationed power, but still present. Still a city, still alive. The sounds of the evening drifted over the walls. Traffic. Real traffic, not the kind Sol had heard in her head. Music from a radio. The voices of people doing the evening things that people do in cities that haven't ended. Hannah, Jonah said. She looked at him. In the low light, without her glasses, she'd taken them off to rub her eyes. Her face was open, unguarded, the scientist's armor set aside. She looked younger. She looked like the woman she'd been before the outbreak, the colleague he'd worked beside for years, the friend who'd left notes in his patient charts and never told him. Thank you, he said, for everything, for the science, for Sol, for being the person who documented all of this. When documentation seemed pointless, and who kept writing in that journal when writing seemed useless, and who never stopped being a scientist, even when science couldn't save anyone. Science is saving someone now, because you kept doing it, through all of it. The island, the tunnels, the boats. You kept writing, you kept observing, you kept collecting data that no one asked for, and no one appreciated. And that turned out to be the thing that matters most. She put her glasses back on. The armor returned, but imperfectly. The lenses caught the starlight and reflected it back, and behind them, her eyes were bright with something that wasn't science. "Jonah," she said, and then stopped, and then started again. "I need to tell you something that I've been not telling you for a long time. And I'm going to tell you now because the world might actually survive. And that means we have to start dealing with the things we've been putting off." He waited. "I loved Elena," she said. "She was my friend. She was kind and funny, and she left notes in your charts, and she called me Chica, even though I'm Turkish, and she knew it, and I loved her." She paused. "And I love you? I've loved you for 2 years, and I've never said it, and I'm not saying it now, because I expect anything or want anything or think anything should change. I'm saying it because I'm tired of not saying it. I'm tired of the pilot light. I want to say the words and put them in the world and let them be words instead of a secret." The courtyard was quiet. The stars were out. A child laughed somewhere in the building. One of the school children, up past bedtime, the sound carrying through the concrete walls with the irrepressibility of childhood. "I know," Jonah said. "You've known. Since the boat. Since Moses Lake. You sat with me on the deck and you talked about Elena's notes in the charts and I heard it." He paused. I couldn't. I know you couldn't. I don't need you to." She pressed her hands flat on the journal in her lap. "I just needed to say it. Out loud. To you. Once. So it existed somewhere besides inside my own head." "It exists," Jonah said. "And it matters. And I can't give you what you—" He stopped. The words were wrong. All of them. Every combination of them was wrong. Because the thing between them was not a problem to be solved with the right sentence, but a landscape to be inhabited. And the landscape had room for what she felt and what he felt and what Elena had been and what Sewell needed. And all of it could coexist without resolution, without satisfaction, without the narrative arc that stories promised and life denied. "You don't have to give me anything," Hannah said. "You already gave me the only thing I wanted." "What?" "Soul. You trusted me with Soul. When you went to draw the shepherd, you said, 'You're the only person I trust with her.' That was—" Her voice caught. She recovered with the efficiency of a woman who'd been recovering for months. "That was enough. That's always been enough." They sat on the bench. They didn't touch. The pilot light burned, and it was neither igniting nor extinguishing, and that was the truth of it. A small, constant flame that provided warmth without consuming, that existed in the space between two people as a fact rather than a question. "Auntie Hannah," Jonah said, "or what?" "That's what Soul calls you. She told me yesterday. She said, 'Auntie Hannah is teaching me about proteins. Did you know proteins are like tiny machines?' Auntie Hannah showed me under the microscope. She said Auntie Hannah 14 times in one conversation." Hannah pressed her hand over her mouth. Her eyes behind the glasses were bright and wet and fierce. She didn't cry. She made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a gasp, and she said, 14 times? I counted. That's a statistically significant sample." She smiled. The smile was real, full. The smile of a woman who'd been handed something precious and was holding it carefully. "Auntie Hannah, I can work with that." "Yeah," Jonah said. "I think you can." Dale died on a Wednesday. Not in combat, not at sea, not in the dramatic, explosive fashion that the old world stories would have written for a man of his nature. He died in the Institute's medical ward, in a bed with clean sheets, with a window that looked out on the courtyard where Soul's dolphin mural caught the morning light. The cancer had been advancing for months. He'd known, had always known, that the timeline was not generous. The pain had been increasing since Veracruz, managed with the medications that Dr. Fuentes provided. But the disease was in his liver now, in his bones, in the parts of the body that the body can't afford to lose. He'd continued his supply runs along the coast for 3 weeks after the shepherd's death, evacuating survivors, delivering news of the vaccine, keeping the water routes open. He'd come back to Mexico City when his hands started shaking too badly to hold the wheel. "Time to dock," he'd told Jonah, sitting on the Bayou Belle's deck for the last time, his voice a rasp. "She needs a younger captain, someone who won't fall asleep mid-channel." "Dale, don't! I told you on day one, I'm dying. The only question was how, and I got to choose. I chose the water. I chose the boat. I chose—" He paused, coughed. The cough had blood in it, and he wiped it away with a handkerchief that had been white once and was now the color of a life fully used. "I chose to be useful. That's the best a man can do." He'd been in the medical ward for 8 days. Teddy tended to him, checking vitals, adjusting medications, performing the daily rituals of care with the steady, soothing monologue that was her signature. "Okay, Captain, we're going to adjust this drip. It's going to make you feel a little fuzzy, like 3 margaritas on an empty stomach, which I know you've done because you told me about the bar in Corpus Christi. So don't pretend you're above it." Dale tolerated the care with the gruff patience of a man who'd spent his life taking care of boats and was deeply uncomfortable being a boat that someone else was maintaining. He complained about the food. Lil brought him gumbo every day. He ate half a bowl and said it wasn't as good as yesterday's, which was a lie, and Lil knew it was a lie, and she came back the next day with more. He complained about the bed, too soft. He was used to the Belle's bunk, which had all the comfort of a concrete shelf. He complained about the window. The view was nice, but he'd rather see water. He didn't complain about dying. That was a fact, like the tide, and complaining about facts was something landlubbers did. Sol visited every day. She brought drawings, dolphins, always dolphins, but now with additions. Boats. Small boats with smoke coming from their stacks, crewed by stick figures with white mustaches. She'd tape them to the wall beside Dale's bed, arranging them in a gallery that grew daily, a paper fleet sailing across the medical ward's white wall. "That's the Bayou Belle," she told him, pointing to the largest boat. "And that's you." "I'm very handsome," Dale said, studying the stick figure, "though you've made my mustache too small." "It's not too small, it's the right size. I assure you, Skipper, my mustache is significantly more impressive than that. Daddy says your mustache is character. Your daddy is a very diplomatic man." On the Wednesday, Jonah sat beside Dale's bed at 5 a.m. The light was pre-dawn, gray, soft, the kind of light that doesn't commit to anything. Dale was awake, his eyes open, fixed on the window where the first hint of sky was showing. "Skipper," Dale said. His voice was barely there, a whisper, a breath shaped into sound by the last of his strength. "I want to ask you something. Anything. The Bayou Belle. When I go, don't let her sit. I won't. Put someone good on her, someone who respects the wheel, someone who talks to her. She likes conversation, that old girl. She gets lonely if you don't talk to her. I'll find someone. And the name. You promised. A boat with my name. I promised. Make it a shrimper. I'll make it a shrimper." Dale's hand found Jonah's on the bedrail. The grip was weak. The hands that had held the wheel through storms and gunfire and the daily grind of keeping a 65-foot trawler running on duct tape and stubbornness, reduced to a grip that a child could break. But it was there. Intention, if not force. "You did good, Jonah," Dale said. "You found her. You kept your promise. That's—" He coughed. The handkerchief. The blood. "That's all any of us can do. Keep the promises. Steer toward the living. Steer toward the living. And eat Lil's gumbo. That's important. Don't skip meals. I know you skip meals." "I'll eat the gumbo." "Good." Dale's eyes went back to the window. The sky was lightening. The first edge of gold on the eastern horizon. The sun's leading edge breaking through the smog and the altitude and the accumulated weight of a world that was, despite everything, still turning. Sunrise, Dale said. I haven't missed a sunrise in 40 years. Get up early enough and you get to see it. The only honest light of the day. Everything after is just the sun's opinion. Sunrise is the truth. Jonah watched the sunrise with him. The gold deepened. The courtyard brightened. Soul's dolphin mural caught the light, the colors warming from the flat, nighttime blues and greens to the vivid living palette that a 6-year-old's imagination had painted. Dale watched the light hit the mural, the dolphins, the sea turtles, the fish, the improbable underwater world that Soul had created on a concrete wall in a city 600 miles from the ocean she'd never properly known. She drew the water wrong, Dale said. Same as her daddy. She did. Tell her the water doesn't go in straight lines. It curves. Everything in the ocean curves. I'll tell her. Dale smiled. The mustache lifted. The Gulf gray eyes crinkled. It was the same smile he'd worn on the Bayou Belle, at the wheel, in the wind. The smile of a man doing the thing he was meant to do, in the place he was meant to be. He closed his eyes. The grip on Jonah's hand loosened. The breathing, which had been shallow and rough, smoothed into something even and quiet, and then, gently, without drama or struggle, stopped. Dale Koenig, 61, retired Coast Guard Chief Petty Officer, shrimp boat captain, who'd navigated the Bayou Belle through storms and gunfire and the end of the world with a mustache that was definitely bigger than Soul's drawing suggested, who'd carried a pack of Marlboro Reds for 5 years without smoking one, who'd had pancreatic cancer and chosen to die useful. Jonah held his hand and watched the sunrise paint the mural, and the dolphins smiled on the wall, and the water, Soul's water, went in straight lines because she was 6, and she drew what she believed, and she believed the water was simple and the dolphins were happy, and the world, despite everything, was a place where you could draw a boat and put a man with a white mustache at the wheel, and he would sail forever. They buried Dale at sea. The Bayou Belle carried him out, Tommy at the wheel now, having been designated by Dale, in a handwritten note found in the wheelhouse, as the vessel's new captain. The kid's got good hands, better than mine at his age. Tell him to talk to her. She gets lonely. The flotilla, 7 vessels, joined by 2 Mexican Navy escorts, sailed from Veracruz into the open Gulf on a morning of flat calm, the water a mirror, the sky a dome of blue unmarked by cloud. The group gathered on the Belle's deck, all of them. Every survivor from the original Galveston group, the Lamarck Church, the Matagorda Coalition, the Free Texans, the children. 300 people on 7 boats assembled to say goodbye to the man who'd carried them across the water. Father Reyes spoke. He wore his clerical collar, wrinkled, stained, the fabric softened by weeks of wear. And he held his Bible, and his voice carried across the water with the clarity of a man who'd found, in the act of caring for children and burying the dead, a version of faith that wasn't the faith he'd lost, but was perhaps something stronger. Not faith in God. Faith in the act of faith. The performance of belief is a gift to the grieving, regardless of the performer's own convictions. Dale Koenig was a man of the water, Father Reyes said. He lived on it, he worked on it, and he died, as he would have wanted, in the service of others who needed the water to survive. He carried us. That's the simplest and most complete thing I can say about him. He carried us. Preacher would have hummed a hymn. In Preacher's absence, Lil sang. Not a hymn. A song from her childhood. A Cajun lullaby that her mother had sung to her in the shelter during Hurricane Audrey in 1957. A song about a boat and a bayou and a man who sailed into the sunrise and never came back. Because the sunrise was so beautiful, he decided to stay. Her voice was thin, old, cracked in places where the notes exceeded what her lungs could sustain. It was the most beautiful sound any of them had ever heard. Dale's body, wrapped in a canvas shroud weighted with anchor chain, slid from the deck and into the Gulf. The water received him without comment. He sank. The ripples spread. And the Bayou Belle rocked gently on the swell, and the 7 boats floated in a circle around the place where he'd gone down, And the silence that followed Lil's song was the silence of the ocean itself, vast, old, and completely at peace with the things it held. Sol was at the rail. She held Professor Squeaks in one hand and a drawing in the other, Dale at the wheel, the mustache now significantly larger than in previous versions. She dropped the drawing into the water. It floated for a moment, the paper catching the light, the pencil lines sharp against the blue. And then the gulf took it, slowly, gently, the paper darkening and sinking and becoming part of the water. "Bye, Dale," Sol said. "The dolphins will look after you." Time passed. Time, which had been compressed into a series of crises, each hour a struggle, each day a battle, each week a campaign, began to decompress, to stretch, to fill with the ordinary rhythms that humans require to remain human. Morning, breakfast, school, work, lunch, play, dinner, evening, sleep. The cycle repeated, and each repetition wore a groove a little deeper into the new normal. And the new normal began to feel incrementally like normal. The vaccine work progressed. Hannah and her team moved from animal trials to human trials in 5 months, faster than pre-outbreak timelines, driven by urgency and the remarkable properties of Sol's MBR1 protein. The first human subjects, volunteers from the Mexican military, all Renovex patients who'd been living with the terror of spontaneous turning, received the vaccine in a ceremony at the Institute that was attended by the Mexican president and broadcast on every functioning radio frequency on the continent. Margaret Olin was among the first vaccinated. The 71-year-old woman, still carrying her cat, still taking her walks, still showing no symptoms of the Renovex she'd taken a lifetime ago, sat in the vaccination chair and held Teddy's hand and said, "I've been waiting 6 months to stop being afraid of falling asleep. If this works, I'm going to take the longest nap in history." "It works, baby," Teddy said. "The trials are conclusive." Margaret received the injection. She waited. She didn't turn. She didn't shake. She didn't do anything except sit in the chair and look at the cat in her lap, and slowly, carefully, with the deliberate attention of a woman who'd earned every second of it, smile. "I'm going to take that nap now," she said. "If someone could hold the cat." Tommy held the cat. Margaret slept. And the vaccine, MBR1 protein Marisol, began its work, and the virus met its match in the immune response of a 6-year-old girl who drew dolphins and wasn't afraid of thunder, and whose blood, it turned out, was the most powerful medicine the world had ever produced. The months accumulated. The world, that's what remained of it, began the long, grinding, inglorious work of reconstruction. Not the dramatic movie montage version of rebuilding. The slow version. The version where every day was a fight against logistics and despair, and the 1,000 small problems that arose from trying to run a civilization with a fraction of its former population and infrastructure. The vaccine was distributed. Slowly, production was limited, supply chains were non-existent, the distances were enormous. But it moved. From Mexico City to Veracruz, from Veracruz to the coast, carried by boats along the water routes that Dale had pioneered, from the coast to the islands, to the survivor groups, to the fortified towns and the hidden enclaves, and the lone families holed up in farmhouses and cellars who heard the radio broadcasts and came out, blinking, into a world that was still dangerous, but was, for the first time, getting less so. Devante built a radio network, using the skills that had been game-changing since day one, the jury-rigged communication, the repurposed electronics, the ability to make dead technology speak again. He established a web of relay stations along the Gulf Coast, connecting survivor groups from Texas to the Yucatan. His voice became the voice of the network, the nightly broadcast that carried news and information and, increasingly, music. He played songs from his grandmother's collection, gospel, blues, the old recordings that Claudette Washington had kept on vinyl in her apartment on 33rd Street in Galveston. The apartment was gone. The records were gone. But the songs lived in Devante's memory, and he hummed them into the microphone. and the Gulf Coast heard them, and the act of hearing music, of someone choosing to broadcast music into a world that had forgotten it, was itself a form of vaccine, a treatment for the desolation that no protein could address. Tommy captained the Bayou Belle. He took to the boat with the same fluid, instinctive grace that he'd brought to the skateboard and the infiltration and the gap threading, as if the vessel was an extension of his body, a larger, louder, more powerful version of the board he'd ridden through the streets of Galveston. He talked to the boat, as Dale had instructed, and if the conversations he had with the Belle were audible to anyone, they would have heard a young man discussing the weather, the currents, the quality of the sunset, and, increasingly, his plans. "I'm going to find them," he told Jonah on one of his supply runs to Mexico City. "The Fan Pharmacy, Galveston. It's gone. I know it's gone. The firebombing got it. But I want to see. I want to stand there and..." He stopped. "I don't know. I just want to stand there." "Will you?" "When the coast is clear enough. When the infected density drops below manageable." He paused. "My grandma, Devante's grandma, says there's a word for it. In Vietnamese, we call it vi quay, going back to the homeland, even if the homeland is different, even if it's gone. You go back because the act of going back is how you close the door. And open a new one?" Tommy shrugged. The elaborate casual shrug was gone, replaced by something simpler, more direct, the shrug of a man rather than a teenager. "Maybe, or maybe you just stand in the doorway for a while. That's okay too." Lil cooked. In the Institute's kitchen, in the community building, on the courtyard's outdoor grill, in every space that could hold a heat source and a pot. She cooked for the children, for the staff, for the soldiers, for anyone who walked through the door with an empty stomach and an expression that said they'd forgotten what food tasted like when it was made with love. She turned 74 in September. The group threw her a party, Devante on the radio, playing her favorite Zydeco, Tommy and the Bayou Belle, draped in streamers made from torn bedsheets, Sol presenting a birthday card that featured, inevitably, a dolphin wearing a chef's hat. Lil looked at the card and laughed. A cackle, really. The kind of laugh that came from the deepest part of a woman who'd survived everything and found it all, in the end, funny. And she said, "That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of beautiful things, Cher. I've seen the bayou at sunrise and my babies being born and a perfectly executed roux, and this dolphin in a chef's hat beats all of them." She kept the card on the kitchen wall. Next to it, she hung Margot's sketch of the group. The one from the receipt, the one with the wrong proportions on the left hand. She'd asked Jonah for a copy. He'd given her the original. "You should keep it," Lil told him. "It's yours." "It's everyone's," he said. "And everyone eats in your kitchen." The world turned. September became October. October became November. The hurricane season waned. The Gulf calmed. The infected, without the shepherd's direction and with the vaccine reducing new transmissions, began the slow demographic decline of a population that could not reproduce and was being steadily reduced by environmental attrition. They were still out there, thousands, millions, walking the empty cities and the abandoned highways and the overgrown suburbs of a world that had moved on without them. But they were diminishing, fading. The tide was going out. Sol turned 7 in November. Jonah made her a cake. Not a good cake. Not a cake that would have impressed anyone who'd eaten cake before. But a cake. Flour, sugar, eggs, and the powdered milk that was the closest thing to dairy available in Mexico City's constrained supply chain. He baked it in the Institute's oven and frosted it with a mixture of confectioner's sugar and water and food coloring that turned it a shade of blue that Sewell had specified as dolphin blue, which was, as far as Jonah could tell, a color that existed only in his daughter's imagination, but that he'd gotten remarkably close to through trial and error and a significant amount of blue food coloring. The cake was lopsided. The frosting was uneven. The dolphin he'd attempted to draw on top in white icing looked more like a deformed cloud, but Sol looked at it and said, "That's Professor Squeaks," and Jonah decided that was close enough. They ate the cake in the courtyard, the whole group, or what remained of it. Teddy, who'd been promoted to chief medical officer of the Institute's clinical division. Tommy, in port for the occasion, sunburned and salt-crusted and grinning. Devante, with his radio and his crooked glasses and his grandmother's songs. Hannah, in her lab coat, her journal in her pocket, her eyes bright. Father Reyes, who'd traded the shotgun for a teaching post and the collar for a sweater, but who still prayed each morning, now with sound, now with voice, now with a faith that was small and personal and real. Lil, who'd made the gumbo and the rice and the hot sauce and the everything else, and who sat in the corner and watched them eat and smiled the fierce, satisfied smile of a woman who'd found her purpose and was living in it. And Sewell, in the center of it all, her face smeared with blue frosting, Professor Squeaks on the table beside her, also smeared with blue frosting because Sewell had insisted on sharing. Surrounded by friends and family, and the accumulated weight of a survival that had cost everything and given back just barely enough. "Make a wish, baby," Jonah said. Sewell closed her eyes. She was quiet for a long time, long enough that the adults exchanged glances, the patient glances of people who'd learned to let children take the time they needed for the things they needed to do. She opened her eyes. She blew out the candles. "What did you wish for?" Tommy asked. "I can't tell you. That ruins it." She paused. "But it was about dolphins." Of course it was. The cake was eaten. The candles were saved. Candles were precious. You didn't throw away candles in the New World. The blue frosting was cleaned from Soul's face and Professor Squeaks's face, and somehow Teddy's face, which no one could explain. The evening came on, and the courtyard cooled, and the stars appeared, and the group drifted into the comfortable, scattered arrangement of people who'd earned the right to relax. Jonah sat on the courtyard bench. Soul was asleep in his lap. The birthday exhaustion, the sugar crash, the deep surrender of a child who'd had a good day and was done with it. Her hand was curled around Professor Squeaks. Her breath was even. The blue frosting had left a faint stain on her chin that Jonah didn't wipe away because it was evidence of a birthday party. And birthday parties were evidence of civilization, and civilization was the thing they were rebuilding, one lopsided cake at a time. Hannah sat beside him. Her journal was in her lap, open, but she wasn't writing. She was looking at the stars. "The animal trials are complete," she said. "Full immunity in all subjects. No adverse effects. Dr. Fuentes is submitting the data to the WHO, what's left of it, for emergency authorization. Mass production begins in January. January. 6 months from now, we'll have enough doses for every survivor group on the Gulf Coast. A year from now, North America. 2 years, the world." She paused. "It's happening, Jonah. It's actually happening." He looked at Sewell, at the blue chin, at the dolphin that was smiling from the stuffed animal pressed against her cheek, at the small, ordinary, extraordinary fact of a child sleeping in her father's lap after a birthday party. "I keep thinking about Ethan and Bree," he said. The names fell into the silence like stones into water. Ethan, 11. Bree, 8. The children from the Seawall family. The children he'd sent north on the Cabolo Creek Bridge into the horde as bait, so that Saul could cross south. "I don't know if they're alive," he said. "I'll never know. I made a choice, and the choice erased them from my knowledge, and I can't undo it. I can't look them up. I can't check. They're Schrodinger's children, alive and dead at the same time, because I don't have the information to collapse the wave function, and I never will." Hannah was quiet. "Sewell asks about them sometimes. She doesn't know what happened. She was too young, too disoriented. But she remembers Ethan. She says, 'The boy who was nice to me on the bus.' She asks if he's okay. What do you tell her?" "I tell her I hope so." He paused. "It's the truth. I hope so. I hope with everything I have. But hope isn't knowledge. And the absence of knowledge is a kind of punishment that doesn't end. You saved Saul. I saved Saul by endangering them. Those aren't separate facts. They're the same fact. The same decision. The same moment." He looked at the stars. Polaris was up there, steady, indifferent, pointing north toward a bridge in Texas, where a man had made the worst decision of his life and the best decision of his life, and they were the same decision. I'll hear Ethan's voice forever. Mr. Britton, are we going to be okay? I didn't answer him. I walked away. Jonah, I'm not asking for absolution. I'm not asking you to tell me it was the right choice. I'm telling you it's the thing I carry. The weight. Dale had his cancer. Teddy had Jake. Preacher had his lost faith. I have Ethan's voice. Hannah closed her journal. She reached over and placed her hand on his arm, the same gesture she'd made on Galveston, on the Bayou Belle, in every moment when words were insufficient and presence was the only available currency. You carry it, she said, and you keep going. Because that's what carrying means. It doesn't mean you're okay. It means you move forward with the weight. He nodded. He looked at Sewell. He carried the weight. And the weight was there. And it would always be there. And it was the cost of the girl in his lap. And he would pay it every day for the rest of his life. And it was worth it. And it was terrible. And both things were true. And the truth of both things was the closest thing to wisdom the apocalypse had taught him. December came. The rainy season ended. The roads dried. The world slowly, tentatively began to connect. Radio networks linked Mexico City to Veracruz, to the Gulf Coast, to Texas, to the scattered survivor groups that were emerging from their shelters and their islands and their caves and their fear. The vaccine was in production. The first shipments went north, carried by boat, by the Bayou Belle and her sister vessels, along the routes Dale had mapped and Tommy now sailed. The vials were small, precious, each one a promise that the thing that had ended the world was, itself, ending. In the Institute's courtyard, on a morning in mid-December, Jonah sat with Sol. She was drawing, not on cardboard now, but on real paper, with real colored pencils, gifts from Dr. Fuentes and the Institute staff who'd become, over the months, something between colleagues and family. She was drawing dolphins, always dolphins. But the dolphins were changing, more detailed now, more accurate, the proportions approaching something that a marine biologist might recognize. She'd been studying Hannah's field guides. She'd been asking Jonah questions about dorsal fins and blowholes and echolocation, and her drawings reflected the knowledge, the growing sophistication of a child's understanding, meeting a child's imagination and producing something that was neither science nor art, but both. Daddy, Sol said. Yeah, baby. When we go back to the ocean, can we look for real dolphins? When we go back, Auntie Hannah says we have to go back eventually. She says there are sea turtles on the Texas coast that need help. She says you're the best turtle doctor in the world, and the turtles miss you. Jonah looked across the courtyard at Hannah, who was sitting on the bench with her journal, pretending not to listen, her pen moving in the small, precise notations that were her signature. Auntie Hannah said that? She said the turtles need you, and the dolphins need you, and the ocean needs you. She said the ocean has been waiting for you to come back. Hannah's pen had stopped. She was looking at her journal, but her eyes were unfocused, aimed at something interior, something she was composing not in her book, but in the space between her thoughts. I think, Jonah said, that when the coast is safe enough, when the vaccine has reduced the infected population to manageable levels, we'll go back. We'll find a place on the coast, near the water, and we'll look for dolphins. And sea turtles? And sea turtles. And can I help? With the turtles? Like you used to help them before? You can absolutely help. Sewell nodded. She went back to drawing. The dolphin she was working on was large, detailed, and leaping, clearing the surface of an imaginary sea, its body arched against an imaginary sky, and in the water below it, visible through the blue pencil strokes that Sewell had learned to make wave-like, curves, not straight lines, as Dale had instructed through Jonah's relay, were smaller shapes, other dolphins, a pod, a family. Daddy, Sol said, yeah, baby. Do you think the dolphins are okay? The question. The same question she'd asked on the dock at Isla de Lobos, the first full sentence of her recovery. The question that wasn't really about dolphins. The question that was about everything, about the world, about the future, about whether the thing she loved could survive the thing that had happened. Jonah looked at the drawing, at the dolphins, at the ocean his daughter had created from colored pencils and hope. He looked at the courtyard, at Hannah on the bench, at Tommy loading the Bayou Belle at the distant dock, at Teddy crossing the yard with her EMT bag, still always, at Devante on the roof adjusting an antenna, at Lil in the kitchen doorway wiping her hands on the apron with the revolver pocket, at Father Reyes walking a line of children to the classroom. He looked at the world they'd built from the ruins of the world they'd lost. "I think so, baby," he said. "Dolphins are tough." She nodded. She went back to drawing. The pencil moved across the paper with the absorbed, total concentration of a child, creating something that mattered. And the dolphin leaped, and the ocean shone, and the sky above it was blue and cloudless and infinite. 3 days later, on a flat blue-green Gulf of Mexico, somewhere between Veracruz and the Texas coast, the 40-foot fishing trawler named Dale, christened by Tommy, captained by Tommy, carrying Jonah and Saul and Hannah and Teddy and Devante and the first shipment of vaccine destined for the Texas survivor groups, motored north through the post-hurricane calm. The engine was off, conserving fuel. The sea was glass smooth, the postseason calm, the Gulf exhausted by its tantrums and lying still in the December light. The sun was low, the air cool for the first time in months, the edge of what passed for winter on the Gulf Coast. A season that Texans barely acknowledged, but that arrived anyway, modest and brief and welcome. Jonah sat on the deck with Sol in his lap. She was drawing on a piece of cardboard with a stub of pencil. She was drawing dolphins. She looked up at him and said, the longest sentence she'd spoken since the compound, the fullest and most herself. "Daddy, do you think the dolphins are okay?" Jonah looked at the open water. Somewhere beyond the horizon, there might be a functioning rehabilitation center. Sol's blood was becoming a vaccine. The world might be saved, or it might not. Behind them, the Texas coast was shattered, recovering, crawling with the diminishing dead. Ahead, nothing was guaranteed. "I think so, baby," he said. "Dolphins are tough." She nodded, satisfied, and went back to drawing. Jonah held her and watched the horizon, and did not look back. The sea was blue, and the sky was clear, and the boat rocked gently on the swell. And somewhere below, in the warm Gulf water, the dolphins were swimming, and they didn't know the world had ended, and they didn't need to know, because the world, this world, the broken one, the one that was learning to mend, had a girl who drew them on every surface she could find, and a father who'd crossed Texas to hold her, and a boat named for a man who died useful, and the salt line held, and the tide was turning, and the dead were fading, and the living, battered, guilty, grieving, fierce, were still here, drawing dolphins, sailing north, carrying the cure in a 6-year-old's blood, and the cost in a father's bones, and the hope, thin, determined, blood-bought, in the space between a question and its answer. "Daddy, do you think the dolphins are okay?" "I think so, baby. Dolphins are tough." The boat sailed on. The Gulf held them. The horizon waited. And that was enough. The end.